Okay, good morning, everyone. What's up? Hello, Tyler, James, and Renato, Michaelides on YouTube. Donde está la biblioteca? Kinda on. Alright, let's do some drafts. We got ACCM versus Hearttt. Wait, I have the wrong title on Twitch, don't I? I do. Now we're right. Good morning, Drex. How you doing, Drex? Morning, Twitch fans. 2K26. Sorry, I'm a couple minutes late. My allergies were absolutely killing me this morning, and I needed slightly longer than I usually do to get up. Wo ist die Bibliothek? Hello, Flapjack. And I could have sworn I just clicked the buttons to open these drafts, and I think I closed them. Wait, how did I close them? I gotta put them on my overlay. I don't those are my USA Cup draft links. I need my Warlord. Oh, I need to make a new draft. Okay, everyone. Right, we're gonna be doing overlay time here. It's overlay time. Yeah, I have horrible trouble sleeping with all these allergies, so Warlords best of 7 maps. Oh. Let's see, is this gonna fit? Alright, that fits. Lovely. Alright. Gotta grab some CSS code. Boom. Transparent background. OBS, don't crash on me. Don't crash on me. Don't give me rendering lag when I'm trying to adjust my browser sources. Alright, so this goes like right. That looks fairly centered. Hello everyone. Snack fan, Sir Chicho. Ace of Spades, welcome everyone. And we're gonna copy and paste this a few times. Alright, let me zoom in a bit so I can do this properly. And edit, do some cropping. This all crop properly. And oh, look at that. We almost have the draft set up. Hopefully the civs will be nice and fit in one. Nice overlay. Alright. So now this middle map needs to go up. And make sure it fits exactly here next to these ones. I think that's good. And this one. The side. This one. The side. Wow, look at that. Beautiful. Beautiful. Alright. All are locked there. Zoom out. And now it's time for some civs. As we keep this show on the road. Let me just see myself in my browser if there's a good way to do this. There is not. Oof. Alright, gonna need two separate browser sources in the civs. Or for the civs then. So we do this. This is the best of 7 civs. Oh, Jordan, thank you very much for the raid. We are putting the drafts on screen. Hope you had a wonderful Team Game Tuesday. We're now in a best of 7 instead of a best of 5, so I need the drafts to fit differently. Alright, that'll be just about there. So welcome in everyone. Hope you enjoyed Jordan's stream. And I appreciate the raid. Should be some good games today. That's what I'm hoping. That's what I'm hoping. And best of 7. These will be the Civ bands. And we gotta get these on one line at the bottom. Nope, not wide enough. Well, thank you very much, Peter, for the sub.
Kushlak is our guest. It would be most rude for us to send him away.
Oh, freaking Kushlak. On those pacifist campaigns. Thank you very much for the sub. I appreciate the support. And there we go. And Chaz, thank you for the follow. As we almost have our overlay set up, and I'm going to make it bigger when I group it together. So that is aligned there. Actually, let me make sure this one's aligned first up here. That looks pretty darn even. Okay, move that down slightly. Then we take these bands, move them down slightly. And then we make a group. OBS. Put them all in the group. And resize the group. There we go. Now we can see everything. Slightly there. And move that up a bit. Alright, how's that looking, chat? How's that looking? I think that's pretty darn good for a draft overlay. So welcome in, everyone. Hello, Beba Cakes. Hello, Full Metal Zim. You woke up after 4 hours of sleep, and yesterday was a very long day. Sounds like you're ready to watch some Age of Empires, then. Looks good. Hello, Zippity Boop. How does ACCM let Wei get through? Oh, both did. Both have Chinese and Wei. The first 2 picks in this draft are parallel for both of them. And Socrates, hello, hello. Should be some good games today. Yep, and we have USA Cup after this. USA Cup is going on too. And just in time to get going on Cliffbound. ACCM will be Cyan. It'll be Burmese against Aztecs to get us started. I think this set or Sitaux, TaToH will be closer. I think they'll both be close. So here we go. Oop, not Voyagers is the map. It's Cliffbound. Yeah, hello, Cryptic. We're gonna cast your sets tonight. I got Baron on to co-cast. So, we will have Cliffbound here, and for my own sanity. So that what I see in Capture Age matches what I have on the overlay. Round of 12, and best of 7. There we are. So, we'll have ACCM as the Cyan Aztecs to the west, Hearttt as the Red Burmese to the northeast, and could we see a Monk war? Monk versus Monk could be crazy. If I'm the Aztecs for ACCM, I'm worried about Hearttt getting to a Rambai and being able to snipe off Monks and Eagles together. ACCM is the favorite. Yeah, chat, give me your predictions. You get to watch you lose more. Honestly, Cryptic, those games last night were amazing. That was a really fun set. Land Madness was crazy. You're going 4-3 TaToH. I think this set should be close. ACCM is the favorite. 4-3 Hearttt. Yeah, ACCM is the higher seed. 4-3 Hearttt, 4-2 TaToH, the feeling. Hello, the stupid bot. King of Kings. Oh, everyone's in the chat. Welcome, everyone. Got a lot of chats popping off today. USA Cup. I did not know the FIFA World Cup had already started. Well, actually, I live within usually about a 45-minute drive from MetLife where the finals are taking place. So I'll be pretty close to the World Cup this year. At least the finals, as the World Cup itself is spread out. So we got a bit of laming going on as ACCM is forward trying to take some goats. And he's trying to use the goat to block. Now remember, the Eagle is stronger than the Scout in the Dark Age, so the Scout will have to get back, but he won't be able to get all the laming done at once. That Vil is crucial for stopping the Eagle. And Hearttt has to bring the Loomless Vil back, as ACCM wants to do a bit more laming. He'll try to abscond with one goat. As Loom comes in for ACCM. And Arbase, hello, do all the quests. This is the new Sitaux clone made for her Red Bull. Now, this is actually, yeah, it was made for Red Bull, Cliffbound. Edited it slightly, but yeah, this was made for Red Bull a while ago. Are the civs or colors mixed up again by any chance? The civs are mixed up. Thank you. I can't type. Killing you mentally, I got the civs wrong. Now we're good, now we're good. I haven't had my coffee yet this morning. I casted USA Cup late last night, and I'm just, with allergies, I'm covering and getting up. Land Madness was pure madness? That was pure madness last night. Burmese Eagles would go hard, actually. Yeah, they'd have all that extra attack. They wouldn't be as strong as the Garland Wars ones, though, because Garland Wars is +4 attack. Burmese Eagles are just +3 in Imp. Map usually 1 TC Imp. I think it's bold to assume it goes Imp, but something like that. I think Aztecs would hope that's what happens so they can get block printing for the monks and be more effective against the Arambai. But Men-at-Arms coming in, or Militia coming in for Hearttt. We'll have Men-at-Arms for ACCM once he's up and clicks the upgrade, but doesn't quite have the food yet. And we'll maybe need to do some quick walling by the gold. It is very close to the TC, though, and actually those vills are protected by the TC. Good morning, Lawns Baskets. Yeah, usually 1 TC Castle Age. Everything is cracked terrain except the starting TC? Yes, even the spots underneath the acacia trees. You chop a tree and build a tower there, and it's still cracked. You think TaToH has this in the bag? Is TaToH not... TaToH isn't still playing in Warlords. I don't know what TaToH is playing in. They'll have something in the bag. Which we saw Burmese more in tournaments. They're a fun civ. We see them if we have Arena. They're still a good monk rushing civ. And we all could use more monks in our lives. So, looks like, oh, Militia or Men-at-Arms for ACCM, I'm gonna get a couple of vills. This wood line was not fully walled, the acacia trees backfiring on Hearttt. As Heartt's not really able to do much damage, ACCM is having tons of success with these Aztec Men-at-Arms. And that's a third vill for him. Some weak vills trying to run around in the back. Hearttt not getting in, ACCM gonna wall up. And a quick gate. Those Men-at-Arms don't worry about any gates. The Man-at-Arms upgrade collection now for Hearttt. As he'll loop around and try to get another, or ACCM will loop and try to get another vill. Hearttt will want to run. Can he quick wall? Yes, but the diagonal betrays him. And that's now 4 vill kills for ACCM. Gating versus Men-at-Arms. Oof, indeed. Well, MT Explore. Hacker ACCM's not a hacker. Viper had map hacks, but ACCM, he's just a player. Burmese infantry can go hard if he gets arson. That's true, but ACCM's got the archers out already to deal with them. And another archer forward for ACCM. Grouping up. No fletching. No fletching yet for Hearttt either, and Hearttt will start adding in skirms. Good thing for Hearttt is he still has the Men-at-Arms alive. And at least early on, they'll still be effective at pushing the archers back since they have a ton of HP. 1 minute of idle TC time and no bit axe. That's not great, but I think it's better than 4 vills being dead. He's also got the farms out, so 5 farms for him. Let's see, 4 farms for Hearttt. Pick Wu Burgundians for this map. I don't think Burgundians are aggressive enough for this map. If you do your double bit axe in the Dark Age, you're delaying your feudal time. And this is maybe looking a bit rough if Hearttt can get in. ACCM is not fully walled yet. There is 1 hole in that acacia forest. He should probably do a house right here, and he's thinking about that. That house could have been 1 tile back from where it is. But now, Hearttt without fletching won't be able to stop that. ACCM gets the wall, but now it's to turn back around, maybe to deal with Men-at-Arms. He'll try to pick off reinforcements. It's a nice snag of the archer. And he'll delete a wall to come in. That does also create an opening. Now, the Men-at-Arms will get in anyway. A few skirms for ACCM. Now it's about trying to use the archers to stop the Men-at-Arms, and the skirms to stop the archers and the skirms. And can he get a hit in? That's maybe a second Man-at-Arm Oh, okay. 1 Man-at-Arms goes down. And another Man-at-Arms is on 2 HP. And ACCM will push Hearttt back. Hearttt does have a score lead, even though he's down 3 vills. That lack of double bit axe over time will start to hurt ACCM, as we have 13 farms for Hearttt, who has the free double bit axe as the Burmese, and will have a great wood income. So saves a bit of resource on that double bit axe. ACCM still farming. Flemish Militia. Oh, that's true. Flemish Militia could be nice on this map. That's true. I wasn't thinking of those. I was thinking more of the eco setup, but you're right. Flemish Militia would go hard on this map. Teutons seem great. Emu needed to pick Teutons. Needed to go Teutons in South Dakota. Yeah, they turn Burgundians into an aggressive feudal age save. That is very true. Now it's just full skirm, and Aztecs will train those skirms more quickly. And here comes the scout, but the scout's so low on HP that it'll go down. It always feels horrible when you lose a scout. Eagle forward for the Aztecs now to help out against the skirms. ACCM floating a bit of gold. All that Aztec gold. And as the archers go down, we'll have another Man-at-Arms from Hearttt just to deal with the eagle. Can check how much Hearttt has scouted. He has scouted most of the map. He missed his stones in the back, but has scouted most of the map. Want to see ACCM? Pretty similar. Scouted most of Heartt's base with those Men-at-Arms that got in. I always hate to see that the walls go longer than they need to. Yeah, I guess ACCM could have walled over to here, but it's fine, it's fine. He's got everything he needs inside the walls. Maybe it's a bit easier to defend there. Hearttt hasn't even needed to fully wall. And he could get the lumber camp on the trees again. He's chopped all the trees by his initial lumber camp. And those vills will be trading for the marathon. Yeah, no music in game. I think it just got a bit too repetitive over time. When we're casting for 7 hours. The Man-at-Arms hitting the eagle. Skirm's hitting the eagle. And the eagle just getting away. ACCM using the market. So Hearttt sold the stone to go up. ACCM sold 1 round of stone. And had to get creative with the markets, doing a lot of market manipulation, but now he is up. Whenever he clicks, he's up. ACCM. Click up, there he goes. And he'll be walling himself now, fully walled. Peak AoE, skirms versus skirms. Bozzy knows, skirms versus skirms on a map that's walled. And now get Bitaxe, reading the chat, listening to our base. ACCM does click double Bitaxe now that he's up. He's pumping out more skirms. And res collected, he is ahead, so the Bitaxe didn't hurt him too much. Still can even get Horse Collar to benefit the farms on the way up. So aggressive, very aggressive. And now Heartt's trying to batter his way through the walls, and ACCM will just wall behind this. Remember, as you get into the Castle Age, the Burmese will be lacking the second armor upgrade for the skirms. Hearttt has a monk build, 13 on gold, and 0 on stone. So this does not look like it'll be a Rambai. It looks like it'll be a monastery opening. As he's up, oh, a workshop in a monastery. Let's go. And skirms will be fighting other skirms here, forced back, Men-at-Arms charging, and Hearttt not giving ACCM any peace of mind. Maintaining a good military count. And now he will open with a Mangonel. Llama Boy, hello Lily. And thank you, Bletta the Nun, for the follow. What can Hearttt do against eagles? He can do swordsman. So Eagles do have conversion resistance, just like Scouts. They can counter monks. Burmese monk upgrades will be cheaper, so a bit easier to get to Atonement than it is for the Aztecs, but the Aztecs get all the extra hit points. So Hearttt trying to have the timing and get his upgrades in more quickly than ACCM can handle. Eagles pop out. Monk wants a conversion. The Men-at-Arms will try to fight the Eagles. These are Castle Age Eagles. And they get the Mangonel, but the Mangonel starts hitting the Skirms. We have Elite Skirm for ACCM. And Elite Skirm seems to be doing the job so far. Nice push from the Eagles. Maybe that needed to be a Scorpion opening so that it could deal with the Eagles a bit better. And these Men-at-Arms will have +2 attack now. But still not Longswordsmen. Longswordsmen will be much better against Eagles. Burmese won initially because they converted the higher HP monks, and those monks survived the units. I don't think Bleda would have made a good nun. I mean, Bleda could garrison in a ram. I don't know what that has to do with being a nun, but he could do it. So Mangonel attacking the barracks. ACCM going to loop around, see if there's something he can hit, but Hearttt will be walled unless there's a hole in the acacia trees. Yeah, so Hearttt does not have enough on food for swordsmen. He's just going to go triple monastery monks. And ACCM can try to convert the swordsman, then get some eagles out. He'll get the Eagle Warrior upgrade. Those eagles he has standing will be upgraded. And the skirms, they're finding a hole. They're finding a hole between the house and the blacksmith, and the eagles are in. The gallows can hoover. That's a low HP Vil. The skirms can maybe snipe the Vil. Lots of walling from Hearttt, the walls. But these are elite skirms. They don't care about TC fire. The monks are doing more damage, but the skirms are trying to snipe them. Can he snipe the monk? Yes, he can. It was being healed, but not enough. The skirms actually sacrifice everything to go for the monk, though. And maybe not able to do as much damage without the skirms in the back. But the barracks is down for ACCM, and the Mangonel push continues. He has to do another barracks in the back. Double monasteries for the Aztecs. Let's fight the Eagle. We'll have redemption for ACCM as his forward is cleaned. Mangonel's not able to get a hit on the Eagles. ACCM splits. You can't split against the monk. That doesn't help. And one Gallo does get converted. More monks in the back for Hearttt. You have enough monks and you can convert anything. Eagles, Scouts, doesn't matter. And he's getting more conversions on the Eagles. ACCM doesn't delete and loses all 3 Eagles to conversions for sniping the Mangonel. Don't know if that was worth it if he's going monks himself. That's now a triple barracks build from ACCM. So triple barracks against triple monasteries. I would like triple barracks if it weren't just Eagles being converted. And I think ACCM might need some devotion as he is not yet devoted. Yeah, Hearttt briefly had an advantage in Eagle Warriors. ACCM wants to convert them back. He has 55 hit points, so he probably will. And gets 1. Nice conversion swapping. We'll have 1, 2, 3 conversions for ACCM. Doesn't have attack upgrades at the blacksmith. He's not devoted. He doesn't have squires. The Eagles need far more upgrades than he has, and Heartt's converting everything. Now some Eagles in the TC still. Monks want conversions on those Eagles, forcing them back, so Hearttt can reamass his forces in the middle. Is now up 19 military to 8. Down in Vils, but up in momentum. That archery range is almost down. Monks are... I love monks. Oh my gosh, I love monks. This is my favorite type of AoE too, the monks. Devotion and squires both for ACCM. Yeah, squires, you need it. He at least has Eagle Warrior. And now at this point, I'd at least want more eagles and maybe even forging before fighting. Gotta be able to pick off those monks faster. Rams push the house. Hearttt also starting to pick up relics. He's got 2 relics, a 3rd and a 4th on the way. And that's now 4 relics for the Burmese, none for the Aztecs, and the remaining relics are on Heartt's side of the map. We'll have devotion on the way for Hearttt. Range for 30 HP for the Basta Minutes triggers you. There's foraging for ACCM. How many Agalos does he have? He has 11. He's amassing them inside the TC. Going forward with his monks. Atonement is in. Does Hearttt have atonement? Yes, he does. So both players with atonement, both with devotion now. And we're going to have a big monk war. Everyone trying to convert each other as the Eagles go forward. Hearttt will ungarrison from the ram. You can hop units in and out of the ram to avoid conversions. Everyone's chanting Bullaloo at each other. There are a few men-at-arms left in there to fight the Eagles. Does ACCM have enough Eagles? I think he does. Heartt's going for the castle. Will he be able to get the castle up in time? That is a lot of Eagles remaining from ACCM as he clears that fight. Finally, he gets the unit to fight the monks properly. He held on long enough, and now as he pushes out, Hearttt desperately trying to quick wall those vills in to build the castle. But can the monks make a difference there? The monks, there are only 7 vills building the castle. How many monks does ACCM have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He could convert every single one of those castle builders. Hearttt in the back with more monks. They might need to convert these vills back and forth to build the castle. And he's getting a second conversion. That's only 2 conversions. The vills can now fight on the inside. But I think the castle at 80% will go up. The monks want a 3rd and a 4th conversion. This is going to be very close. Very close. 3rd vill converted. ACCM not fighting. 3 vills left. 3 vills left. He's trying to convert an eagle. He needs to convert a vill. There are 2 vills left. The castle's at 94, 95%, 96, 97, and he will finish it. Hearttt will finish it. Perfectly calculated. Just the right number of vills. But ACCM, 26-5 military. Hearttt has to hope Arambai will save the day for him. He will need a lot of Arambai to fight the monks, but once he does, that's actually really hard for the Aztecs to counter. Never a doubt that would go up. ACCM needed to fight with the vills more. Does he have redemption yet? He does. I think the workshop is in range of the castle. That's where Hearttt has fletching, could still even think about Bodkin for the castle, but he's doing Arambai now. He's doing a Arambai, and he's adding a TC. This game might go on for a while. He's adding a TC. He has some forward gold. He has gold under the castle. It's awkward to do a mining camp, but he does have gold access now. And now, how do the Aztecs fight Arambai? The answer is they really don't. Eagles can't surround them properly. They have so much attack, they kill monks quickly, even the Aztec ones, as ACCM sneaks in a relic. Did I mess up, or are there only 6 relics on the map? There's gotta be another relic somewhere. Tell me I didn't mess up. Tell me there's a 7th relic somewhere, we're just not seeing it. Hopefully there's a monk holding a relic somewhere. So someone go back in the VOD and check the relics for me. Relics in that monastery. There were 7 at the start. Our base counted? Alright. Our base adminning the tournament he's not an admin for. Perfect. 7th relic is in our heart. Teching to elite skirm already. That's true, he does have elite skirm already, but he doesn't have a range. And right now he's breaking through, but there are 2 TCs in the back for Hearttt. This TC is garrisoned fully, so some vills will go down. So too will some eagles. ACCM just now doing the armor upgrade. There's some monks to go down to the Arambai. Our base counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. Our base hoping there's no deer hidden behind a scout. 36 idols, 39 idols is painful, 39 to 0. But he has a castle. He's got a castle in the right spot. You should try to convert vills. Maybe that's the way back into the game, convert vills. So ACCM will expand out, do a TC on some stone and gold. So Rams start ramming down each other. Also, welcome. We got almost 300 viewers on Twitch. So hope you all are enjoying the Warlords maps. So that is a lot of monks, but they can't convert TCs.
Okay.
I love the mixture of clothing types. Oh, ACCM, this might be a doubt castle from him. He loses a vill there to a conversion, loses 2 vills. Oh, a couple of rams from Hearttt. Heartt's there. Hearttt might ram this down, and it's He might destroy the castle in its foundation. Oh, there are so many monks here. If Hearttt could get some conversions, maybe he could stop it, but not there quite in time. Not there in time. Thank you, Lemnis Scotty, for the follow. More monks from Hearttt, but he's not going to be there in time to ram the castle. But can he just go forward and ram it anyway? ACCM might have to fight with Vils. And Heartt's going to pull away from the castle, away from the castle. So not quite as risky as Heartt's castle. But now that does open up the top of his base to a push. Remember, pretty much everything other than the TC is on cracked terrain. That castle's on cracked terrain, which made the Rams even more powerful. And now, oh, look at the healing. The monks all heal each other. And wait, Heartt's ready for another castle. Hearttt is ready for another castle. What a clown fest. That's the best type of game, the clown fest. So lots of gold down here. Where does Hearttt castle? Does he go straight for the TC and the farming eco? Or would he actually prefer maybe castling over here on the gold? Well, if he hits the farms, that might stop Imp. In case ACCM needs Elite Scurb again. Here come the Rams going for the TC. They run by, don't even have their first armor. Lots of conversions. A Rambai could be converted. Alright, convert one monk, convert it back. Here come the Eagles. Eagles to kill monks. TC going down, some Arambai get converted. I think ACCM is winning this fight. He loses his TC, but behind it, Hearttt will be able to construct the castle. He'll be able to construct the castle. And ACCM just going to go for another TC. Hearttt could maybe try to steal all those farms and make sure ACCM can't get them back. Wait, this could be a risky TC. Hearttt prefers to go snipe off monks while they don't have their faith recharged. Tanky Aztec monks. But the push continues, and Heartt's going to go again for the TC. Could convert the Vils. I mean, Heartt's down by 20 Vils, but he could convert 20 Vils. And now ACCM with the Desperation Tower in his eco. Rambai will just stand underneath it for the moment. And Hearttt healing his own units, doing more Arambai. At home, he's being raided by his own converted Arambai. The tanky Aztec monks, the converted Aztec monks. I don't know what's going on. Wish there was a stat to see how many times a specific unit was converted back and forth. That'll be crazy. Did Hearttt lose his market? That looks like the remains of a market. So he'll need to rebuild a market. As ACCM is up to the Imperial Age. Up to the Imperial Age in a forward TC. He lost his market and rebuilt it too. It's now within 10 Vils. ACCM Mining Stone, he can do another castle himself. But the military count is in Heartt's favor, 26 to 9, 25 to 10. Redemption for Hearttt, as he's trying to ram down a monastery. Now remember, the Burmese do not have heresy. The Aztecs do. The Aztecs do. And yeah, in this matchup, you actually have to weigh Imp versus heresy. You didn't know there was Warlords today? There is Warlords. I think every day until Sunday. Will I be casting the final stages? I will do my best to cast everything. I only didn't check Wikipedia. I didn't check all of the social media posts. It would be lovely, though, if World's Edge, instead of relying on Wikipedia, actually had an official schedule for their sponsored tournaments. But, oh, thank you, Mountain Goat, for using your Prime.
You must be wary on the road ahead. Our enemies, the British, are out in force, and their Burgundian allies are thick as rats. Discretion is the better part of valor.
So, ACCM for another forward castle. Hearttt sees that. And he could stop it. This is the hop the Arambai in and out of a castle period. And he's going to start ramming it already. And I don't think Hearttt ever goes imp. He's going to have to play this all in Castle Age. And now he's getting to the scary point where the Aztec monks will have even more HP, and most importantly, they'll get block printing. That's going to be the most important tech for ACCM now, block printing. But Hearttt going for the ram push on the castle. He's got 2 rams out. It'll have to go back. This is where... Okay, this is actually tricky because the rams now have space where this castle defends them. Hearttt might need Bodkin for his castle to snipe off more vills, and he's getting a few vill kills here. Heartt's actually up in vills now. ACCM with it with 1 TC over here. And the Arambai will get in on the villagers. They have to run away from the TC. 7 on food. ACCM, his farms are forward under the castle. Maybe he just needs to delete the farms. Oh, the vills are grouping up under the TC. The Arambai could have a field day. But no, they're worried about the TC fire. Hearttt still needs his first armor for the Arambai, but he's got 5 on food. He doesn't need farms, he just needs Arambai. Oh, he's going for a castle right in the heart of ACCM's base. The downside is ACCM has trebs, and right now there's no way for Hearttt to pick off the trebs. There is the castle. Does the tower stop the castle? No, it doesn't. And now some vills will be Arambai'd. ACCM does have block printing now. Hearttt now up, opening up a bigger vill lead. Nothing to repair that castle. Tower Neville stops the castle. You just gotta believe, you just gotta believe. Block printing should win the game. How many rams do we have? I think this castle going down is crucial there for Hearttt because now... I mean, it's crucial for ACCM because now Hearttt can't push this castle with rams. They won't be defended anymore. There's Theocracy and Illumination, all the upgrades for the Aztec monks. They'll be up to 85 hit points. With Devotion, they get up to 100 now. Alright, so that TC will go down. ACCM might lose all of his vills. He's relying on a tower defense. And, okay, that's going to be more vills going down. Or not, they're just going to run. That's block printing monks, though. Hearttt can't fight that. He needs to go garrison the castle. And break the conversions. Okay, ACCM stops pushing with the monks. And that's another castle down. Now the monasteries will start going down for Hearttt. All of the relics everywhere on the map that have been collected will be ejected from the monasteries. And no food income for either player, basically. And Heartt's up by 20 vills. So he can't stop trebs. And ACCM has more stone access. As long as ACCM has stone, he can do more forward castles, and then keep using the trebs. But he can't really use trebs without the safety of castles. That's true, and there's no more replacement Arambai, although this castle is still fairly safe. There's only 1 castle for Arambais now. And Heartt's gonna go for a push with the rams, with the monks, with the Arambai, with everything. And can the Arambai kill monks fast enough? These are tanky Aztec monks. Maybe they can. The rams are in attacking the trebs. Vill's trying to repair, but as Hearttt loses the Arambai, there's no replacing them. The Vill's there, destroy the rams. Vill's can repair the trebs. And I think that just might be enough for ACCM. As now Hearttt, though, a 25 vill lead. Enough vills he can start thinking of farming again, and he is. 3 TCs for him. ACCM not stopping with TCs, though. Does get up a second TC. He did at least destroy a treb. Hearttt will ram down those towers. Maybe he can steal some farms. Doing more monasteries of his own. Do you do monasteries against Aztec Imperial Age monks? I don't know if that's going to work. What a weird game. A classic Arambai comp. ACCM do a relic heist. Can I check that there are 7 relics now? ACCM has 1 relic. There are 2 more over there, and then 4 there, so there are 7 indeed. As ACCM has not noticed that TC, he's too focused on the monks, too focused on the conversions, and ACCM losing all of his vills. It is now 91 vills to 51. Can Hearttt somehow do this with the fact that he has an economy, and ACCM is not paying attention at all? He wants to destroy the castle, he wants to stop the Arambai, but if Hearttt loses all of the castles, what unit does he make? What unit can he possibly make now? As the Arambai now, Hearttt has over double the villagers, 96 to 44. And Hearttt can go fight with the Vills. Well, if ACCM needs more Vills, maybe he can just convert them. Hearttt will make one big fight against the monks with the Arambai, but the Arambais will be converted. The Arambais are just going to be converted here. That's probably not what he wants to do. ACCM will have 11 Arambai to Heartt's 4. ACCM with the Arambai advantage. And Hearttt wants to take down the Trebs. Maybe he could fight with the Vills against the monks, but the monks have so much HP. And now there are 3 castles here left for ACCM. And ACCM has 3 relics now. Those are Aztec relics. Maybe Aztec relics are better than Vills. You can grab 2 more easily. ACCM might get all 7 relics. Oh, ACCM might have 7 Aztec relics. That's probably... I mean, what are 7 Aztec relics, right? That's like maybe 10 to 15 Vills. So Hearttt now has nothing but Vills, as his Vills will be killed by his own converted Arambai. Yeah, the civs were right at the start. Alright, when I mistyped them on my overlay. Now ACCM more Arambai. Hearttt, well, at points he had more eagles. Oh, that mangonel shot, and now it's time for the houses to swap sides. The barracks to swap sides as ACCM is going for conversions, and Hearttt trying desperately for more monasteries. But, I mean, he's still up by 30 villas, he's adding in stables, he's doing husbandry. Maybe he could make a light cav swap. Maybe this isn't over. I think 11 Arambai, 9 Arambai probably stop light cav. Herbal medicine for ACCM. You can garrison and heal in the castles. There's still a chance Hearttt could go light cav. Hearttt could go light cav. Hermes do have a decent light cav push. Alright, trying to keep the ads off. Twitch is gonna go crazy. With ads in a moment. Sorry about that. We got another 5 minutes until it's gonna force play an ad. I used all the snoozes in this game. This has been an amazing game. Hearttt trebbing the TC. Light cav running forward. So the Arambai try to sneak over. They'll kill a couple of light cav, but ACCM sees the light cav now. And thank you, Scheming Dingus, for using your Prime sub. Normally Aztecs can go Monk Pikeman. Well, if you need an eco for that, maybe.
It's the horde of Genghis Khan! We are doomed!
That's what Heartt's gonna hope the monks are saying, that they're doomed to the light cav. Oh. Waiting for players? Okay. No. Stream, don't drop, don't drop. Don't drop. We're good. We're good. Alright, at least the game didn't drop. Hopefully the stream's okay. Yeah, more TCs for ACCM down south. As OBS is struggling. But at least we're here in the game. Type something in the chat if we're okay, but the stables are being converted. Can we see Cenote Warriors? Can we see the Cenote Warriors from the Aztecs? We have a converted stable. The Arambai are there. The Arambai are massacring the light cav. That's actually the worst thing for Hearttt right now. The fact that he has to fight his own Arambai, and light cav can't really fight them. Okay, we're okay. Good. Seems okay. Ooh. The worst thing is when I end up dropping from the game and need to rewind and fast forward. So monks here are going down to light cav, but the Arambai are not dying. There are 9 Arambai still. And Hearttt just spamming light cav, but he only has 4 light cav at once. And that's not going to be enough. He's trying to pick off more monks here and there. But these are 90 HP Aztec monks. Herbal medicine was a plus 5 HP for the Aztecs there. And now ACCM almost caught up in Vills. 15 Vills only is the lead for Hearttt. And Hearttt will call the GG. And ACCM takes game 1. That is the beautiful type of Age of Empires that I like to see. Full unit and good answer. That stable definitely shows an elephant. Where's the Charlotte elephant? Oh, that'd be insane. Alright, so let's check out the stats here. Kills, that's fine, but conversions, that's what we care about. 75 to 55 conversions for ACCM. 4K more res collected from Hearttt. He did pull ahead after he killed all of ACCM's Vills, but in the end, ACCM didn't need Vills. How many relics did ACCM have? He had all 7. He had 7 Aztec relics. I can love when the most created monk unit is monk for both. It feels amazing. Feels spectacular. Alright, so I'm going to play that ad Twitch has been complaining about. Apologies. Remember, you can go watch on YouTube if you don't want ads. YouTube is amazing. Also, hello everyone still on YouTube. Noob Netchum. And Graham the Goat. Dumb game, perfect game. Intellectual game. Alright, so let's check off. Cliffbound is a win for ACCM. And for Civs, that was Aztecs winning over Burmese. Burmese at the very end of the draft. Now, yes, they can if they convert a Dravidian stable. That's true, they can. How many gold vills do 7 Aztec relics equal? 5 normal relics is around 6 gold vills. So, I'm guessing like 10 to 12. ACCM devoted to the long game. Now I can start drinking my coffee. And Crossroads will be next. Crossroads. So ACCM. Tatar's Hearttt. Japanese. Seems like 2 blind picks on the playoffs, both with Chinese and Wei. Yep, 2 blind picks, both with Chinese and Wei. You missed the clown. You can always go back and watch the VOD, Huggy. Oh, you can go to YouTube and rewind without even needing to sub like on Twitch. Chinese mirror on Mirkwood, Wei mirror on Crownwood. Ooh. Oh, wait, we just had Aztecs versus Burmese, and Hearttt has Arena in his draft. We could see more clowning. We could see Bohemians against Burgundians, and maybe they go monks. Now T90 and Dave casting? They'll probably be casting over the weekend. This is a Tuesday set. And it's also kind of early in the day. The 11 a.m. start is early for us people west of the Atlantic. So I hope you like Cav Archers, because we have Tatars and Japanese. Yeah, no T90, no Dave, no Ornlu. Probably didn't check the schedule. Oh, T90 will be away at a wedding. Okay, well, we got to do a lot of casting then. We just casted T90 in USA Cup last night, but he had a pretty quick set. T west of the Atlantic, yep. Chinese are one of my favorite civs. Love the Chuko Nu. Gotta love the Chuko News. I loved Nations Cup 2023 when Chris came back to play for Canada and played Migration as the Chinese pocket-going demos. Back when they were more interesting and had extra HP. Well, he'll be on his own bachelor trip before his own wedding. And Dave is there too as one of T90's best men. Ah, okay. So I guess neither of them will be around then. So that's one of those things that is good viewership numbers individually for all the other channels, but bad numbers for the entire tournament. It's like when I did Cartographers last time, and T90 made it to the finals of the Silver League, but then lost, and didn't cast the finals of the Gold League. I had great viewer numbers. The Silver League finals had great viewer numbers. But numbers for the finals would simply be several thousand viewers more if you were just casting it. So, here we have Crossroads. This is a map that has been pretty interesting with the games it's given us so far. This might be crazy, but if it goes long game, I think Temurd Siegecraft with longer range trebs will actually be insane for controlling the middle, especially if they have extra range, if you can get them on this little hill up there. Oh, so no more Dave and T90 for any Warlords, alright. So we're gonna have to grind and cast a lot then. Also, let's just give a good shout out to Mem for hosting this. What's my favorite opening on this map? My favorite opening was when ACCM realized that this hill let him kill Loomless Vills with his scout easily. And he killed the Vill from MBL. In reality, though, I think my favorite strat on this map so far was Vinchester going FC Gulams with the Hindustanis. Now, I don't know how reliable that is to pull off, but that was pretty sick. So ACCM will be walling off. Tatars in Japanese feels like we're going to be doing Cav Archers, where Tatars will have the free thumb ring and Parthian tactics, and also the extra bonus damage when up on higher elevation. But the Japanese, just +2 attack versus ranged soldiers from their Cav Archers, means they get free +2 in the Cav Archer War. So, it'll depend on the hills and how well ACCM can use the hills on which Cav Archers are better. Looks so generic 2000s RTS multiplayer map. It feels like one of those Voobly era maps, right? Like from 2015. I don't know when the map first was created. The first time I saw it was when T90 asked me to make it for one of those small 36x36 maps. You have 5 straggler trees by your TC, and ACCM even getting trolled by the map having them forward. Yeah, the mini-map looks so insanely empty. I mean, that's just because it is, right? There's not much anywhere on the map other than the woods in the middle. Ballista elephants destroy all enemy forests. Love Georgians for this map, but Tatars are an interesting civ. Shame their eco bonus doesn't get on to the Castle Age. Well, they do have the longer lasting herdables, and that is a good bonus for a map with the cows, where they have 150 food instead of the 100 of sheep. Need more terrain masking? Well, that won't help the mini-map. Well, I guess if we put, like, base terrains to make them different. Do they have the bonus against skirms? No, they do not. No, they do not. I think they did initially, but they removed that. So 3 militia from Hearttt. 4th on the way. He'll turn that into 4 men-at-arms. And now, not on stone, though, so might not follow up with a tower rush. But Japanese going men-at-arms on a hybrid map, no surprise there. Tatars on a hybrid map, though. Don't see that every day. It's because of the hills and how ACCM wants to use the hills. Not even random deer on the map for everyone to ignore. Not like Valley. What's all that vertical space in that message, 11? Can I make a prediction? I did not. Let's say 4-3 ACCM. FC Steppies? Well, he still is feudal. That wouldn't be out of the question. We'll check the dock locations. ACCM didn't scout Heartt's dock, and Hearttt did scout ACCM. So if Hearttt wants to do a forward dock and maybe push ACCM off a fish, that could be a nice strat. Arson now for Japanese men-at-arms, and Heartt's on the verge of breaking in. ACCM up to feudal just in time. And if he's going to FC, he's probably going to need stone walls. I see he spent stone already. That's on outpost. Double outpost. Look at the vision. And he has the eco to FC. He will need a blacksmith. And he's stone walling to keep the men-at-arms out. He's going to need to stone wall. He sold stone... Wait, where did he spend more stone? Oh, he's doing a tower on his wood line. Tower on the wood line. Don't know if I like that. That might be a bit premature when he doesn't see a forward tower. I think they should focus on adding more civs or try to get non-played civs involved. I think they need to focus on improving the ranked matchmaking system, so that when you browse Reddit, it's not just complaints about people getting timed out or not getting maps they want to play. I think that should be the #1 priority. Civs at this point are kind of just irrelevant. There's so many of them. If you want to do content, I'd rather see campaigns for civs that don't have full campaigns, like the Japanese. So more stone walls for ACCM. As the archers come forward, force the vills back. What does Hearttt even do if he enters here? There's the gold he can hit with archers, right? The gold's not protected by the TC. So ACCM just stonewalling. Oh gosh, imagine Hearttt if he had made a transport ship and just transported around. But ACCM with a range, double ranges, so FC Steppies not what he's going for. It's going to be FC Cav archers. So very low HP villagers here. Hit by the archers. And they have to fall back. Hills go to gold. And we'll have Castle Age for ACCM. More men-at-arms trying to break through the walls. ACCM does not have any stone left. Whereas a tower on his gold might be good for him. He's doing a mill. That is very presumptuous, assuming that mill actually goes up. He has a galley. The archers are breaking through. He's trying to use a blacksmith to wall and use the galley to keep out the men-at-arms, but the Japanese men-at-arms keep pushing in. And ACCM has to pull more vills to wall. The spear is targeted by the galley. Fletching now in for that galley. Maybe what ACCM needs to do is a dock right here, then he can garrison the fishing ships. But he's buying himself just enough time to get the Cav archers out. And Hearttt will be trapped outside. Trapped outside, and now the Cav archer flood commences. Free thumb ring, and now trying to use the Tatar Hill bonus is ACCM. He's clicking Bodkin. Can't hit anything without ballistics. Archers going down, Cav archers trying to chase them. Picking off the archers. What a hold. Oh, that's true, he needs the mill to do a market wall. Oh, I didn't even think of that, but you're right. He can't market wall if he doesn't have the mill. Had to go for the blacksmith wall because he didn't have the the ability to build a market. I don't think I've ever seen that before. And now that you point that out, I'm surprised I've never seen that before, but the inability to market wall because you don't have a mill. So forward with Cav archers now, forces the defensive tower from Hearttt and forces also some skirms from Hearttt, but with Bodkin in a hill advantage. Those Cav archers will be quite the threat. Now, Hearttt has walled himself. ACCM might just run through. He might just run through. Ooh, he's doing armor. And that would be a big risk, but if he were to run through and get to that gold, that would probably be GG there. Of course, he doesn't have the scouting to see that, but that would be crazy. He's forced 2 towers now from Hearttt. So 2 towers from... or 2 outposts from ACCM, 2 towers from Hearttt. He's amassing more Cav archers. We're getting skirms, Bodkin from Hearttt. He needs elite skirm at this point. And Hearttt now on the water. Trying to kill ACCM's fish. Hearttt with the score lead. But also, let's see. What's the actual vills? 37 to 36? Hearttt up by 5 fishing ships. The men-at-arms destroying the dock. In the past, we'd see a demo killing those men-at-arms, but not today. And all the Cav archers almost in through that palisade. Hearttt still trying to defend with feudal skirms. Elite skirm not in just yet. But ACCM is going to have to pull back once elite skirm's there. And now Hearttt looks like he's winning the water. And we'll be fishing. Might need another dock forward, but really nice fishing over here in the eastern corner. I hate the fish being able to garrison in the dock. I am not a fan. So the men-at-arms go down to the Cav archers. We'll have another university up for Hearttt. And leather archer armor for Hearttt too. Some mangonels for ACCM. The Cav archers will take out a skirm. That's the shout out for Rage Forest later this summer. Where I have disabled garrisoning in the docks for Rage Forest. And removed the arrows. So Hulk here going down. Cav archers hoping to try to force it away. Did I buff demos too? Ooh, I should maybe. We could do that directly in map scripts. We could buff demos. So Mangonel push from ACCM as he's adding his second TC, and most importantly as the TaToH, he'll get an extra couple of sheep. Ballistics for a Hearttt, who upon seeing the Mangonels might even consider guard tower, considering he has 2 towers up already. What damage do the CA take from feudal or castle skirms? They take the damage, I believe, from castle skirms. That's a very good question, though. We'll need to check that. What happens if a projectile is in the air? Because sometimes upgrades specifically affect projectiles. But if there's already a projectile in the air, and the unit is upgraded that throws it, does the projectile get upgraded? And does that differ between primary and secondary projectiles? That's a good question. I'll have to look into it. That's maybe YouTube video material there. So there's that guard tower. And now guard tower on the gold at home too from Hearttt, being very safe from the Mangonels. And he's trying to cav archer raid himself, and there he goes, finding some vills from ACCM, trying to build a TC. Those vills will have to dance, and ACCM will take those sheep right under the TC. And that vill not able to walk down that alleyway. Cav archer is running in from Hearttt. Will he go in? He will go in. And that's 4 cav archers. If he finds the gold, he's in a great spot. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Even with +2 armor, the TCs there are devastating. Oh, that was a disaster. Running into the second TC. And he still finally sees the gold. Alright, ACCM will clear that with some cav archers. That's a ton of idle time, though, and it might even still be worth it. Now, coming from behind, a few skirms from Hearttt, chasing the cav archers. TCs never hit anything except when they do. Except when they do. Scorpion goes down. Skirms will take out a Mangonel. And now it's Cav Archer v Cav Archer, where it's extra important for ACCM to have the hill in those fights. On level ground, the Japanese Cav Archers, with their extra attack, should be better. And now a castle from ACCM, who is up in KD, but down really far in res collected. Now, neither of these civs are bombard cannon civs if we start getting to Imp. But the Tatar Trebs with Siege Engineers and Temurd Siegecraft get up to 19 range. We could see Temurd Siegecraft against Cataparuto Trebs. I was thinking the Temurd Siegecraft Trebs would be great for the extra range, but now I'm thinking Cataparuto packing and unpacking, dodging Treb shots in a Treb fight could be cool. Yeah, we're gonna see great Trebs. We're gonna see a great Treb war. Extra TC for Hearttt, but right now the area is denied by ACCM's Cav Archers. Hearttt will come out with more Cav Archers himself to take the hill. They both do get Onager to cut trees, that's true. It's not like we're Huns versus Turks on this map. Could also Treb cut trees. A couple of Cav Archers now for ACCM. Oh my gosh, where are the demos? Where are the demos? Feel Turks would get smashed on this map. I don't know. I don't know what to think of this map. I don't know what to think of it. I mean, they're good Cav Archers save that could be played like these two. Sipahi Cav Archers are great, and then you have the Bombard Cannon for an early Imp. We'll have Artillery Cannon Galleons, too, for controlling the sides. Bodkin does upgrade the Skirm projectile that's in the air. Alright, Haru, double checking for us. What about Haru? What if we have Holcha Javelineers? Does it upgrade the second Javelin as a secondary projectile while it's in the air? Asking the important questions. Does it spawn the Javelin out of thin air? No. What if we have Holcha Javelineers? Right, so it throws 2 Javelins, and while both Javelins are in the air, what happens if we then research from Fletching to Bodkin? Does Bodkin then apply to the second Javelin too? Is it the same object that gets updated, or is it its own thing? It's always 1 damage though, isn't it? That is true. Well, let's suppose it were more than 1 damage. Would it get upgraded? Maybe, what else were there? Let's say you get chemistry while an onager shot's in the air, then. Secondary projectiles, would they turn fiery too? I'm guessing they would. So bloodlines for Hearttt. And Heartt's going for more forward towers. Needs something else besides cav archers. I was thinking he might want Keshiks now that he has that castle up. Oh, ACCM doesn't have both players doing cav archers without bloodlines for a while. And towers will be nasty until Imp and Treb start coming in. Oh, ACCM wants a forward castle. How many vills is he sending? How many vills is he sending? He says, I see your tower, I'll raise you a castle. There's already a guard tower there. Does the tower deny the castle? Does the castle just go somewhere else? Skirms are there for the cav archers. This could be a disaster for ACCM. He's fighting under a tower. He has a Keshik. He's blocking his own castle foundation. Cav archers from the rear for a Hearttt, and ACCM just thinking, no, I can't do this. And thank you, Lobino BGD, for using your Prime sub. Whenever the alert pops up, thank you. And that castle will be denied.
Attila, that boar would have killed me had you not intervened. Pity that none will ever learn of your loyalty. Archers, attack!
So ACCM will just do the castle at home. And again, thank you for using your Prime sub. That basically just ended the game. Well, ACCM still has more vills, but that'll change if he loses them building this castle. Nah, Heartt's not going to be able to deny it. But res collected, let's see, Heartt's still up by about 1k. ACCM lost all of his army, though. That's now 35 to 9 military. That was a disaster castle. That was a doubt-like castle. ACCM will just do more TCs around the outside and try to hold. If we're looking at the resources, both players may be getting close to Imp, but Hearttt with 1k more wood than ACCM now. And he can sell that to go up, and using the market, Hearttt will find a way to click up. Hello, Bloodless. That is a hard choke point to push. That, I think, it indeed is. Keshik surrounding the cav archers now. And Imp first for Hearttt. And ACCM this entire game has been relying on Siege, as the YouTube comments point out, to counter Skirms. But Scorpions aren't going to help out against the guard towers, and neither much will Mangonels. Keshiks, if he sees that tower, he might deny it, but he has a lot to micro right now. He does see it, but cav archers to the west, cav archers to the east, towers to the north. Cav archers there too. And Hearttt slowly but surely is trying to pick apart ACCM. ACCM not garrisoning his TC. He is up to Imp, but he is now losing vills. That vill lead he has will vanish if he doesn't realize the cav archers are there. And what a great raid for Hearttt. He is everywhere in ACCM's eco, everywhere all at once. Oh, and this is a massacre. Those cav archers have killed probably 10 plus vills. There we go. And there's the garrison. The cav archers need to run now. Now it's Heartt's turn not to pay attention as some skirms come over. But he's done the damage he needed with killing the vills. This is man, notice the raids. Unregrettably alive. Well, these cav archers are relatively dead.
My colleague and I will escort you to the Chateau of the Dauphin, or else we will die trying.
Thank you very much for the sub. Yo? Nah, Yo's not playing today. Yo is not playing any more in Warlords. He's out. So, Elite Skirm and Imperial Age for ACCM. We'll have Imperial Age also for Hearttt. That's a minute faster. And now Hearttt doing a castle. He's deciding where to put it. Here it is. Yo has been ousted. And earlier Imp for Hearttt, but for ACCM's sake, at the very least, there aren't any trebs yet for Hearttt. So ACCM has a bit of time still. And he's gotta hope that, despite being horribly down in KD so far, that he still will be able, with double castles, to get more treb production. And with only cav archers and skirms, there isn't really a way for Hearttt to push trebs. And all those smiles betray. ACCM's eco at home is still kind of vulnerable to more of those cav archer raids, as we saw earlier. ACCM did get some more fish up, but there are no more fish for him. Hearttt still has all the water control. And as the Japanese even could consider cannon galleons now for pushing ACCM's base at home. That honestly would be pretty sick, but he's focusing on Parthian tactics first. Also, a few Keshiks for ACCM if he wants to pick off trebs. So if ACCM notices, hey, Heartt's over here trying to raid, he can go forward and destroy the trebs. And that might even be the situation we have now as ACCM's doing armor. Only the first armor, though. That's not good for sitting under castles. As ACCM is up, he's doing conscription himself. Not focusing on the trebs yet. Here comes a nice cav archer raid, though, right on that hill. You'd like to see a castle in the eco, so would ACCM. He still has his gold control. And at the very least, kind of far from the water, so not an immediate target should cannon galleons come around. Another TC for Hearttt. As he'll deploy his trebuchet and bring the cav archers back to defend. Bloodlines, chemistry, and ACCM, he definitely needs at least +2 armor if he's thinking of sniping that, if the cav archers are nearby. But if they're not nearby, then maybe it doesn't matter. He has a good number of Keshiks here. Is it enough to fight the cav archers, though, when they don't have armor yet? I think ACCM needs to be careful here. He needs to be very careful. He wants to fight this. But is he perhaps being overzealous in chasing? ACCM has no army. He doesn't have much army. He's even getting converted. He, can't sustain under those towers. But now that he has trebs, he can take out the towers. A few cav archers over for Hearttt, and ACCM may be missing the opportunity to snipe trebs. Doing ring archer armor now is ACCM, for the 12 skirms he has, as he'll start taking down towers. Hearttt controlling all of the wood. Does Hearttt receive gold for his converted Keshik killing units? Ooh, that's a good question. I think he does. Yeah, that's when you have to be careful. You gotta delete your units right before the Keshik kills them. Don't let your opponent get the gold. Plate Barding armor from ACCM. And ACCM has a good number of skirms. But that's now 4 trebs, and there we go. Cataparuto from Hearttt. Cataparuto from Hearttt. In ACCM. Can he get Temurrid Siegecraft? That's expensive now. That's expensive. This treb will probably go down to the Cataparuto trebs. Let me see. Twitch wants to play an ad. Sometimes if I open Twitch instead of OBS, I'll have an option to snooze it, though. Let's see if I don't. And so, treb shots raining down upon ACCM's treb. It's combat time. Here come now some Keshiks. They should get full gold for killing the 2P archer. But I think Heartt's going to take this fight. And he should be closing in on winning this game. ACCM will hold on as he always does. But, are there enough skirms here for ACCM? Are there enough skirms? He's cleared the towers. He still has his castle. And he has the best unit in the game in the skirmisher. And he's just managing to hold on here. He's just holding on. And now the Cataparuto Trebs, they have to contend with the Keshiks. Keshiks are fully armored. They're elite Keshiks. They have 7 pierce armor. And hold on just a minute, as ACCM might be turning this around. You just might be turning this around. And where are the Keshiks going? Does ACCM want to raid? He wants to pillage some vills? How did Hearttt not win that fight? Tatar skirms with maybe a hill bonus? Yeah, the way he didn't win is because ACCM has all the armors now, and he has skirms. He's the best unit in the game. And Hearttt also not repairing the Trebs in that fight. As a Vill lead, but not repairing the Trebs. His Vills are starting to run marathons on those lumber camps. And now ACCM still holding. Zico being raided again. And I'd still love to see just one cannon galleon on each side. I think that would be insanely strong for Hearttt, using the water that he controls as the Japanese to raid the TCs. ACCM going around the outside, and he is still alive. It was luck, but remember, it takes 3 Treb shots to destroy a Treb. You have more than enough time to repair. And the repairs can basically take the luck factor out of Treb fights. But not lucky, or no luck needed at all. Treb shots 100% hit a castle. And ACCM's castle will be torn down by Hearttt. As Hearttt now 61 to 45 military, and Heartt's going to make a push with that castle down. And now apologies, remember you can go to YouTube if Twitch plays an ad. I can't snooze it anymore. As that castle is down. And maybe, just maybe, Hearttt could push and get to the wood line. As there's a Vill going down to that Keshik. And Heartt's still managing to push. ACCM, not enough skirms here, but there's still Tatar skirms on a hill. ACCM, no more castles up by the wood lines, but he still has castles at home, doing another castle around the side. I'm looking for a cannon galleon still. ACCM Treb was hitting almost every volley while not being hit much at all. I wonder if there's like some weird RNG quirk where that happens. I know that the RNG in AoE 2 can be very streaky. And now Vill's just about the same. And ACCM trying to take out that tower. Gets good skirm numbers now. That's going to be a good skirm fight for ACCM. Yeah, and Hearttt is the Japanese, not rebuilding his lumber camps. His Vill's still running marathons. And Samurai now, Samurai for Hearttt, but they're pushing uphill against skirms. And still skirm plus Keshik for ACCM, and he needs to pull his Trebs away. And he's still against Cataparuto Trebs. Oh, just pulls the Trebs back in time. When Samurais win the game here. It would be great against Keshik Skirm, I think. That's a good call. Hearttt agreeing. I think you would need Elite Samurai, though, and even with 43 on food, constantly fighting, that's going to be a big investment for him. ACCM wants to treb the castle again. Ooh, I don't think he can get there, though. But Hearttt will be losing a treb. Took out a tower, but will lose a treb. So I still think a cannon galleon, 1 or 2 on both sides, would be tremendous for Hearttt. ACCM a dock on both sides, maybe aware of that, wanting to prevent it in case he does see it. Hearttt, where are the trebs going? Right into the skirms. Here come the Keshiks. if ACCM ever gets a slight hill advantage. ACCM doing another castle. He's sending an entire village, 19 villas, to raise that castle. And the Keshiks trying to push the Trebs. Look at them getting away. One Treb goes down, and now here come the Samurais. And now the Trebs will be able to deploy and attack the castle. Hello, simply KLS. Hearttt out of mineable gold. While Hearttt has gold over here, he can come take the neutral ones. But he has mined most of the gold by his side of the map. He's doing more stone. ACCM almost out of gold too. So the map's starting to run out of resources. Now this southeastern side of the map will be the rest of the golds and stones. And that also makes the samurai swap difficult when you don't have gold. And so far, ACCM's the only one doing a trash unit. We'll have halbs for Hearttt, though. Those can help out against the Keshiks. Hearttt still needs the final attack upgrade for the halbs, but doesn't matter too much. Maybe it's a good idea for him to start adding skirms, because elite skirms should be fully upgraded with all the cav archers. And then, who has the better trash units? TaToH is the better cav line for sure. Japanese the better halbs. Both should have good skirms. I guess the TaToH skirms can take a better fight with a hill bonus. And ACCM lost his castle, but he's going to make another one right in the same place. Right in the same place. CrypticPsi Trebs deploying for Hearttt. Trying to snipe off ACCM's Trebs. Hearttt repairing his castle. ACCM, he has so much stone. He can even try to force a forward castle over here. Give his Trebs a better position to snipe castles. And right now, Hearttt, without a melee unit, doesn't have a good way of sniping off Trebs. And ACCM, as long as he repairs, 2 Trebs should never destroy another Treb, as long as you repair properly. Halbs may be the best bet at sniping the Trebs. That's where Blast Furnace would be key, for giving Halbs more attack against the enemy Trebs. And Hearttt still repairing the castle. He's got a lot of stone too, and ACCM will back off for the moment. ACCM still, I think he needs to merge Siegecraft. More range would be sick for him right now. Both players around 180 pop. ACCM with a lot of Keshiks. Hearttt still with a better KD, but that'll start to... or the difference there will start to diminish as time goes on. Keshik still being decent against the cav archers with all their armor and HP. But Hearttt, he can't seem to push against the skirms. And arrow slits for his towers. Does he need Yasama towers with arrow slits and keep? See, he does have Yasama. And he's doing it to merge Siegecraft for ACCM. There it is. As the Trebs go for the castle. Castle looks like it'll probably go down. I don't think Heartt's able to push this back. ACCM doing another castle in the middle. He had lost this wood line, but he can recover it with that castle. Hearttt now desperately trying to defend with his CrypticPsi Trebs, but light cav for ACCM. He's got 2k food. He's going to swap into full raid mode. Japanese halbs can stop that, but Hearttt would need a lot of halbs, and right now, struggling even to deal with the skirms. He's at 200 pop, but he can't push into this army. Just repairing the castle. What happened? Skirms happened. Skirms was once again showing they are the best unit in the game. That's the downside of going cav archer. When you don't have a good hussar civ to add in with the skirms. Or to add in to deal with skirms. That's something the Japanese do lack. Hearttt also lacking the castle that just got trebbed and destroyed. ACCM's a beast. Where's Onager? Yeah, where was Hearttt onagering the wood when he had the chance, maybe? But these Trebs now 19 range. And ACCM, look at the score. Very, very close and maybe about to swap. I still think Hearttt probably needed to go cannon galleons on the water. I mean, think about all he could have destroyed. I mean, all this farming space that could have been denied if he had been winning water. You don't even need much. 2 or 3 galleons on each side. It's expensive to invest that much, but when he had the early lead, he didn't go for it. Also, the fact that he could have denied ACCM the other resources. Does Hearttt see the gold on the right? Yeah, he knows that's there. He knows that's there. That tower overlooks it. Yeah, Keshiks are pretty cheap to make, too. At ACCM with the score lead, he now is holding on. The Trebs will go for the guard tower. And there we go, silk armor for ACCM. So silk armor, that'll be more armor for the... What was it? Cav archers, step lancers, and scout cav line. So melee and pierce. And now they can raid, get under towers pretty darn well. He still needs Hussar, doesn't have the gold for it. What? Slowly but surely now, though. Wait just a minute. As we've gotten down to 180 pop for ACCM. Trying to do some techs for a moment, and maybe swapping to light cav when they're not fully upgraded. And Wildra, thank you for the follow. Halb's killing light cav as they run forward. Treb's trying to take out the other Trebs. This Treb needing to be repaired. And oh, thank you, lots of people. Pup Dog McPupper Pups. And Fortis, thank you for the follows. That was a great name. And Skirm's taking down the Halbs. This Treb going down. ACCM losing all of his Trebs. Blast Furnace finally for Hearttt. And as he's trying to make this light cav swap when he doesn't have Hussar, he is still going light cav into Japanese Halbs. Now, Hearttt has chopped all of the wood atop one of the hills. He's moving to the next hill. Remember, there's no time limit on this game. No time limit at all. Hearttt doing what he can to try to take more of the forward wood. Hearttt can afford Elite Samurai. He might clutch it. I don't think he can afford it, though. Well, he does have gold now. ACCM still more stone for more castles. ACCM could take 21 vills and YOLO up a castle right over here on this hill and somehow take both the gold and the wood at the same time. Right now, Hearttt trying to push with more Trebs. He's fighting TaToH Trebs that are uphill, though. This is the key for Timurid Siegecraft, giving your Trebs a better hill bonus. And again, Hearttt losing some Trebs. Anyone can get a burger now? We're gonna need... next Warlords, Mem will need a Burger King sponsorship. At some point, they'll need to start trading. They each have docks, right? They could do trade cogs and trade with each other. That's how you force your opponent to delete their docks. You start trading with it. Oh, Siege Engineers. Hearttt hasn't had Siege Engineers this entire time. Oh, that's huge. 1 range on the Trebs, and more importantly, 20% extra attack against buildings. It'll be so much better at attacking castles with that. ACCM, though, he basically has a tiny bit of wood here and still more wood on the left. Maybe Hearttt, more total wood access remaining. The Hussar is going to be raiding underneath lots of guard towers. Hearttt still wants keep, lots of techs he'll need. The Halbs, are they finally getting a good fight on these Trebs? Faster attacking with Blast Furnace, 2 Trebs down. 2 Trebs down. Hearttt pushing back with Catapulto Trebs of his own. Will take out one of ACCM's castles. ACCM repairing. Would champions work? Maybe the map doesn't have enough gold for that now. That's true. ACCM has heavy plow. Hearttt doesn't. ACCM also could go crop rotation. That's actually insane. Could this come down to crop rotation versus heavy plow and who does their farm upgrades? ACCM does not even have handcart. And Heartt's still actually up slightly in res collected. It's really close, though. ACCM will need to repair that Treb. He deletes the lumber camp so we can send the vills to repair. Lots of Halbs charging uphill against Skirms. Now, once they close the distance, these Japanese Halbs should be absolutely brutal. And Hearttt getting us around on the skirms, pushing into the trebs. And ACCM did tower the gold. He's towering the gold with Feudal Age watchtowers. But he's pushing the gold. No more gold left for Hearttt. No more gold left at all. But ACCM desperate to repair that treb. Hearttt 5 trebs. And if he has halbs, he still can defend them. So halb, skirm, cav archer, the composition for Hearttt. He's going for ACCM's castle. Going for the castle. I mean, maybe this is the more important castle to destroy now. There isn't much wood left over here. But Heartt's going to secure wood access for himself, taking down that castle. And now he can turn his attention to that other treb. To the treb. No repair vills nearby for ACCM. And Hearttt finally gets a treb kill. This treb goes down to maybe. Nope, ACCM gets there to repair. 5 trebs. Still difficult to use if you repair properly, and that one goes down while it's packed. The vills still need to repair. Hearttt needs more halbs to deal with the hussars. Hearttt dropping in population. Hearttt running out of food. Running low on food. ACCM does have a few more vills, and Hearttt needs to reamass halbs to defend his trebs. As the tides now shift back in the favor of ACCM. He'll try to push this guard tower. Yeah, the Narnia trebs. The trebs with 19 range from the Tatars, pushing the tower. Skirm's hitting the halbs. And hussars killing vills. Vills all very low on HP. Trebs on the hill, destroying a watchtower. And okay, no more gold, no more stone anywhere on the map. And unless the players trade, no more gold income other than relics, which are tied 3-3. And there should be 7 relics on the map. Where's the final relic? Where's our base? Our base, did you count the relics? Where's the final relic? I'm again searching for the final relic. Doesn't show up on the mini-map. This is not a map that was on my radar for potential bugged relics. Bugged map time to restart. Is it the right time to add flaming camels? And the best time to add flaming camels is all the time. Yeah, check monks. Oh, there are 2 monks. They're there. They're not carrying a relic. It might just not show up on the minimap, though. And to AoE, thank you for the follow. There's one in the middle. That is taken. Well, Rainbow knows to count the relics anyway. And I mean, it's not like it's unfair or anything. It's just missing a relic. Sank into the sea, maybe. So ACCM now. Who wins this fight? His trebs are downhill. Hearttt now falling to 121 pop. We saw that. He didn't quite have the Vill production to sustain halbs. And he needs wood for halbs. And as he needs wood for halbs, the push from ACCM will be enough. And Hearttt will tap out, call the GG. He's about to run off a wood. And ACCM does it. He will hold on 2-1. And in an absolutely crazy back and forth game, will win Tatars against the Japanese in the late game. And you can ask, was that the right composition from Hearttt? While there was gold available, could he maybe have gone champion there? How would they have done against the Keshiks? I don't know. Could he maybe done something on the water? I'm still thinking cannon galleons would have been insane for him. He'd have hit so much of ACCM's eco. And the Japanese should beat the Tatars late game on water. No shipwright for them. And no fire upgrades for them. So Hearttt, if he could ever afford shipwright. No fire upgrades for the Japanese, but should then dominate the water. Should Hearttt was missing his nearest relic. Well, there's no set relic spawn for the players. I gotta go check that now. Wait, let me check that. Let me go back to the beginning of the rec and count the relics. See if the map is bugged. If it is, then I gotta go fix it. Alright, let's just zoom out, double click the relics. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh yeah, looks like... Dang it, there are only 6 relics. Well, I'll have to decrease the min distance between relics then, so we can get 7. I don't think that matters for the game, but I'll add that to my list of bugs. Looks like Hearttt was missing one in theory. There are no per-player relics, it's just random. So it's not like any player is missing one, the map was just missing one. So there's Hearttt losing Crossroads. And that's Japanese losing to the Tatars. Looking sharp there, thank you. Nobody does a grindy late game like ACCM. Yeah, no, it's easy to look at the water and say he needs to fight harder there, but ships are very expensive. And that is a huge commitment if he does try to go for them. And... why do I not have a web browser open? What the heck just happened? Why do I not have my YouTube open? Or my spectator dashboard open? Did my browsers crash? Maybe they did. Oh, thank you, Peter Klogborg, for the follow. And Jessica, thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Good afternoon, Jessica. Thank you, and welcome, everyone. We're here casting Warlords. We got ACCM versus Hearttt going on right now. And Arbit Random User, thank you for the follow. And looks like Crownwood will be our next game. Gajurs for Hearttt. And Catans for ACCM. Also, thank you everyone for the follows. So we're closing in on 16,000 followers. We're at 15,860. We're also at 199 out of 200 sub points. So thank you all for the support today. Everyone using their Prime subs too. Oh, and someone just subbed. Twitch just says met 200 out of 200. I don't even get a sub alert. There you go, Hearttt Wing. Thank you for the 9 months.
And what have the Mongols sent me? No doubt a bribe begging me not to destroy them.
Bribe, should I be wary of that sub? Yeah, I met Hearttt Wing in, at Red Bull in the Royal Albert Hall. Also, 565 viewers, that is absolutely insane. Thank you all. This is the T90 and Dave are gone week. So we'll be casting this, and we'll be casting USA Cup later tonight. From what I've seen all around this tournament, Team Vitality is just suffering. Now, Hera's been grinding Warcraft. Did anyone watch the Warcraft thing? Do we have results from that? How did Hera do? Guess it was an epic tournament. Hera reverse sweeped? Did he win? Well, I don't even know what the settings were. It was very good. Is it over? Is it continuing? Oh, he went down to the losers bracket and everything. Did he win then? Got stomped in the winners bracket, came back into losers. Okay. And he did win. All right. So here we are on Crownwood, where Hearttt will be the Gajurs to the southwest, ACCM the Catans to the northeast. And this map, we standardized it a bit for Warlords. We always have 11 hills. It's pretty much the same setup as the other version, 1 in the middle and 6 surrounding it. But instead of a random number of other hills kind of shoved into the corner wherever there's room, we made it just 1 hill per corner. And we'll have 5 pigs in that mill. So the starting one, still under the TC for Hearttt. Could go put that in the mill too. And we also made it a bit more open. These little scraggly forests, we pushed them away from the TCs, and we got rid, or we added a little unwallable tile of rock terrain. Oh, relic count, relic count. This one has 7 relics all the time. 7 relics all the time. 1 in the middle, 1, 2, and then 3 on each side. So 1, 2, 3 to the top right, 1 in the middle, and then I have 1, 2, 3 over here to the bottom right. I don't even know what that message is, but it has like some dancing emotes in it. This is what happens when we get all the the T90 and Dave people here. The people who actually know how to use Twitch. It's not just the nerds who hang out in my chat. It's a 20-bit message. Okay. I know you wrote bit shit, but I thought you had written bit shift, and I was like about to nerd out, and I was like, I'm sad now. Why do they eat the decaying deer? It is a bit easier to have vills spread out on lots of different food sources so that you can move them around more easily as the food runs out. Yeah, it might be slightly more efficient to take everyone on the boar and then go to the deer since they decay more slowly. In this case, for ACCM, maybe it would be. What really matters, though, is that vills constantly are working, and whenever your food runs out, you then move the vills to something else. You put them on straggler trees, you put them on another resource. So food decay is something that I think doesn't matter too much. As long as you're gathering hunt and hitting your feudal timings, that's what you mostly care about. I think ACCM will go Fire Lancers? I mean, he's not Koreans, but there is a very good chance he does. Fire Lancers should do great against the Gajur Camels. So if Heartt's thinking camels to counter Cav, then Fire Lancers become a great option. Ooh, pig steal. There's one pig being stolen. ACCM could have just tried to shoot it with the TC, maybe. No, Paul, they collect at the same rate, but the deer decay more slowly than the boar. The deer decay more slowly. Boar and sheep decay at the same rate, and deer decay more slowly. That's what he was arguing. So archers now from Hearttt, as a spear gets a poke on a camel. And that camel scout, you don't want to waste it against the spears. It is so valuable to have in the scout fight. And here will be valuable for Hearttt opening archers. Alright, so opening archers with the Gajurs with the camel scout is nice because you can use the camel scout to escort them. So we see Hearttt walling the lumber camp, and as we intended, the rock terrain preventing players from going all the way down to the TC. Hello, Big Tuck. Cows decay at the same rate as do sheep. So domestication for ACCM. And Heartt's still taking the berries under his TC. ACCM will run around with his scouts. Low HP Palisades for Hearttt, and he needs to react properly to build them, and he doesn't. And the scouts are able to fight some vills now. Don't know if they'll be able to get a kill. They kind of need to get in to get that, and they might get... Oh, they're walled in. They are walled in. And Hearttt can save the vill and put her at the back. He's bringing over a spear. That'll be one vill down. And another Vil forward. So only one Vil lost, and he cleans all the scouts. That was actually good for Hearttt, I think. A couple of weak Vils he'll want to put back to the TC. Oh, Hearttt sending another weak Vil forward. Gotta be careful there. But that worked out for him. That worked out for him. Worth. I think that was worth it. Now he just needs to move his military away. He sees it. I'm worried about those weak Vils. I think he needs to swap with some of the full HP Vils under the TC. And he's somewhat doing that. So fletching now for Hearttt as he's adding a stable. So late stable transition, but he's forward with spears and an archer. ACCM walling to the edge. We thought about putting a tile of rock terrain around the edge, but decided not to do it. Not disaster. Bit of idle time. But Hearttt still ahead in res collected. ACCM going skirms. So once again, ACCM with the best unit in the game. Those Catan skirms will train faster. Has been a tower-heavy series. I mean, open maps where we have lots of defensive towers. As the skirms start taking down the spears. And some walls there from ACCM. Late to the party, Hera lost to Sebastian. Yes, but it was not the single elimination stage yet, so Hera's not eliminated. He can, like he did for Warcraft, go on a run, having lost the set. What is the best skirm civ? I would always say Byzantines with a Vietnamese ally in a team game. And you get cheap, fully upgraded Imperial skirms. Yeah, Turks get fully upgraded skirms. That they do. Fully upgraded feudal skirms. There's a blacksmith for ACCM. Archers take down another Vil. Do Turk get Imp Skirm with a Vietnamese ally? No, they do not. They do not. And now fletching for ACCM. Still just going full Skirm defense. He has a few scouts. So it'll be a good combination of Camel Scout, Spear Scout, and Archer for Hearttt. Mainly Archers, though. Against ACCM, just going more simply Scout Skirm. Skirms take the Spear. And Scout versus Scout, but the Archers will be better against enemy Scouts. Hearttt with really good numbers now coming forward. And his build super clean, adding in more farms at home, even saving the straggler. Are there emotes flying on the screen? Are there emotes flying on the screen? What do you mean emotes? Is there something I'm not seeing? It shouldn't be emotes flying anywhere. I don't have any extensions or anything set up in OBS. So ACCM will be the first one up to the Castle Age. And then Castle Age for Hearttt. Yeah, the original Genitor in the AoE 2 scenario editor was just a militia. It wasn't really a finished unit. Skirm's picking off Archers, and a Hearttt a good minute behind ACCM. Res collected are just about the same. Hearttt sacrificing scouts to dive the skirms, but he'll lose some scout HP to the tower. Not sure about that fight. Tower picks another scout. Oh, donating 40 bits can make emotes fly all over the screen. Oh, was there a bit? Oh, there was a relic count message earlier. Message effect. Oh, that's what the thing was. On-screen celebration. Yeah, we counted the 7 relics. And scaleboarding bloodlines for Hearttt as ACCM with 2 ranges. Could be going Cav Archers as the Kitans, or could just be going Skirms. We'll have double stables, so looks like it'll probably be camels, as we'll have camel scouts for Hearttt. The nice thing about the Gajurs is you can amass camels on your way up. And if you're just against skirms, you can use camels pretty effectively still. So camel plus archer. As Hearttt will want enough camels to fend off skirms and then look to go crossbow. It's impossible to do anything against those skirms. It's so hard when the skirms train so quickly, as is that you strike them down, but then they just reappear. So second TC and even a monastery for Hearttt, he'll look to boom and start adding relics. Now long run, usually the Kitans do fall off a bit in Imp. Gajarzar is a tricky civ who have lots of options. But the options don't include halbs, they only have the spearman line. So now crossbow against non-elite skirm, they'll have a few seconds where they can take decent fights. And ACCM still defending on the hill as he does a second tower, but second tower rather than a second TC. Could start putting him behind in Vills, as Hearttt will put some Vills on that TC. You reckon are the top 3 players? Terra, Leary, Viper. Then probably Yo Sebastian. And Sebastian moving on up. The wheelbarrow and scale barding armor for ACCM, adding in more upgrades, but still not getting the next TC. Looks like he might do it there. He goes on his gold too. And with a camel and a step lancer, he can maybe stop the TC. The lancer can try to hit over the walls. The Vills have to be far outside one range so they don't die over the quick walls. Mangonel out. Can we get a shot on the skirms? Okay, decent hit. They'll lose some HP as the camels come around. And Hearttt, how good will the camels be against the skirms? ACCM trying to bring his own camels over. This is more army for Hearttt. And forging will be on the way for ACCM. Now I wonder if Hearttt actually is using the same settings as Hera, or if the Vitality players share settings, because Hera, in-game, there are different sliders for volume, and Hera puts the voice volume all the way down, so when he clicks crossbows, he actually doesn't hear them, or when he issues a move command, they don't say anything. You still hear the attack sounds, but when you move a human unit, they don't say their voice line. The camels still make camel sounds, and the siege still makes siege sounds, but Hera asked me to make a mod where I made the camel sounds silent. I wonder if Hearttt uses the same thing. If that's like a Vitality thing among friends, or if that's just unique to Hera. Did I say Lara Hiri? Yeah, I mean, oftentimes people combine Hera and Leary's names when they try to say both. I've heard many people make that mistake. I may have said that. So Mangonel gets a few skirms. ACCM still with the score lead as we have the same Vil count. And third TC for ACCM. Hearttt just adding his third TC now. Low HP scout for ACCM, just doing some scouting. And no relics yet despite the monks. ACCM doing a good job of picking them off. Gajur and Saracens are quite elite with Camel plus Expo comps. That they are. And I think that could actually be quite tricky for the Khitans now. I mean, ACCM is just doing skirms, and yeah, skirms are good. But I think you need probably more than only skirm the entire game. This army's starting to look pretty scary for Hearttt, 33 to 18. And yeah, the Khitans can quickly train a lot of skirms, but will that actually help against all these camels? Camels that do at least have bloodlines and 1 armor. That Mangonel does need some repairs, and heavy plow for Hearttt. I'll start attacking the buildings. Not the most effective. Wishing now he had that Hindustani team bonus of extra at camel attack against buildings. Nice Mangonel shot on the skirms. And ACCM essentially forced off of this wood line. He's got 6 idle Vils in those towers. 13 idols total. As he's doing more pastures, moving to the back. But Heartt's eco completely smooth and unattacked. Unattacked, is that a word? Not attacked, unharassed. That's what I was looking to say. Vil repairs an onager as she gets up an outpost. Is it not worth going Shravamsh Riders instead of camels? I mean, could be an option, Shravamsh Riders, against all those skirms. Yeah, I mean, could be nice for raiding. I guess the downside is that the Khitans also can do camels to counter Shravamsh Riders. And 1 HP left on the rocket cart does go down to the Mangonel, and now Hearttt with 3 Mangonels. Oh, those hill bonus skirms. Look at that. I guess the hill bonus doesn't matter in that, it's just 1 attack from the skirms over time. So much Pierce armor that'll cancel out the actual 5 Pierce attack. So guard tower from ACCM getting desperate to stop the Mangonel push. Still equal on Vils, but hasn't really turned his eco into army yet. And has a few more rocket carts roll forward. He'll try to rely on that hill. And so far, just defending with skirms. And outpost goes down. Camels will go for Vils here. And very low HP camels. Hearttt probably could have just turned and fought there, but TC will clean them all the same. As the rocket cart will go for the outpost. Skirms hit the Mangonel. Rocket cart hit on the skirms now. The camels all think about pushing. They think about pushing. ACCM doing everything he can to hold on to this hill, even though there isn't much value left in it. The wood control is dwindling. And why does Hearttt have a forward mill? I totally missed that. Why does he have a forward mill? What is... Was he taking food here somehow? Was there a hunt? What is... Why is there a mill there? Stealing sheeps? Or farming? Gonna send his sheep forward to flex? Oh yeah, that's the ultimate get out of my game move. You take your Gajur pigs, take them out of that mill, put them forward. Put them in the forward mill. Talked about outpost rush. Yeah, now he's just gonna delete that. Why was that there? Thank you, Ragumi, for the sub.
It's the heart of Genghis Khan. We are doomed.
Thank you very much. And we'll have another TC there for Hearttt. TC for ACCM. As ACCM clicks Imp first. Heartt's still kind of far away from Imp. ACCM actually with a much better economy with the Khitans. And maybe this could be his chance to turn things around. He's gotten a castle up. Heartt's been forward this whole game, but with the guard tower defense, Heartt's not really been able to push. Now, on this map, there are only 2 extra golds. Heartt will see ACCM going for the TC with his monks. And he can't really find a place to attack with that castle. He's got to dive the castle with his camels. That castle will massacre mangonels if he tries to push uphill, though. The rocket cart attacks, and Heartt loses all 3 of his mangonels. He destroys the rocket cart, but now he doesn't have any more siege for pressuring ACCM over here. And this is maybe where someone suggested Riders. That could have been an option for him to get underneath the TCs and raid all the pastures. We'll have a town center to the left for Heartt, as he's building more on the stone. Imperial Age for Heartt. And without those mangonels, nothing left to attack the TC. Heartt up to Imp, but he's so much slower than ACCM. And ACCM, he's just going pure skirm. He's confident. He's moving across the map. Shouldn't the Catan unique unit, the Liao Dao, murder camels and Expos? I don't think it murders crossbows, but maybe camels. Yeah, why attack the soft squishy base when there's an uphill castle? Well, the uphill castle doesn't really matter for fighting underneath. It's only when it shoots multiple projectiles, only the primary projectile gets a hill bonus. All the secondary extra arrows it shoots are the same as being on level ground. They don't get the hill bonus. Weird AoE 2 engine quirk. Well, if you want to see the Liao Daos, here they are. This is the bleed damage gimmick, right? The wounds enemies dealing damage over time. Yeah, this is the gimmicky swordsman. And, okay, Mangonel shot somehow hits between all the skirms. And, okay, there's a good shot. And ACCM needs to get back now. And they beat battle elephants, really. Is it the middle of Genghis Khan we are doomed? I really need to get that YouTube chat combined with the Twitch chat somehow. So there's Kshatriyas for Heartt. That'll give him a food discount everywhere. How big is that food discount these days? It is 25% less food. So the Gajuras, if you hold on to the late game, are really good at raiding with Hussars. So Heartt doing a castle, it will be on level ground though. And ACCM raiding with skirms. ACCM doing what he can to try to control the middle golds. Heartt with 3 relics now. Could still pick up another relic on the side. Let's just see, has he seen that? Does see the relic. A 1-ville castle from Heartt. As ACCM is pushing with skirms. And right now there's the Riders, but maybe the Liao Daos are out in time. It's being mangonelled, but they're still kind of tanky. Their 75 HP is quite a bit for an infantry unit. That's not even elite. But the number is not enough. As Heartt's starting to push back, he's up to Imp, he's got Bracer, the camels can still chase the skirms. They're still in Game 3. What happened in Game 2? Really long Treb War until the map was almost out of wood. And Heartt started running out of resources faster than ACCM. Also, there were only 6 relics, Arbase. You weren't around to check the start. Bugged map, and it's all your fault. Camel kills the skirm. Just need 30 camel trebs now. So, ooh, we have transhumans, or transhumants. I'm still not sure how to say that. But transhumants will be the crop rotation equivalent for ACCM, so he's prepared for another long game. Heartt thinks he wins in late game. And maybe he does. I mean, the Kitans do fall off a bit. And the Gajurs, really cheap Hussars for raiding. See, does he have Arbalest? No, he doesn't. Does not have a good archer line. Misses the final armor, too. ACCM, not even 1 relic. Heavy Camel should be really good. There's the upgrade. Still needs blacksmith upgrades, though. And so you probably don't want to be fighting skirms without the final armor. He clicks that just now. Chemistry on the way for him. He will have access to Bombard Cannon. No Siege Engineers, but he does have the cannon. And he's trying to secure one of these golds. He's going to lose a Treb to Skirms. More Skirms is sometimes all you need in AoE 2. Here's Plate Barding Armor. As Chakram Throwers now not elite, but they will attempt to fight the Skirms, but even though they do melee damage, they don't have the upgrades. How much difference does chemistry make? It unlocks Bombard Cannon, that's the important thing. Chemistry is otherwise +1 attack. So it matters for the Archer and Skirm lines, but doesn't really affect Siege. And here come the Camels. Also, Heavy Camel from the Khitans. Gajur Camels should be better even before they get Frontier Guards. It's +4 melee armor. When they get melee armor, they dominate enemy Camels. And here are Chakram Throwers, Crossbows, and Camels, but maybe just not enough Camels in the mixture? As ACCM pouring his own Camels forward too, his Skirms focusing the Monks and then the other Crossbowmen. And feels like Hearttt finally taking the fight. Finally enough Camels. Had enough Crossbows to pick off ACCM's Camels there. Need to nerf Skirm. Well, my idea was that Skirms, their minimum range should be increased to 2. Make them a bit weaker against melee units. Yeah, no bloodlines, but he can make the Camels fast. Can he? Let's see. No, he doesn't actually make them faster, just the Scouts. And there is Frontier Guards for Hearttt, trying to buff the Camels. Leave our Skirms alone. If anything, buff Skirms. Can we have Elephant Skirms? Y'all want more Skirms. And feeling tired? Thank you for the follow. Gotta drink some more coffee then. Oh, that's true. We did get a Skirm. We have a unique unit Skirm now from the castle. The Emu Warrior that everyone loves. It's a really strong unit. So, big camel fight now. The Camels from ACCM engaging against the Frontier Guards. And is this enough Frontier Guards Camels from Hearttt? They're going to go down very slowly against the other Camels. They're extremely tanky now. And with more reinforcements on the way for Hearttt, as the Skirm numbers dwindle, the Camels will start to dominate. And the Skirms need to go down so the Crossbows can do their dance and be a bit more effective. Or rather, just take a fight without dancing. ACCM feels like he's getting his reinforcements out, though. And he's going for another castle. Now, all the upgrades are in for Hearttt. As that castle going up for ACCM. Hearttt still trying to push, though. And I feel Crossbow Camel should beat Skirm Camel, especially since these are Gajur Frontier Guard Camels. The Khitan Camels being a bit tankier than I would have thought they'd be. And Crossbow's trying to hit the Vills on the castle. ACCM with the score lead, but he can't get the castle up 50% just about, and he pulls the Vills back. Only had a few Vills there, didn't commit an entire village. And still another camel fight. We're seeing how Skirms are still somewhat effective even against the armored camels. The Khitans can keep making their Skirms so quickly. Heartt's camels are cheaper too, but Hearttt doesn't have numbers for them, and ACCM will get that castle up. And now ACCM controlling both of the extra golds on the map, or at least not letting Hearttt take either of them. He's taking one of them. Remember, this map only has 2 extra gold piles. And ACCM somehow taking that fight. Hearttt did not have the numbers. ACCM had more stables, and that's probably the difference there. He has 7 stables pumping reinforcements. 6 of the stables are basically right where the fight was happening. All the corpses littering the ground as ACCM now tries to repair, as he's now fighting, but Heartt's uphill. Hearttt doesn't feel like he ever has the numbers. ACCM just consistently has more camels. Heartt's stables are so far away from the fight, he's not getting the reinforcements there as quickly. And a few pikemen added in even from ACCM. Some pikemen for him. And bonus damage is not negated by the Frontier Guards, only their melee damage. ACCM, though, may be a bit too far forward with that castle. Now Hearttt has a hill from which he can treb it. And that castle should go down, but then Hearttt can start losing some trebs. ACCM still trying to push uphill. And does he have the numbers? I think he does. He has 10k more res collected, and that's why he's winning the fights. His economy is just so much better. He can pump the camels and keep his population up higher than Hearttt can. Hearttt at the limit with his production, doesn't have the gold. 32 vils on gold, but where are they? They're all tripping over themselves with those feudal age palisades. And where else is he? He's trying to mine the gold. Both players desperate for gold, trying to mine the gold in the middle of the fight. And now ACCM, he lost his castle, but he's deploying his trebs. He can push Heartt's castle. And feels like maybe in just a repeat of last game, ACCM able to hold on in Imp and take these better early Imp fights than Hearttt. Scouts going down to the skirms. Jurors and Celts are the ultimate team game build. Also, thank you, Baze the Blue, and also What's Up Shift for the follows earlier. Tower goes down to the Trebs. And also, Male Replu, thank you for the follow. I totally did not read that or pronounce that name correctly, but thank you for the follow. And the Trebs keep pushing for ACCM. The Trebs keep pushing. We'll have a lumber camp on the side for Hearttt. 2k gold, where are the Fire Lancers? Ace, look at the economy for ACCM. He's got resources for days. We're trying to get elite chakram thrower for Hearttt from one single castle. From one single castle, and that castle will not be standing much longer as 3 Trebs rush forward. And ACCM is pushing into Heartt's eco. ACCM is now up 3-0 as Hearttt calls the GG. And he was forward the entire castle age, building a forward mill, but just could not push the guard towers of ACCM, who boomed with the Khitan pastures. And when they got Imp, when they got to the fights, it didn't matter that Hearttt had the Gajura heavy camels. ACCM had the economy, he could pump his reinforcements, constantly had more population than Hearttt in those fights. And even with Hearttt having the better KD, you can see the military peaks. They valleyed out, and then ACCM peaked again because of his economy. Roller coastering a bit, but ACCM going back up. And with that eco difference, he didn't really express the eco difference until they got to Imp, but then the boom was way too much for ACCM. Well done for him. And he is now up 3-0, forcing Hearttt to the point where he would need to pull a reverse sweep to stay in the tournament. Let's see, the spectator dashboard was temporarily offline, but we're back. And Gajar is not winning hard enough. As, let's see, that was Crownwood lost for Hearttt. His last home map is Arena, so I hope we get Arena. I am hoping for Arena. So what was that? Gajar's losing to the Khitans. And ACCM still has his top 4 Civ picks. Chinese Wei, Burgundians, and Magyars. And then Wu at the bottom. ACC, damn. A reverse sweep when both players have Chinese and Wei. Two blind picks in the best of 7s? Yes. Let him cook? YouTube, why did you not allow that message? Also, OBS doesn't show me the YouTube show allow messages for some reason. I have to tab over to my browser to allow them. Now, thank you everyone. Between Twitch and YouTube, we have 700 people watching now. We have 550 on Twitch, 150 on YouTube. So thank you all. Hope you're enjoying Warlords. Hope you're enjoying the maps. As now, when this is over, I gotta go fix the missing relic on Crossroads. Thank you, Clarius, for the follow. Power North, where Khitan's an 8th pick. Their pastures have been a bit nerfed, so not quite as OP as they were in the past. And alright, looks like Cenote will be the next map. Also, Hearttt changed his color from blue to red. I'm going to keep him in red. And alright, chat. Are you ready to learn the right way to play Cenote? Because we have a way mirror. There'll be a way mirror on Cenote. Cenote is the map I'm most worried about being unbalanced. Oh god, look at that pun. Listen to the pun. No way, yes way. Everyone, get your way puns ready. Get your way puns ready. Welcome, Sunnyflower. Wu versus Bohemians on Arena. I mean, I guess it's way mirror for Cenote, Chinese mirror for Mirkwood. It's Cenote and not Cenotes? Yep, Cenote. Hello, Potato. Show us the way. Yes. First tournament in years that has arena in the map pool? That's a good point. The last time I remember, I think was probably the 2v2s and cartographers. I don't remember a 1v1 point with normal, a 1v1 with normal arena for a while. Yeah, Warlords 4, and then we had cartographers right after that, so that might have been the last time we had normal arena. I guess we had it in Sudden Disaster, right? But that's not normal arena, that's Sudden Disaster arena. Yeah, best of 7s already. This is a long round of 12. Alright, so let's put Hearttt in red again. And welcome to Cenote. And oh yes, we have an even map, 3 pawns on each side, 1 pawn in the middle. Now let's just double check the relics. Did I mess up? We got 7 relics. We are good, we are good. Map is not bugged. Map is not bugged. Repeat civs in the draft. Yes, the first 2 civs in the best of 7 are picked in parallel. So players have the same civ, and we will have a way mirror. Not arena? No, not arena, sadly. So here we are, Hearttt as the red way to the southwest, ACCM as the cyan way to the northeast. Little bit of hill indentation there. That's a elevation thing. Maybe I need to repeat elevation commands more. If the way wins, we might still see arena. We might also not see arena if ACCM gets the sweep. A reminder, we have TaToH versus Sitaux coming up as the next set, in case this is the final game of this one. Elevation. There's no way for the way to win. There's no way for the way to lose. Actually, we're guaranteed a win and a loss unless we have a tie. So, first pond taken for ACCM. The dock heading over to the oysters. A couple of shorefish are there. 50-50 match. Pond taken for Hearttt. So if you see this map on the ladder, I made a couple of changes to it. I removed the predator animals, so your vills won't be mauled by jaguars on the way to the ponds. And I also balanced the shorefish, so there are exactly 2 shorefish on each of the ponds. And I also fixed a bug where the beach terrain actually ran all the way up the rock in rare locations, so you could wall where you shouldn't have walled. Just a few small little things. Is this an elimination match? Yes, yes, yes it is. This is the round of 12. We are basically in a single elimination bracket now. This is essentially the decider matches of the GSL stage. What language are AoE2 extensions written in? If you mean the maps, there's their own map scripting language, exclamation mark RMS. It's not really a language so much as a syntax, they're just like a settings file. A version of golden potholes. Hearttt needs to do a fast push to win. He can't let ACCM drag it out. That is kind of ACCM's playstyle in the past couple of games. Drag it out and hold on. Game 1 was absolutely crazy between these two. We had an epic monk rush on a cliff bound. Will MacBook players be able to play versus Windows players? I've been told no. So I've been told no. But I don't know how many people are playing AoE2 on a Mac that aren't already playing it via whatever tools are available to play Windows. If you have a Mac laptop, I suppose you could also just dual boot Windows for the most part. Hello, Chicho. Is Hearttt into Warcraft as well? I don't think so. I feel there are too many maps with the same gimmick. Lots of hills with wood, less hills with wood, lots of craters with pond, all the same. We need more walls. Longer how well... Oh, well, we have the mill for ACCM already. So you're thinking, how long do they delay the mill because they're fishing? You need the mill for farms, and you need the mill for markets. And ACCM, fully walling his map, ACCM might fast castle here. It looks like he's going to fast castle. He has one pond. He says one pond's all I need. Hearttt could take a second pond, a third, a fourth, and a fifth pond. And just fish boom now. ACCM confident with the fish boom that he can FC, and he won't even need a mining camp because he can take the oysters. Arena, but the stone wall is enclosing your Gaia, so you have to punch your way out first. So like as a wall, kind of. You need the milk for horse collar extraville. the mill for the horse collar extraville. That's right. You got to drink your milk to get extravilles. Get that protein and that calcium. He's gonna phosphoro. He's on stone, so he might be going FC Tiger Cap now. FC Tiger Cap. Look at that. 2,820 res collected. It was exactly the same for both players a second ago. And Hearttt will wall. Am I crazy to think Hearttt should have just walled to the edge of the map here and then had the pond inside the walls? Which it could have walled the whole map and had 2 ponds. So fishing alliance for Hearttt. He's feudal first, so he can upgrade the fishing chips. Is it faster to mine gold with fills or fishing chips? It's not about the speed here, it's about skipping the mining camp and saving 100 wood, when you already have the dock and a lot of fishing ships anyway. And there are only 2 shorefish, so you're not going to use them on the shorefish for that long. So you put them on the oysters, you have all of those oysters, you save the gold for later. And that's the real trick. You save just a bit of wood. And you have more wood for fishing ships and eventual fish traps. Yeah, it's 1 fish trap, but that still matters. Why has he built a mill at home? Ah, that's a good question. He did finally build the mill, but at home. Well, he did that horse collarville. Is Wei fish boom the best fish boom? I mean, I think Japanese fish boom is still probably the best fish boom. Or maybe on this map when there aren't deep fish, Malay with cheap fishing traps could be great, but the Wei just get the extra vills from fishing lines. Turs, hello Turs. Oysters, yes, you get gold from oysters. Unexpected score. Well, ACCM now clicking up to the Castle Age. And remember, all the resources he spent on Castle Age means that his score drops. And also the fact he hasn't scouted nearly as much as Hearttt has. Or actually, maybe Hearttt hasn't scouted that much either. I thought ACCM would be like trapped in his base, but just moving out now with the scout. Hearttt just sees the walls and is attacking the walls. Fishing lines for ACCM, double bit axe for him too. Hearttt will have more vills, just by virtue of staying feudal a bit longer. ACCM's TC now up to the Castle Age. Oh, look at all those Dino Dance emotes. Everyone recovering from Emu Warrior's set is waking up from last night. ACCM. Yeah, and remember, the way for every ecotech, they get an extra vill. Every ecotech they research gives them another vill, including fishing lines and gill nets. So having the dock for the ecotechs is nice for them. One of the reasons Wei are picked on this map in particular. Okay, ACCM needs to be careful about overchopping. Needs to be careful about overchopping. You're recovering from a 3-hour Orcs versus Blorks game. Ooh, okay. Heard Emu played a really solid set and there weren't weird matches at all. I think both players played a really solid set and there were weird matches every game. So ACCM, up to the Castle Age, will now be in a position to make a castle. Hearttt not that far behind him to the Castle Age. Could ACCM dare to YOLO the vills forward for the castle? No, he's not doing a castle, he's doing a TC. He's doing a TC, he's gonna boom. Gonna boom behind this. Alright, bloodlines for Hearttt. So Heartt's thinking to get aggressive. I was on when you woke up. I casted, I slept, and I'm casting again. This is 2 extra TCs for ACCM. And Bowsaw also for ACCM. I have a castle for ACCM. House deleted 2. As Vils will go to build the castle. Castle Age for Hearttt and Bowsaw for ACCM. So, there's the castle on the forward stone. 3 TCs, so we added the TCs before the Tiger Cav. And with the fishing ships now ACCM has to be careful, because he's going to need fish traps, otherwise the fishing ships go idle. And yeah, maybe he wants to focus farms too, but it's going to be annoying just to have the idle Vil hotkey constantly give you fishing ships. So he'll slowly but surely need to spend his wood on the fish traps. So confident he'll just boom. Well, defensive castle and he's ready to boom. I'm sad that we didn't see the confidence to YOLO the castle forward on this hill in front of Heartt's base. But Hearttt opening with some Huiguang Cav. With 4 melee armor, they should be good against the Tiger Cav. We somewhat have a circle here. Huiguang's good against the Tiger Cav good against the Xianbei Raiders, and the Xianbei Raiders good against the Huiguang Cav. A nice open map. This is a semi-open map, our base. This is semi-open. Now 6 Vils, 7 Vils still on stone for ACCM, so maybe he's thinking this next castle can be forward. Feel Malay can beat Wei on this map? Malay are strong. But I think that depends a lot on the fish boom strategy. Yeah, build your own arena. Hearttt trying to play 2 games of arena this set, really. He's picking up relics. All 7 relics successfully spawned. He's picking them up. And Monk wants a conversion on the Huiguang Cav. The MBL meta? Well, last game, ACCM just boomed with skirms. Monk wants a conversion on the Tiger Cav, and scout forward for Hearttt should be able to pick off the Monk. Will ACCM get super lucky with a conversion? No, he won't. Nice kill from the scout. Tiger Cav forward, the Monk needs to convert rather than getting the relic. Well, no, he'll pick up the relic. I hope you... Oh my gosh, look at that. Can't even get behind the Huiguang Cav. Looks like my Giants quarterback's not finding ways to be protected by the offensive line. So Huiguang Cav killing a couple Vils as they start raiding. Need to buff monks. I agree, Bozzy. I agree. Maybe we should buff monks for sudden disaster. Finding ways to everywhere. Yeah, that's true. There's a way everywhere you look. Need more spells other than conversion and healing. And relic carrying. Gold mining and gill nets. In the old days, 2 monks could combine their powers and teleport relics across the map. A magic missile spell? No, we're not going to have AoE 4 homing missiles. Let's not disrespect monks like that. There's 2 conversions queued up there for ACCM, and he drops 1 to pick a relic. And if he's paying attention, he'll get the monk. He, for a second, thought to run, but he will correctly snipe it. And here comes a scout to hit. Ooh, nice scouts from Hearttt, hitting both monks. ACCM still up in eco units. They're both players 3TC booming. And playing this as a boom while fighting for relics map. This really is arena. There's a lightning bolt mod for conversions. How many TC? This is going to be 5 TCs from ACCM. He's booming. Heartt's doing his 4th TC. And TC's everywhere. ACCM up by 10 actual vills, both of them with fishing ships. 11 to 10 for one lead for ACCM. And we'll have a dock up for ACCM on the pond. I still get out some fishing ships. And 1, 2, 3, 4th TC for Heartt. And the Tiger Cav will raid the fish traps. Fish traps with a ton of HP these days. And not as fragile as they used to be. And now handcart gold shaft mining for ACCM, gold shaft mining for Heartt. Both grabbing the extra vills from the gold shaft. All maps are Michi once you get down to it. That's one way of looking at life. Huiguang Cav attacking the Tiger Cav. They run away. This is open. Oh, and thank you, Elevade, for the sub.
I hear the growl of the jaguar. Is this a bad omen?
Well, ACCM garrisoning his TC to shoot some scouts. Heartt's gonna grab another relic. Heartt's been doing a great job collecting relics this game, but it has put him behind slightly in terms of the villager count. He does click up to Imp first. He's 4 relics with a 5th in his hands. And probably a 6th in his hands somewhere. Or nope, actually the 6th's still on his side of the map though. Did he scout that? Yeah, he did scout that. He'll be able to pick that up at some point. So Heartt's Monk picked off. Well, he should have at least 5 of the 7 relics. And now forging for ACCM, Imperial Age for Heartt. We'll have a castle up for Heartt. Forward dock for ACCM. Vil going to build the dock. Monk healing up all of these Huiguang Cav. And handcart husbandry for Heartt. Just said Terse is the German emu. Oh my gosh, chat. Heartt has done so little with his more army. Well, he's mostly grabbing relics. I think getting 4 relics is a pretty good accomplishment. And he's gonna hope that the early imp makes up for the vil difference, and that he can apply some early pressure. But ACCM, more res collected, 1.5k more. And stonewalled fully. Needs maybe some more walls behind the blacksmith. And it is the way, so it will be traction trebs. And yeah, the Huiguang Cav with all of their melee armor still would win in a fight against the Tiger Cav. I think the armor matters more than the HP in these fights. And enough Pierce armor that ACCM thinking he gets Imp, and then can go Shinbei Raiders. Ooh, okay. Shinbei Raiders as the final armor upgrade for the Cav is not an option for the way, and ACCM gonna think in Imp that Shinbei Raiders are the way to victory. The unique Cav Archer unit. Very little HP, but very powerful, trains quickly, very cheap, and he's just putting more castles on these hills. Maybe needs a castle down here to stop the break-in. Remember, you need traction trebs. The traction trebs are cheap as the way. Thank you, Dakota Fred, for the sub.
It's Genghis Khan. We must flee.
There's ACCM up to Imp. You should come for USA Cup later and watch some South Dakota Badlands. Where the last 2 relics, one is over here, and one is there. Those are the final 2, as it's 4-1 in favor of Heartt. And behind the blacksmith, there were some stone walls. Blacksmith is up for ACCM for more upgrades. Fortified wall for ACCM, let's go. Hard to break them when you just got the traction trebs. Also, conscription for ACCM. He's doing Chunshin, so his units generate food over time. And he's adding in the Shinbei Raiders, doing Bracer, doing Parthian tactics. He'll just need chemistry now. So you can think about fighting with them. There are a million Spec Cup matches on Wikipedia right now. 1 million. That's a lot. And here we have Hui Guang Cav against the Tiger Cav, but fighting under the castle. And I think the Tiger Cav, they're holding up enough. Holding up enough. There's the Mingguang armor. Extra melee armor for ACCM, who has a great score lead. And if Heartt's going to win this game, I think it's going to have to be him holding on and using the relics late game. But the Xianbei Raiders, now, how effective will they be? I have no idea. ACCM thinks they're the way to go for this mirror. And Heavy Hui Guang Cav still being pierced down by the Xianbei Raiders. Wing Archer armor and chemistry done for ACCM. Can traction trebs destroy trees? Can they? I know I've looked at this before. I think they can? I'm not sure though. Someone in chat tell me. Can they destroy trees? Luchuan the middle? Ooh, Luchuan the middle. Yes, they can. Okay, our base confirming they can. Another advantage of them over Bombard Cannon, that they can destroy trees. And Luchuan the middle, indeed. Look at that OP Luchuan. Look at all those arrows it shoots. Slaughter and Vils in the middle. Heartt trying to do more stables. We got Bodkin for Heartt now. But if he's going Xianbei Raiders, he is behind ACCM. And we're going to see low HP plus missing the final armor. Only 5 Pierce armor for the Hui Guang Cav. And the Xianbei Raiders, if they fight properly, should destroy them. But ACCM, what is this micro? Off the hill, right into the Cav. I think he still wins the fight. We'll have a castle race over here. A race that Heartt will win before ACCM even gets to the start line. And there'll be a bit more map control for Heartt. Is he still guarding that relics? That relic, still more relics he could pick up. Luchuan's in the middle, destroying the stables. And what is... Oh my gosh, that is a long production bar. Okay. Did Capture Age's UI change? That felt longer than normal. Maybe I'm just tripping. Maybe I've just casted too much. Does he have Mingguang? Yes, he does. 8 armor for the Xianbei Raiders. That's true. That's true. With Mingguang armor, you can't really kill these things with melee cav, even though they have 60 hit points only. So yeah, I guess this is the meta for the Wei Mirror. You gotta go Xianbei Raiders with Mingguang armor. There's Elite Tiger Cav. What's that gonna do against all this armor, though? Casted too much Emu? And how much Pierce armor do they have? 7 Pierce armor. They changed from an orange tiger to a white tiger. Traction Trebs and Xianbei Raiders. Heartt trying to take more map control with that castle. The Luchuan's even useful against the Cav. How much attack do they have against melee units? I don't even know. These things are just crazy. It's going down. Treb versus Treb. Oh, nice. Traction Treb shots from Heartt. We'll have Elite Tiger Cav also for ACCM. What's he going to do, though? Just raid and try to kill Traction Trebs? 3 Luchuans in the pond. Oh, ACCM could even Luchuan this pond if he wants to maybe attack that gold. With the Tiger Cav, I guess he can raid the gold up here. That's I think, his plan. Still needs the attack for them, then. And look at his food stockpile. So much better than Heartt's. Up by about 4K, more than 4K resources collected. And everything here for ACCM working out in this fight. Heartt can't really push the Traction Trebs all that well without dying to the Xianbei Raiders. And this castle getting weaker and weaker. No repair bills for Heartt. As in the north, ACCM is stabilized. Castle's defending his eco. Can raid that gold whenever he gets some pop for Tiger Cav. He needs to lose more units in the south so we can make more Tiger Cav. He now has gotten some elite Tiger Cav of his own. Look at them in that cyan color scheme. They look pretty cool. And this castle from the Hearttt crumbles to dust. All of those villas can't repair without any stone. And the Shinbei Raiders will chase them back to the next castle. But now as the workshops crumble too, the traction trebs now have a position on this hill upon which they can start besieging the next castle. Why no elite skirm? Just not the way. Needed skirms, man, so stubborn with melee cav. I mean, maybe the skirm, I mean, we have seen them be so effective in these games. But if you go skirm, you're opening up melee cav for the other player. But Hearttt, hoping he could play this game by collecting relics and then holding long enough for the relics to matter. Didn't even pick up the final two. And now ACCM raiding all the gold on the map, leaving Hearttt with just 2 tiles of gold he's going to finish. Doesn't even need to raid this anymore. Well, the castle has enough range. It has hoardings for more HP now. Mingguang armor for a Hearttt, who spent so long without that upgrade. And now with the elite Tiger Cav is trying to push the Shinbei Raiders. But they just don't die. They have so much armor. It is insane how much armor they have. Ballistics for Hearttt. Trying to make a push with the melee Cav. Trying to see if he has the numbers. ACCM has a TC forward because why not? And on the side, Hearttt picking up one more relic. But as the map runs out of gold, Hearttt is not yet calling the GG. He still has 145 vills. Yeah, ACCM, he's ahead in res collected, but only by about 2,000. I think Hearttt still has a chance with that relic, if he can hold on. And I think it actually might be key for him now to grab that northern relic and just try to be up 6-1. And hope that he could hold out. Maybe go for skirms. He's still doing more Shinbei Raiders of his own. Missing all of the armor upgrades, though. And that won't be a fight he wins if he doesn't have the armor upgrades. Yeah, thankfully they cost only 25 gold, so they're not that expensive. That feels like the main unit for this matchup, the Shinbei Raider. And Ashley Hearttt, he's not going to hold for relics. He will call the GG and ACCM with a 4-game sweep. So that set still almost took 2.5 hours, but a 4-game sweep for ACCM over Hearttt. I came into this set thinking maybe Hearttt was a slight favorite or that it would be super competitive. Nah, ACCM dominant in Warlords. Whatever Hearttt threw at him, he had an answer. He held on. Completely the opposite of how the set went against Leary, where ACCM got swept. Now he sweeps Leary's teammate. Hearttt will be out. ACCM will advance. ACCM beast. ACCM going beast mode. Now that was, unfortunately, we didn't get to see Arena, but that might as well have been Arena with how they played it. And Civs, that's the way winning against the way. ACCM showing Hearttt the way to go fishing, as Hearttt will now have a nice break in World's Edge events, as he didn't qualify for the Brazilian Dynasty event either, so he's got a while to have some off time. Same pattern, Hearttt Tex and Castle Age gets relics. So thank you, Big Texas Pipeliner. Oh, I bet you'll be ready for USA Cup later. So also, let's give a shout out to Memb. I think he'll interview ACCM. And we got a bit of time until the next set. There were way too little way memes, definitely. So again, thank you all for watching. 3 minutes until the next match. There's gonna be a break. There's gonna be a break. We have so many people watching today. Thank you all so much. And we'll have Sitaux versus TaToH coming up next. I don't think they have a draft. But yeah, go check out Mem. He'll interview ACCM. And we'll just wait a bit for Sitaux versus TaToH to get started. I'll just try to clear some ads out of the way while we wait. Looks like it fits the name of the text plus % complete. So Heavy Huiguang Cav fits more than normal because it expands for the Yeah, that has to be the longest unit name, right? Heavy Huiguang Cav. And Gauntlet Wizard, thank you very much for using your Prime sub.
Let us give the infidel dogs of the West a sight the likes of which no son of Europe has ever seen.
Oh, lovely. So we can just hang out for a bit while we wait for the drafts to get started. And I can update all of my titles. So where are we at now? We can put this as Sitaux versus TaToH. And update our scoreboard too. Who is actually... TaToH, I think, is the favorite, right? Or the higher seed. And let me just the scoreboard. There we are, TaToH versus Sitaux. That'll be the next set. So how's everyone doing? That was like a 10-second ad. People will get different lengths of ads. Well, that was a fast set. Did I change my room? I did not. There are no changes. Could I show us the fix for the 6 relics live? It'll be a boring fix. I'm going to take the min distance between relics and decrease it. It'll be probably a 1 character change. And I will need to spend a lot of time generating maps and looking at them. It'll not be fun. Time to take a bath. It's so cold here. I need to warm up. It has finally gotten warm here. It has finally gotten warm here. Elite White Feather Guard might be the longest name. Elite White Feather Guard. Ooh, that's a long one. That's a long one. So we can take a look at the brackets for a moment then. Remember, there were some random draws for the brackets. And we'll see how things are shaping up. Hera versus Lewis, what a draw that was. But anyway, summary so far in the group stage. Yo did not have a good run of it. He lost to Barles. Vinch lost a close set to Andy. And then Vinch beat Yo. Andy then beat Barles, so Andy's in the semifinals. Over here we had Lewis. Unfortunate he got matched with Leary. Same could be said for ACCM though. As Lewis then beat MBL to stay alive. And Leary advanced. TaToH did beat Hearttt earlier, but then lost to Viper, where Hearttt beat Mihai to stay alive. Hera did lose a game to Classic Pro before being swept by Sebastian, as he was focusing on Warcraft, it would seem. Classic Pro very close to beating Sitaux. Sitaux just hung on. And that leads us then to the round of 12. The positions of players were randomized, and so the top of this bracket, could we have seen something funnier? Hera against Lewis, and the winner faces Leary. So this could be the most dangerous opponent for Hera early on. Has to go through Lewis, then Leary. And here the rematch. Freaking Andy has beaten both Barles and Vinchester so far, but they'll look to get their revenge against him. But Andy, I think, if he wants to get to the semifinals, this is maybe one of the easiest paths he could have had. Lewis also, I mean, I guess he could have gotten luckier and had maybe Lewis here instead of Vinch. But Vinch is still strong. In all likelihood, I'd still think Vinch is the favorite to come out of here. But TaToH versus Sitaux, the winner faces Sebastian. We'll cast that next. And ACCM beating Hearttt, he'll move on to face the Viper. Where I think Viper should be the favorite. Has Hera won all the Warlords? Did he win Warlords 1? Or is that still Viper? I forget how long ago that was. Let me just check that on Wikipedia. The winner of Warlords 4 was Hera. The winner of Warlords 3 was Hera. Warlords 4 was Hera over Yo. Warlords 3 was Hera over the Viper. Warlords 2 was Hera over TaToH. And then Warlords 1 was the Viper winning against Hera. Yeah, Warlords 1 was still in the Viper's reign of dominance. Live by Lake Superior in the US, you can attest to the low temps but 100% humidity. Lewis ACCM finals still on. Warlords 1 was during the last World Cup. Ooh, okay. Well, Warlords 5 will be close to this World Cup. As I will be physically next to the finals. Locally, we are dealing with the issue that all of the transit and public transportation is going to be very expensive for the finals. But the state has been working on getting sponsorships for the transportation to decrease the costs. Alright, so let me also open up AOE2CM.net. You don't get a resident discount? Well, I'm not going there. It doesn't affect me, it affects the tourists. I think it's specifically transport to and from the event site. Sebastian versus Leary finals would be sick. Not the least of which because we'd see a new finalist. Alright, I'm out of coffee. I need more coffee. Which do I refer to the most? That's a good question, because I work as a programmer. In some sense, whenever I need to refer to anything, I guess the algorithms book. But that's also like a very standard textbook, so I don't always pull the book out to refer to it. That's the thing, right? Like, books nowadays, if you're referring to something, it's usually quicker just to look up the Wikipedia page. Where is the final for the World Cup? In MetLife Stadium. That's where the Giants and the Jets play their football. The New Jersey Stadium for the New York football teams. Outside of Buffalo, that is. So the schedule for Warlords is going to be the round of 12 today and tomorrow, quarterfinals after that, then semifinals and finals. So we're going from now up through Sunday for Warlords the entire time. And from what people have told me, T90 and Dave are not going to be casting, so we'll do our best to cover all of this and still cover USA Cup. The Winnipeg Jets and the San Francisco Giants? No. The New York Football Giants. But now Hera, very quickly after that Warlords tournament, has to come back and, I mean, play an extra round. Maybe the round of 12 will even be good for him to stay in shape. It is against Lewis, and well, I can see Hera losing to Sebastian. I can't see him losing to Lewis. Lewis with particularly bad luck needing to face Leary and then Hera, and potentially even if he beats Hera, Leary again. But at least MBL was a winnable match for him, especially with all the hybrid maps, which it looked like he was pretty well prepared for. Did you learn the chant correctly? Good enough. Never hear the end of it. I mean, Lewis could be Hera, Leary, Vinchester, and Viper. Now that would be a run. May throw some odd strat at Hera. I mean, that's what Viper did in the King of the Desert finals, and it worked. Went for all those Phosphoro builds. Viper is apparently traveling and playing from a laptop, is he? Is he really? That does not sound ideal for him. Do you remember DeGal's setup when he was traveling? Let me try to find this. I gotta find what he was doing when he was traveling. Let me see if I can find his post. Yep, here it is. This was what DeGal was playing on once when he was traveling years ago. He has an ironing board over a sink with a gaming keyboard plugged into a laptop and a mouse pad perched on an edge of a counter with a bit of a gap up onto the sink on an ironing board. This is how to play when you're traveling. He's got... What is that laptop even plugged into? I don't even know. This is the most amazing setup. What's that, a Razer keyboard? What is preventing you from playing AoE 2 like this? I mean, think about it. Compared to the keyboard and equipment you had back in 1999 when AoE 2 first came out, this is probably a luxury. Look at that chair, too. The cushion doesn't even cover the entire chair. I mean, I feel like you would need to open the door to the sink just to have room for his legs underneath the setup. Yeah, I mean, it's not even a ball mouse, right? A keyboard that, I mean, you can probably do better than a generic gaming keyboard, but good enough. The cooking pot helps with heat dispersion. Yeah, he can water cool the laptop if he fills the sink with cold water. Now that's the thinking you need. You got to fill the sink with cold water just to make sure the laptop's cooled off. That way you don't overheat when you micro. So that's what Viper's gonna do, right? Oh, yeah, he's probably on wireless internet there too. Jackalope430, thank you for the follows. Thank you everyone also who's following, because we are very, very close to 16k followers. We're at 15,869. That's a very nice number. Viper invested in Starlink for the trip, did he? Oh my gosh. And Jack Satyak McMurdo. Or Jack Satyaki McMurdo, thank you for the follow. You are very new here. Well, welcome. That was DeGal's setup. Water cooling a risky play when the ironing board topples. Since when are you new, Jack? You can always be new if you really feel like it. You're unfollowing and following like you have done several times. That's the way to go. Follow and don't change the follow number. Why the kitchen? That's probably where the ironing board fit. Maybe that's the only table space he had. Back of the washing liquid between the games? I think that's maybe a bit extreme. More activity is better for the algorithm. You gotta spam the chat. Well, you gotta come up with like a chat game to play. Something like Words on Stream, but more unique. So is Viper just gonna legit be playing from satellite internet in the middle of nowhere on a laptop? Where is he going on his trip? Where is he this week? Why is he not traveling next week after Warlords? To Italy? That sounds warm. AoE2 Civ grid thing? I've never done a grid thing, though. I would need to figure out how they work. I don't know if that's the best thing to figure out live on stream. Matty K, how middle of nowhere he is. I mean, I guess in Italy, you should never be too far from something, right? That has been settled for millennia. So you need some more coffee or something? I'll probably get coffee, though, when the drafts start. And then that'll start the coffee. I mean, it's 2 p.m. for me. I probably shouldn't be drinking more coffee now. I gotta make sure I can sleep so I can wake up to cast Warlords tomorrow. Oh, they're celebrating his father's birthday there. Right. Okay. If you ever get lost in Italy, you just follow a road to Rome. Good point. Kind of coffee I have? Generic. I grab like the large pack of just like the Dunkin' Donuts generic coffee. I'll throw it into the drip coffee maker, and that's it. I gotta do a grid? How does grids even work? Why is this blurred? Guess this... okay, chat. We're gonna fail at this. I don't know any of the grids. Alright, I have a tutorial. Guess a civilization for each box that matches the criteria. To make a guess, click on a box and start typing a civ name. Pick from all DE civs aside from Chronicles. We have 10 guesses to fill out the grid. Each civ can only be used once. You get unlimited guesses with infinite mode. You can enable do-over mode. Okay, we publish a new board every day at midnight Central European time. I don't know what that time is. Boards are branded with an authorship emoji? Randomly, okay, so AI generated boards. Okay. I am, okay, Yummylicious Rattan Archer. Alright. Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay, chat, we have a grid to play then. Am I playing in a work? It's just wood paneling from the 70s when this apartment building was made. Team bonus that gives additional line of sight. Okay, misses an entire standard unit line without direct replacement. Has a feudal age mill with a water wheel. Okay, that's got to be the Japanese because they have extra line of sight on the galleys. We get that. That's got to be. Oh my gosh, I don't know what those icons are. Why does it not use unique units? Has a civ bonus that affects transport ships. Well, the team bonus for the Sicilians is transport ships. So that won't be the Sicilians. Saracens affect the transport ships. But they don't get additional line of sight on anything. Oh, my background was a green screen? No, it's an actual... yeah, it's fake wood panels. Unique techs affect land gunpowder units. Has a unique tech affecting cav. Misses an entire standard unit line without direct replacement. Without a direct replacement. So, like, do Eagle Warriors replace Knights? Doesn't count as a direct replacement. Not regional nor unique units. As defined by color coding, oh, they spell color wrong. In the tech tree, bombard cannon and hand cannoneers are excluded from this category. Camels are regional. Has a feudal age mill with a water wheel. Where does the water go? Nobody knows, but the water must be visibly turning a wheel to count in this category. Are there more mills with wheels other than the East Asian civs? Unique tech affects land gunpowder units. And has a unique tech affecting cav. Let's see. So what else has line of sight? The Ethiopians have more outposts. Mongols have line of sight on the scouts. Fire Lancer is a land gunpowder unit. Is that a one that's missing? Koreans have line of sight on the Vils. That's a team bonus. Sounds like Turks. This is an entire unit line. I mean, not the entire unit line, right? Because they They have skirms and spears. Civ bonus that affects transport ships. Unique tech affects land gunpowder units? What are the Saracen unique techs now? That's Trebs and Onagers, right? That's not their canon. Has a unique tech affecting cavalry? I guess the Saracens don't anymore, right? Because that could have been the Saracens there, but they know cavalry no longer exists. Jurchen's middle top. Unique tech affects land gunpowder. Misses an entire standard unit line. Yeah, they missed the knights. That sounds like Jurchen's. Yeah, chat can help with this. Jurchen's. Alright, that looks correct, I guess. Bottom right is Sicilians. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, unique tech affecting cav, that would be the armored one. What's that called? I'm forgetting the name. There are too many unique techs. And then, yeah, they have the transport ship. So that is Civ bonus. More line is that. Wait, that's not a Civ bonus. Though. That's a team bonus for Sicilians. That's a team bonus. Cavalry is a hoax. Unique tech affecting cav. Wood steel affects cav. And they do miss the knights. So that does sound like Dravidians. Tons also works for the Jurchen's answer. Team bonus for additional line of sight. Do any of the Last Chieftain civs get line of sight? I don't know their bonuses at all. Feudal Age mill with a water wheel. Do Jurchens go there, then? Because they have the East Asian architecture, right? Land unique tech affects land gunpowder units. They count civ bonuses, team bonuses as civ bonuses most of the time. Oh, this one has a team bonus, so that's specifically a team bonus. Gajuras, they have a replacement though in Travamt Riders. They have a replacement. Mapuche with the old Inca team. Oh, that's right. They have the old Inca team bonus. Yeah, and then the Mapuche don't have a replacement for something, right? That's probably Mapuche. What do they miss, though? Oh, well, I missed the stable, so. There. How do I know if these are right or wrong? I have 6 guesses left with 5, so I get like 1 wrong answer. Here we go. Rawr, hello, Baron. Top middle Hindu. How do I undo it then? Because that feels like I put Jurchens here and Hindu there. We're a quirky grenadier apparently. Unique tech affecting cav. If it's wrong, it'll flash red. Okay. Transport ship bonuses are still a thing. Saracens, Sicilians. I mean, if this counts as a team bonus, then Sicilians just fit both of those. One field could have multiple. Can I use the Civ in multiple times then? So can I go Jurchens here too? That's probably a no. No? Okay. We should have considered that earlier. Cheaper ships in general affect transport ships. Ah, yeah, Koreans could go there. Line of sight and then cheaper ships. That's right, Koreans. Apparently not. Apparently line of sight on vills and cheaper ships doesn't matter. Do transport ships actually, are they cheaper for the Koreans? Has a unique tech affecting cav. Has a bonus that affects transport ships. So affecting cav, depends what they mean by that. Because the faster working castles would mean that any cav unit at the castle trains faster. If camels count as cav, camels healing would mean that counts for cav, and then their transport ships would move faster. Draft has started. It's not a warship, but it's a ship though. It's a wood discount. Unique tech affecting cav. There's no unique tech for the Portuguese affecting cav, right? See, gold discount for the Portuguese doesn't affect the transport ship. Sicilians, Berbers. We're thinking Sicilians there. My only thing is that the Civ bonus is a team bonus. We can try Sicilians. Okay, Sicilians can go there. Koreans in the middle? Chinese could be there, right? Does rocketry affect the rocket carts, which are a gunpowder unit? Or unique tech affects land gunpowder units? Are bombard towers with extra HP a land gunpowder unit? Do condos get a bonus versus rocket carts? Malians have a tech affecting Cav for Imba. Do they have a? They don't have a water wheel in the feudal mill. We need an East Asian civ here. You don't think buildings are referred to as units? Depends on where you're looking. Yeah, I don't know if Sicilians would double up as a team in a civ bonus there. Fire Lancer. Oh, that's right. The and Fire Lancer civs. I'm gonna guess Chinese here, because they have the mill, and then rocket carts should be a land gunpowder unit. Let's just see if that fits the criteria. Oh, it does, okay. Unique tech affecting Cav. Is there an East Asian civ with a unique tech affecting Cav? Do the Wei have the Ming Guang armor that affects their Cav and a feudal age mill with a water wheel? Yeah, the Wei. Let's show us the Wei. Okay. Team bonus with additional line of sight. So Koreans apparently don't count there. Although we could have used Koreans there. Unique tech affects land gunpowder units. And a civ bonus that affects transport ships. Yeah, I guess the Korean discount just doesn't affect transport ships. Should be Portuguese. The Portuguese don't have a transport ship bonus, though. Sicilians, we used Sicilians already. And that's a team bonus, not a civ bonus, so I guess that's a weird thing that accounts there. Italians. Italians have more line of sight for what? Oh, Portuguese ships extra HP. Oh, yeah, that can go there. For the transports, okay. Now we need a civ bonus that affects transport ships. And a team bonus that gives line of sight. Italians don't have line of sight, though. Is there something that goes here now? Did we trap ourselves by using other answers? Saracens don't have line of sight for any bonus, though. Vietnamese do see the enemy base. That is a line of sight bonus. Do the Burmese have something that affects transport ships? They get line of sight of the relics. Do Bengalis? I don't think Bengalis get line of sight. Armenians? What line of sight bonus do they get? Only correct answer is Sicilians, but we used Sicilians already. I mean, we can't use them again. Can I, like, undo this one? And, like, say, no, go there? Circumnavigation. That's a tech, though. That's not a civ bonus. Oh, yeah, that's right. Circumnavigation. That's not a team bonus, though. Enable do-over mode to change. Oh, okay. We put Sicilians here. Okay, I didn't realize that was a thing. Okay, so disable do-over mode now. And a unique tech affecting Cav and a civ bonus that affects transport ships will go Berbers there. There, okay. Is that it? Are we done? I guess we're done. Easy win, no mistakes. Okay, well, now we know how it works, right? Now we know we can't just put one at a time. We have to think about how they work together. Alright, good job, chat. Oh, show summary for all the options? All possible answers. Reveal everything. Oh my god, I can't, I don't know what these icons, I don't know what this means. I guess it was only Sicilians there, and the reason I didn't go Sicilians earlier, because it's the same bonus. And I didn't think Civ bonus meant team bonus, but apparently it does. Okay, here are the options if you know those icons. I don't. I need unique units. But, alright, we have a draft. Apparently the draft has started. So let me get the draft up and running. They're in the middle of the civs. There are the maps. Here are the civs. Just about done with the civs, so let me get an ad out of the way. I'm going to go grab a very quick snack, and then we'll get going with TaToH versus Sitaux. Up and yeah, just a moment. Stay tuned. I'll be right back. Alright, chat, did we start yet? Looks like we are just launching in on Crossroads for game number 1. And the Civ matchup, if I can get Capture Age to open, looks like it'll be Lithuanians for Sitaux and Persians for TaToH. So here we go. We'll have TaToH to the northwest as the red Persians and Sitaux to the southeast as the blue Lithuanians. Welcome in, everyone. I show the bands from the previous set. Oh, okay. That's my bad. My bad. Let me just fix that before we forget. That is because I needed to do 2 overlays to get them to fit, and I forgot to update the link twice. There we go. Sorry about that. That's why I should have taken the break first instead of doing the grid. But anyway, taking the band civs, not what they did. That is my bad on the overlay. It's because I wanted to get the bands all on 1 row, and then the civs on 2 rows, and have the rows match up. But I needed 2 different widths of the browser source to do that, so I did 2 browser sources instead of 1. Anyway, Crossroads. We saw this before. The what do I say? The 2015-esque Voobly minimap. And let me get my OBS set up again so I have everything myself here. Yep, and again, in about 2.5 hours, we have USA Cup again. So I'm excited for USA Cup. And let's double check the relics. How many relics we got here? Please be 7. 7 relics! Let's go. We got all 7 of them. A bit biased towards Sitaux, but they'll be there. Some sneaky relics. Yeah, as long as we don't end up with like 3 wood. I mean, it is a best of 7 though. Best of 7s can take a while. So, Loom for TaToH here. As he's about to go up to the castle age, he is for a fishing ship. Sitaux has 3, and they both did dock the same side. So, a short side over to the left, a bit of a longer U shape of the water to the right. And somewhere under my desk, I have my slippers, and I've only found 1 of them. That one got kicked beneath my chair. You ever do that? Like, you take your feet out of your slippers and then you can't figure out where your slippers are?
Salam.
So, Doc here for TaToH. You stole the other one? Like Swiper the Fox. Swiper no swiping. Alright, so Vils. Ooh, where are these 5 Vils from TaToH going for? He's already got 11 on wood, which makes me think they could be going forward. The scout from Sitaux is there, and he might scout it. He'll see there are no Vils under the TC, really. But TaToH not even going to bother garrisoning there. And they're continuing their journey forward. TaToH harassing some Vils on the wood line. He'll see Sitaux's up there. And it looks like this is going to be for a tower rush. So, looks like Sitaux might be fast castling with how slow he's up with 24 Vils. And TaToH forward might place a castle here. Remember, houses have only a single tile of line of sight. So you gotta place the tower away from it and make sure it's not seen. Byzantines for free town watch on houses could be crazy for this map. You'll see your tower rush. Teutons get extra room on transports? Oh, that's the Saracens. The Saracens get double the transport space. Which in the past meant +5, but now means +20. So that was a bonus that maybe needed to be updated a bit. Well, I don't think it really matters. No one's ever going to use 40 garrison capacity in 1 transport. So, fishing lines for TaToH. And if they do, I hope they lose the transport, because that would be crazy. Imagine that, 40 elephants in 1 transport. And double towers from TaToH, 1 on each side, starting to wall them in. Sitaux is like, oh, don't palisade me in. Oh, there's a tower. So Sitaux goes to one side of the wood line to chop, but little does he know there's going to be a second tower. Needs to do some town watch on the houses. And, well, is he going to be able to fast castle? Still has some cows under the TC. It was taking so much wood. Wanted to do all those 10 fishing ships for food. And now he's doing a spear. So I wanted to FC with a range, maybe? That looks like a fast castle eco that just failed him. He doesn't yet have the wood for another lumber camp, as TaToH has towers everywhere. And there he goes for another lumber camp. TaToH probably won't be too long before he scouts that. Yeah, Koreans could be sick on this map too. I mean, just free guard tower, and then Upsyung in the late game, along with water control. It's turtles. It feels like a good Koreans map. There is an outpost for Sitaux. As Vils will turn and fight the scout, Vils will fight the spear, and another spear comes over for TaToH. And we'll have double bit axe for Sitaux. Good outpost. Great outpost. The opposite of the vision situation he had earlier. And forging for TaToH for the spears that he's making. Let's go forging for spears. Oh, pokes down the scout. And there's a defensive tower. TaToH might want to do another trush over here. He's got 4 Vils on stone. This feels very TaToH-esque with all the trushing. Here's a watchtower up for TaToH. Rush is about to fall off without a range. Maybe. I mean, he's got forging spears. What more could you want than forging spears? Maybe some skirms. But if the tower goes up, then the tower defends from the archers. Will those archers be enough to deny the tower? There are 3 Vils inside one of those palisade squares. TaToH needed 2 more palisades far away. Sitaux will try to wall this in. He's sending his Vils forward. He's doing a palisade there, because why not? And 80%, only 1 Vil building at a time. Vils will be waiting their turn, single file line to build the tower, but it does go up. And Sitaux doing what he can to wall this in, and then he'll try to tower fight and win the tower fight by having an extra Vil garrisoned. But I guess all you need is 4 Vils now. So, ooh, scout goes down. Harder to repair. Sitaux now defended. 1 wood line cleared, another one halfway towered. But halfway towered is only halfway. And TaToH now can do defensive towers at home. So he added a stable as a follow-up. Stable as a follow-up. And another house for Sitaux. TaToH's tower is not walled in, so Sitaux could try to Vil rush it. And the scout will see this army. If Sitaux sees the scout, then he'll know TaToH's on scouts. No way it's only halfway, considering there is no way here. Hello, banana. A Bananasaurus. Yeah, I don't know what Mem's chat was asking the other day. I wasn't reading the chat. And we'll have a house forward for TaToH. And scale barding armor also for TaToH. Vil garrisons in the tower. Only 3 Vils left, so one of the Vils died for TaToH in the tower fight. And hello, Woody Paladin. How you doing, Woody Pal? Welcome in. And TaToH clears the archers, so up by 1 eco unit. That's 1 extra fishing ship. 2 now, an extra Vil. Now, if TaToH wanted to break out, he could shoot a palisade with the tower and then try to run. Floating a lot of food. Well, he's not floating so much as he's wanting to click up to the castle age. That's his castle age food right there. He's just lacking a bit of gold, I think. Oh, actually, he's queuing Vils with it. Okay, then he is floating a bit of food. I did not realize there were 7 Vils queued. Alright, now he's definitely floating food. And definitely lacking gold. Hasn't had the wood to do a market to buy his way up. And that's the power of the TaToH Trush. I've had to face TaToH doing this many times back on the HD edition. It is very painful. Those watching USA Cup later will probably remember Spring needing to deal with this. That's a pretty classic game, that TaToH Spring Arabia game with the towers all over. So TaToH actually up to the Castle Age first. He'll be up quite fast as the Persians, has his market, is housed a bit, needs some housing. Adding in houses in the back of his base. And what's going on water? We have 3 hulks forward for Sitaux, but TaToH defending with his own hulks. And with the fishing ship garrisoning, usually pretty easy to keep your fish alive. Unless there is some huge investment on the water. TaToH versus... Did I update my YouTube title correctly? I think I put both in it. Castle Age and a gold mining from TaToH. Yeah, Persians can recover the Vil numbers easily. And gold mining for TaToH as this army from Sitaux gets around in the back, but TaToH has a forward-ish gold defended by a tower. So feudal archers can get close, but hard for them to do proper damage to the Vils. Crossbows with Bodkin able to stand outside the tower would be a bit scarier. There's a lot of spears, yes, but not able to find damage. And are we going to see Persian CA from TaToH with those 2 ranges? CA going to be quite popular on this map. Medium warships also for TaToH. Wants to go to war with the hulks. And Sitaux still doing more hulks. He has so many fishing ships. Feels like on this map, you really need the middle area to control the fish. Otherwise, you can overinvest pretty easily. There's gill nets from TaToH, so he's continuing with the fish. And Sitaux will be going for a dock on the other side. Dock to take more of those deep fish. Husbandry before any CA are queued. Well, now it's time for CA. Yeah, they're different resources. Food versus wooden goals. They don't compete with each other. I have a castle up for Sitaux. So, castle on the wood. And potential early Lechai, which maybe could struggle against cav archers, but we do have Bodkin arrow for a few archers that could become crossbowmen. Or could open up a path for the speedy Lithuanian skirmishers. So Bodkin for TaToH, he will try to clean up all those spears with his cav archers. As the spears and archers still will run around in the back. Ooh, they pick off a spear. Skirm unique unit? Oh yeah, Skirm and Latest, that could work. Pretty strong combo for the Lithuanians. Thank you, Kawadu Tuti, for the follow. For a second, I thought you were asking about the Guetra Warriors, and I was like, wait, there are no Guetra Warriors in this matchup. So with some Lechai, Sitaux probably could destroy the towers from TaToH. Yeah, Skirm plus War Elephant. That's how you know you're really playing AoE 2. The Persians are making the War Elephants. Oh man, I've been casting 3.5 hours a day. I need a good stretch. So I love this map. It's all about the balance of land and water. And I think TaToH has pretty much won the water on the right. These fishing ships have 1 fish left among them, 1 more salmon. And then T90 will cry as the salmon are all gone and he has no more salmon. ACCM 140. Yes, he did, Boy Wonder. Yes, he did. 4-0. Then a TC here for Sitaux. Lechai picked off by the cav archers. Ooh, 8 HP. Bet that'll escape. And TaToH also picking up relics. All the maps in Warlords do have 7 relics, so better for the Lithuanians to be able to pick up all 7 of them. Or at least to get 4 of them to increase the attack of the Knight and latest lines. Oh, nice. Hit by TaToH, as he does have ballistics to pick off the Monk. And wait, that TC is only at 80%, and TaToH, he sees Vils, he sees they're weak, and will just shower them with a couple of arrows, but TC's up in time. Oh, the spears, there we go. The 5 spears picked off by Cav archers, and the archers go down along with them. One Monk was hit by Sitaux and killed from TaToH. And Sitaux now going for the castle. Are there any weak Vils there? Will the towers stop the castle? Looks like that'll be just fine. Hill forts as Lithuanians actually does sound pretty cool on this map, but remember, you can't actually TC the top of the map until you chop enough wood to have space for a TC. This inner hill provides a ridge that prevents TC construction. Conversion on a Cav archer as the latest comes forward. Yeah, but see TaToH, we had to chop a lot of that wood, and because Sitaux was swapping back and forth between 2 wood lines, maybe could delete a lumber camp and do a TC soon, but not quite there. And that castle doesn't actually quite clear both of the towers. We needed to be a couple tiles over. And that's a lot of Cav archers for TaToH now, as he has a great score lead, and the early Trush disrupted Sitaux's eco enough that TaToH 4k more res collected, and the Persian players doing Persian things with an amazing economy, and now forcing Sitaux onto the trash unit, onto the skirms. And the Cav archers could even threaten the docks or force fishing ships to garrison over here. So 2 to 2 relics, Sitaux with the 3rd over here. That shouldn't be too hard for him to grab. Fires will destroy his dock, though. And TaToH, he never stops with the towers. Does he have guard tower yet? He does have guard tower. Now, he doesn't have keep, and he won't have bracer. Okay, so Sitaux will do a tower here. There's a gap between those 2 towers, all right. For a second, I thought the towers might have been kissing, but there's a space in between. Thought skirms were OP and not trash. They're both. Remember, one man's trash is another man's treasure. Persians are strong. Persians are strong. I mean, the Lithuanians do have very good trash units, but now Sitaux, stonewalling himself at home, might be forced to use them. Could even lose some fishing ships there. TaToH, good Vil lead, wheelbarrow. Guard towers everywhere, doing everything he can to stop Sitaux from accessing wood. Towers with Bodkin. This will be their maximum range. That's still very effective. Maybe one more could go over there. Ram trying to take out this tower. Cav archers might be able to stop that, and thank you, Dean B, for the follow. Ram goes down. Sitaux with a bunch of idle Vils now. Trying to do a TC. Oh, if he does hill forts with the TC, then he could take out the towers. Does he have hill forts? He does have hill forts. Okay, okay, +3 range. So the TC here, able to hit one of the towers. Not both, but one of them. Alright, he'll need to garrison the TC, but then he can shoot down the tower. Ram forward 2 to attack the tower, and TaToH just wants more towers on the outside. But the TC will have the range to stop that. Oh, let's go hill forts, OP, hill forts. Got skirms upgrade, but we don't produce yet. Well, now we have some elite skirms. More elite skirms for Sitaux. Look at that huge eco difference. 16 fishing ships for TaToH. He's only on shorefish, though. No fish traps for him. He's fishing the other side, but again, getting tasked to shorefish as he's going to destroy one more dock from Sitaux. Sitaux down to 1 dock on the right. Doing a university, that'll probably be ballistics for the skirms. TaToH will lose a tower to the TC, but he still has Cav archers from which to pressure, and he can tower the other side too. Okay, Teutons are back. TaToH could imp, and TaToH will imp, as his resources are there. And the castle's now for Sitaux, not even giving him that much wood control because of TaToH and the guard towers. This feels like a very TaToH game. Feels very stereotypical TaToH. Yeah, indeed, Sitaux in Struggle Town. Hold on. As monks start to do some chanting, we'll have some fighting in the middle. Let me see if Twitch lets me... Okay, I can snooze my ads on Twitch, just not in OBS. The Cav Archers and Knights will push forward. Sitaux needs to ram the tower. TaToH's up to Imp. He's up to Imp where he could go Savars. Oneville repairing that tower while the Knights try to deal with the skirms. And the ram goes down to the Knights. Cav Archers clean the skirms, and this might be a GG upon seeing Imp, as TaToH is continuing to push, and Sitaux is struggling to get the army enough to counter this. And another castle on the side for Sitaux, desperately trying to clear the towers for wood. Now, TaToH himself does not have a castle, but he'll do a forward one, and be in a position to start trebbing. More rams for Sitaux, as TaToH's up, and we'll probably see Chemistry, Cavalier, and GG, as TaToH wins game number 1. Clean win for him, very well practiced on the map, it would seem, and Persian's eco went burr. The towers were disrupting to Sitaux right from the start, who wanted to go fast castle and couldn't do it with the tower rush, or at least couldn't do it cleanly. So smooth game from TaToH, fantastic game from TaToH, winning game from TaToH. And that's Crossroads going in TaToH's favor. TaToH has Arena. TaToH has Arena. And for Civs, Persians. Persians also a top pick for Sitaux. Over Lithuanians, a more bottom pick. He also has Byzantines at the end of the draft. TaToH has Celts at the end of the draft. He has Celts. We could see maybe Byzantines versus Turks on Arena. That would be cool. Any new names these playoffs? Not really. I think they're all pretty established. R-base pandering by TaToH. Good thing he's not an admin for this. Otherwise, he gets an admin win. All situations are improved with the addition of a buttload of elephants. I agree. Regardless of the situation, elephants improve it. So again, thank you all for tuning in. This is amazing. We have almost 800 viewers between Twitch and YouTube combined, so thanks for watching. Hope you're enjoying all the maps we made for Warlords, or that I edited for Warlords. I have a wide variety, not just of map types, but of map authors who have had works, who have their works featured in the map pool. Yeah, Byzantines versus Turks, Gunpowder. There aren't many civs that can compete with Turks on Arena. I think I much prefer Turks to Portuguese. Byzantines, I think, one of the few that still can. Okay, who's ready for border dispute? Who is ready to go back to the Age of Kings? Because we have Celts for TaToH and Mongols for Sitaux. Oh, a situation where the Celts can really struggle against Mangudai. Early game, have really nice militia. Main Breach 1999, thank you for the follow. More A-OK, yes. Last pick versus second pick. Well, TaToH puts himself in a really strong position if he wins with Celts here. A magnet mood. Where are you, Captain? Thank you for casting. Well, thank you for watching. Thank you especially everyone who's been following and subbing. All the support is great. Really need more wallable maps. It's becoming quite disappointing. See so many maps designed to strip the option of walling. Well, that's why we have the closed category. That's why we'll have Arena for TaToH. And Fart of War AoE 2. Thank you for using your Prime sub.
Rinaldi's attacking our caravan!
Attacking the caravan, freaking Ronald. DE failed to download match content. Can I get a failed to download match content in the chat? I need an emote for that. I really need an emote for failed to download match content. I'm surprised 2P were neither banned nor picked. I'm surprised too, now that we have the bans correct. Alright, so border dispute. Both players get their 2 boars. Nothing too fancy there. And they both get 2 boars under the TC. They'll see, TaToH will take both boars at the same time. Sitaux will do a bit of micro. He'll leave the boar under the TC. That was a very well-behaved boar. That boar didn't walk back. Sitaux will shoot the boar once with a vil. And he'll start walking back again. He'll just shoot it again. Try to walk it under the TC a bit better. Take a deer too. Doesn't want to have 2 boars decaying at the same time. Have a bit of idle time if he does that on the vil, but tries to be a bit more efficient. Now the boar is... Look at that. Look at how well behaved it is. As the Mongols have almost taken this first boar. And there's another deer in for Sitaux. Oh, look at him go. Look at him go. Now take the boar. 1 more vil. Oh, he's even got to take the deer first. He wants to be extra efficient. That boar doesn't have much HP left. Okay, so has to be careful. He's going to kill the boar. Alright, well, not under the TC. Maybe not the best spot for the boar. He'll push in more deer. And he'll try to just do Mongol things. As TaToH will try to lame the deer and push it away. Poor boar. Now, there's the barracks for Sitaux. Already a barracks for TaToH. Don't know if there's much damage he can do with a drush, but super early drush feels very much like a TaToH build order. Should try to steal the Turks beneath his TC. You mean the turkeys. He already has the Turks in his Civ draft. Is all this micro really worth it? This is something you saw back in the Voodly days when you had to shoot the boar twice. You do a lot more micro under the TC with it. But here is TaToH with the drush. Sitaux has loom. He's up to feudal. And will he turn and fight? Does he care about the drush? Not too much, it would seem. Cannon boars? What are the cannon boars? Militia attacking the vils. As more militias for Sitaux pop out now. He'd love to get men-at-arms, I think. 2 vils on gold, no mining camp yet. Can just long-distance mine at the TC. The gold is close enough. Oh, there's the lame on the deer. That's what TaToH wanted. Stop the Mongol player from taking the deer. TaToH's doing loom. Sitaux comes forward. TaToH is well in the back, opposite of Sitaux. And loom for TaToH, and he should be going up right after that. A tiny bit of idle time for TaToH ticking up. As $4.99 food. And feudal age for Sitaux will be in 5 seconds. TaToH still a good ways away. There's 1 isolated vil here for TaToH. She's got to be extra careful. Here comes the man-at-arms upgrade for Sitaux. He arrived too late for the first set. How close was it? It was a 4-0 sweep. How's the score so different already? Mongols hunt, maybe? The score doesn't seem too different. I mean, right now it's just Sitaux is feudal and TaToH's not. Once he gets the res, it'll change. And the men-at-arms are getting in on the wood line, getting 2 vils, now a 3rd vil. Scout ready to pick off that vil. Down he goes. And this is the man-at-arms rush that Sitaux wanted. TaToH perhaps greedily did not wall the wood line with small walls. You'll get the scout, but that should be another vil down. 1 HP left. Well, 1 HP is all you need. Can the TC save her? No. Oh, she can save herself. Just goes and kills that man-at-arms. Beastly vil there. Low HP vil, risky delete there. That man-at-arms will still be hoovering. I don't know why he didn't wall. He was microing his own militia at the same time, so it might not have been as fast to react as he needed to be. Yeah, call an ambulance. Well, that Vil don't need no ambulance. 1 HP. He's more than good. Goes over till you see the food count for Sitaux. He's Mongols. He's got 13 food. 9 Vils on food. Doing a blacksmith. He was doing a dock so we can take the shorefish. For all the shorefish, he'll dock one of them. Are Celt Vils extra strong? Maybe they're just inspired by their extra speedy militia. So a few archers will come in around the side. Vils will do a house. And some skirms will pop out for TaToH. Also, we'll have fletching for Sitaux. Skirms will now catch some archers. Archer goes down. Celt Vils are buffed from all that extra wood cutting. Same goes for Baron. I mean, a lumberjack is good for the shirtless situations. Why don't we have faster attacking Vils yet? I think Berbers with faster moving Vils are scary enough. So fletching for TaToH. He's gonna go archers and skirms with a second range, so double ranges for the Celts. Now, one thing Celts really don't like fighting will be Mangudais, so TaToH will probably try to make this a messy feudal age game rather than letting it go into the mid-castle age. And double bit axe for Sitaux in the back. Archer is still chasing Vils. There's one weak Vil there. TaToH being extra careful to micro. And bring the skirms over to clear the archers. Archer dodging back and forth as another Vil comes to the woodline for TaToH. Why don't we have elephant Vils yet? I mean, remember how strong those Inca Vils were back when they had their blacksmith upgrades in feudal? That was probably the strongest bonus AoE 2 has ever had, aside from maybe Dark Age Champy. Maybe Dark Age Champy were better. And first Nobu rush. I'm genuinely surprised it took people years to figure out just how strong that is. But I think that was the strongest 1v1 strat in the game once people learned it. I don't think there was legit a counter to it. And if you had back stone, or if you had forward stones yourself, I think you were 100% dead. And the only answer would be maybe douche in the Dark Age. Force it to be a Dark Age game. Cuman's 2TC and steps. That was OP when the game came out, but I still think Inca probably a bit stronger. That's where I had Huns Wars. Huns Wars were great. I miss those days. Huns Wars were great because just everything was viable in them. It was nice and smooth without being housed. Do all the units in Feudal Age and Castle Age. The only thing you were missing was Redemption, which also made it more aggressive because you couldn't defend with monks. So Huns Wars were amazing. What happens if two unbeatable strats meet? Then there's probably a draw. Then you get Ruben Andre again. A wood game. So Castle Age up first for Sitaux. TaToH's actually not close to it. And that 3 Vil difference paying off in res collected for Sitaux. And TaToH's extra military 20-6 has not led to much damage on Sitaux. So far, Sitaux very well able to keep himself compactly in his base, taking the gold close to the TC and using the tower to defend his wood line. Might need to run some vills off the berries. And it's his turn to lose a vill. But since he is up, once he's up, he can go Elite Skirm, and then TaToH won't be able to fight for a while. TaToH doing a market, trying to race his way up. Yeah, this is looking 1-1, looking like we might not have a sweep. Kind of decided just by TaToH not walling. See, TaToH will destroy a couple of fishing ships. Oh my gosh, remember when we could have demos? Oh, I'm missing a demo here already. It would have been sick to see a demo. So skirms for Sitaux coming over. They'll find TaToH's army over here. Tower only protects a tiny amount of wood now. I need to get another tower maybe over here, but no stone for that now. They can still make demos in theory. So Sitaux up to castle. TaToH trying to raid, but Bodkin immediately for the skirms. And now Sitaux can do lots of things. He can do a TC to keep himself safe and secure wood. We need a bit more stone for that. Could just do Elite Skirm. Defend with Elite Skirms. Could try to do a forward workshop and pressure TaToH. And we'll be Elite Skirm, but he lost most of his skirms. Wait a minute, he lost most of his skirms there trying to secure the wood. I mean, TaToH does have a 500-point lead as he's up to the Castle Age, and he's had a great KD so far. And he's actually now ahead in res collected. Maybe the Celts are just OP. And Sitaux didn't have enough skirms, so this might just be Sitaux clicking up too quickly to the next stage. And he's trying to raid TaToH, but TaToH, recognizing this, trying to run his vills, doing a stable, so we are going to get Celt Knights. Which leaves open the option, if this game lasts a long time, that we might get Celt Paladin. Sitaux seems a bit sloppy with his army management. Was there. Well, he did pick off a couple more vills. That's now 9-4 vill KD, though, in favor of TaToH. And TaToH just with skirms in the... here and there. Somehow dealing more damage than he's taken from Sitaux. That's... much better KD from TaToH. So yeah, not the best army control. Not the best villager control from Sitaux. Scoreboard update. It's 1-0. The scoreboard's correct. Is TaToH up to the Castle Age? Yeah, Huang would be proud of the Celt Knight. A few of those eco deaths are fish. That's true, that's true. Celt Paladin's the worst in the game? Situationally. There are also Byzantine Paladins, don't forget about those. Oh, nice! House. Nice house wall from TaToH, and that'll force the skirms to have to contend with the knight a bit more. Byzantines are worse. Well, Celts missed the armor. Byzantines missed the attack. I think Byzantine Paladins situationally are useful because they have more pierce armor against archers or skirms than cataphracts do. So they still have a role for the Byzantines. Celt Paladins, really, the only use for them is if you need to... someone went all in gunpowder and didn't scout the stables and doesn't have halbs prepared, and then you rush with paladins and kill them. Extra attack better than extra armor? I mean, depends on what you're fighting. I'd usually prefer the armor. So TaToH's selling wood, buying stone. And ooh, picking off some of TaToH's units. So Sitaux able to defend now. TaToH, one little misplay, not patrolling. Does Celt Paladin work versus champs, or Celts just do their own champs? Celts can do Wood Raiders against that. I think hand cannoneers are the thing that stand out, that Celt Paladins are better against than Woad Raiders. Almost as fast as Paladins. Woad Raiders are, I believe, faster than Teuton Knights when Teutons don't get husbandry. Woad Raiders are speedy. So second TC for TaToH as he's opening up a good score lead. And starting to boom and open up a Vil lead. 600 res collected ahead for him. And after that early drush, Sitaux just wasn't able to take clean fights. He had a good man-at-arms rush, but after that, TaToH's recovered. Has his boom going faster, Sitaux will try to do her TC. TaToH knows right where Sitaux is. Kelp Paladins may be better against Samurai than Woad Raiders. That's one. But then they are contending with Japanese Halbs. A situation where probably the attack does matter more than the armor, at least. And a defensive workshop now for Sitaux. Okay. So still defending, but holding on, getting a TC up. And still the fact that I think this Civ matchup should favor the Mongols. And Sitaux is going for stone and could try to drop a castle right in TaToH's face. So third TC for TaToH, who does not see the stone mining. And Storm Sin, thank you for the follow. And hopefully we'll be able to hit 16,000 followers this weekend. I should make a follower goal in the overlay. I need to do that. I need to get the YouTube comments. So many little things I need to do. Town watch for Sitaux. And oh, Knight finding the... What? What just happened there? Did TaToH delete the Knight? I guess he deleted the Knight hoping that his skirms would find the monk. But Sitaux finding skirms with his own elite skirms. And Geschnittenbrot, thank you for the follow. For a second I thought the monk killed the Knight there. I guess that had to have been a delete. Well, split on the skirms. And now TaToH forced back away from the Mangonel. TaToH going for a fourth TC. He's got 2 relics. What if Sitaux doesn't put the castle here? What if he just walks his Vils this way a bit and puts the castle like here? Well, TaToH's on stone too. Sitaux with another TC in the back. Eco advantage continuing to expand for TaToH. I'm here just in time. Just in time, Arbase. You saw the Celts. Also, you missed the fact that TaToH lost like 4 Vils to Men-at-Arms. But he's Celts. It doesn't matter. He's still winning. Still winning with Celts. The wood bonus, after the hunt bonus stops paying off, will be the long-term better eco. Eco bonus. Still some deer that the Mongols can take. And can TaToH out micro Mangonel with skirms? He can kill the Repairville, surely enough. As the Mangonel has to fall back. And more skirms come forward for Sitaux. Crossbows will attempt to attack the other elite skirm. And the skirm will go down. As Mangonel rolls forward for Sitaux, gets a hit on the crossbows. And the Mangonels will clear the other Mangonel. Sitaux has only 1 archer armor, that he does. Those monks he have look fearsome though. Like, look at how, I know that it's just like a drum and a drumstick. That guy looks like he could kill someone with that. And well, 650 stone, just enough for a castle for Sitaux. TaToH can do a castle too, and with the Mangonel and crossbow control, he can do the castle forward now. Alright, our base is gonna YOLO the Vils, and if TaToH sees this, TaToH does have Town Watch, he can do his own counter castle. TaToH also has a monk out here. He just has to see the Vils and then drop the relic in the right spot. There's the Knight from Sitaux, so TaToH might be aware something's up. There are the Vils, and anti-castle house, not in time. Needed maybe an anti-castle gate, but there's the castle from Sitaux. TaToH, he's not going to counter that. He's going forward for his own castle. Alright, let's go. Forward castle from TaToH. He's still mangoneling that TC. He's the Celts. He's hungry. He wants to eat the TC. And TaToH heavily on stone now. His main goal will be disrupted. His stone will be taken by Sitaux. Sitaux can go to stone now for follow-up castles or follow-up defensive castles. Our base has got this. Our base has got this. With the Celts. Shouldn't TaToH send the mangonels to stop the castle? I mean, that was too fast, right? That was too fast. And basically takes out 2 TCs. TaToH will do a defensive TC in the back. And TaToH would have taken that TC anyway with the mangonels. So there is a mining camp for TaToH. I gotta say, the Celt castle does look better than the Mongols castle. Not that the Mongols one is bad. I don't think the Celt one is perfect, but I think it's one of the prettiest ones. Do Celt Siege beat Mangudai? You don't really like the matchup, going Siege versus Mangudai, even if you are Celts. I think that's the way to think about it. It's against Mangudai, mangonels are, and then further down the Onager line still is important. And nice shot on the skirms. TaToH not paying attention. Six skirms and archers all going down. And that skirm not running away. One more shot comes in and goodbye skirm. Meanwhile, the Warlord Raiders begin raiding. Doing what their name would imply they should be doing. Sitaux coming over with a couple of monks. And now Mangudai still will be scary. Mangudai not devoted, but we'll have to run away from the monk. Pretty darn speedy. 1.4 speed compared to the 1.35 of the Warlord Raiders. Warlord Raiders are basically as fast as Mangudai. They're almost there. TaToH doesn't have squires, but that's because he's Celts and his infantry by themselves move faster. 15% faster in castle. If he gets imped, it'll be even just faster for free. Sitaux with a couple of TCs here. How far forward can TaToH make this next castle? Well, Sitaux making a castle, TaToH doing a defensive castle. TaToH's lost all of his farming space, but can keep moving back. Now he has a defensive castle in place to stop this. Maybe needs to find more stone access, which he would have from Sitaux's stone. Maybe war galleys would stop that. Husbandry Pataras, but we have Stronghold for TaToH. What does that do these days? Castles and watchtowers attack faster. Castles heal allied infantry in a 7-tile radius. Alright. So count to 7. And infantry within that radius will be healed. Ram push, let's go. Rams and Woad Raiders. Continuing to push Sitaux's base. I feel like the Mongols' castle better. I like the Celts one. I think maybe the shadowing is a bit extreme on the left side. And the proportions are ever so slightly off. Like, it needs to be slightly shorter, slightly wider. Like, the proportions of the Mongols' castle, at least, are right. And it still does maintain that staircase presentation from the original East Asian castle, so that's nice. I think Mongols suffer from the fact that their castle doesn't match their architecture set all that well. It kind of sticks out. Whereas the Celt castle at least matches a bit with the roofing. Kind of matching the rest of the buildings. It's a closer match. I think that's one of the important considerations in castle architecture critique. Does it match the rest of the architecture? Looks too much like their wonder. That's fair enough, fair enough. The tent that the Mongols have as their wonder is very distinct from their castle, to be fair. So crossbows now from TaToH, moving into the back. And Sitaux will run from that. Sitaux's got 3 castles in TaToH's base. He's getting his Mangudai numbers up. It's so weird that this is almost the situation the Mongols want to be at, but the economy just is not there for Sitaux, and the Mangudai are not in the right position, as TaToH will be able to ram push this castle. Where are the Mangudai defending the castle? Sitaux is looking at his base. He is running his vills away while the castles crumble at the front. And too much for him to micro at the moment, as TaToH will slaughter the monks, destroy the mangonel, and even kill the knight. The Woads go down to that tower. And Sitaux raiding in the back, trying to even the Vil count up, but the res collected so far difference is too huge for TaToH. And this will be a second castle attacked by the Rams. As the Mangudai go to destroy the Rams. And the Warlord Raiders show off their speed. And will the castle go down? It is very close to going down. 114 HP, 109, and the castle crumbles just in time as the ram dies. And the Wood Raiders will go speed their way over to slaughter the Mangudai. And in this madness, we'll have a forward university from Sitaux, who has merely 9 Mangudai left, arson for TaToH, as he'll crossbow his way to the north of the map and force Sitaux to rotate over, as some Wood Raiders go to raid this eco. That castle had no business going down. They have to do more with architectural continuity. It would require more changes per civ to architectures, though. I do kind of miss the Willow Kingdom's architecture mods we had. So TaToH, so close, so close to raiding and finishing off Sitaux. But doesn't see that yet. More Mangudai from this castle. Sitaux falls back with his vills. Still has a couple of forward vills. And now TaToH's sitting there idle. Up, but Sitaux will do a TC, and that might activate the Wood Raiders. And there they go, ready to deny the TC. Ready to deny it as the Wood Raiders kill the vills. And Sitaux has not noticed this raid. He has not noticed it down here. He's chopping wood. I don't know what he's looking at. Probably microing the Mangudai. And now he's just gonna send every vill to go build the TC. It's now 111 to 76 vills as the Wood Raiders kill even more. And as the TC's up, other vills don't fit inside. They have to run. They're just gonna lead the Wood Raiders over to the wood line. Maybe the TC can take out the Wood Raiders enough. They don't have their second armor yet. And now that one Wood Raider will kill some vills in the back here for TaToH. Unfortunately for TaToH, running under the TC. As Sitaux's coming forward and TaToH is preoccupied with quick walling. But he's done some really good damage there. Sitaux APM is showing Wood Raid would make him leave instantly. Well, he didn't leave instantly, but that raid did a lot of damage. Ram push on the castle now. Some Mangudai and repair vills. Is this enough? Well, Sitaux up to Imp now. He did click up to Imp. TaToH staying full castle age. But there go the Wood Raiders ungarrisoning from the Rams. Vills will wall them out. But chemistry for Sitaux as the Wood Raiders fight down the Mangudai. I wonder why you do chemistry as the Mongols instead of Bracer. Bracer would just be faster. I guess chemistry applies to siege units, but it's only one attack. Well, there goes the castle. And also, there goes all the Mangudai production, so no more Mangudai from Sitaux until he gets the next castle up. Losing castles to Rams with Mongols. Okay, chemistry looks cooler. That's fair. Chemistry is the upgrade you get for killing Ornlu, the flaming arrows in Genghis Khan 1. So let's be clear. This is just an Ornlu shout out from Sitaux. And there is Bracer. You know, maybe this is just a big brain play though, that you click chemistry first because it takes longer, and then when you do both of them in parallel, you'll get both of them to finish at the same time. Maybe that is the right play. Now that I think about that. Alright, I approve that. I approve of the chemistry, then Bracer. And Sitaux has to still be counting on the fact that Celts don't like fighting Mangudai. But the Wood Raiders have been doing the job so far. Once TaToH gets Imp, they will immediately get speedier. The worst thing TaToH can do, though, is upgrade to Elite Wood Raider, where their graphics are a complete downgrade, and you can't see their muscles as easily. The coolest unique unit. They look the coolest, I think. And Fedigo, thank you for the follow. Yeah, we'll have to do that cosplay someday. Those Rams are about to be capped. Unless Sitaux puts a cap on the Ram push with the Mangudai. Imperial with 18 on food. And the Mongols, eventually they might not want vills on food because they want Mangudai in siege, but you need vills on food to get the upgrades. And in a 1v1 you probably still do want hussars. When am I finally doing that? When my shoulder finally heals. So I can go to the gym properly. Well, hopefully I can avoid needing surgery on it, but I'm getting more doubtful as time goes on. Wouldn't hate more elite skirms from TaToH. I mean, we all know skirms are the best unit in the game. I think ACCM showed that to us earlier. As that mining camp will be denied by the woads. And TaToH just zooming around with 6 woads per ram back here. A lot of Mangudai still from Sitaux, and he's not giving this up easily. It's only 4k of a score difference, so not at ACCM territory yet. Hills go down. Yeah, do it yourself, drill. So the Mangudai come to the back, and the TC is gone. There is for Celtica for more HP for the Rams, and unfortunately we have Elite Woad coming in, so the Woad Raiders will not be as buff once they are ejected from that Ram. Or they'll have put on clothes. Like, look at that, look at that. They were so much better before. They will still slaughter the Mangudai, though. As Sitaux not paying attention there. And he's got too much going on right now, as we're at about 5k score difference. And nowhere else to run for Sitaux, as the Road Raiders are throughout his eco. There's the GG. How do Celts finish the game now? Just wait for the GG. Okay, stats here. We'll have military, better for TaToH. Eco, 20k res, better for TaToH. Technology, later to Imp, but doesn't matter if he's destroying all the castles and stopping the tribs. So, ACCM score difference at the end. TaToH goes up 2-0. And things are looking good for him so far in this best of 7. And that was a loss on border dispute. And I would hope TaToH goes arena, if we ever get there. Win for the Celts, loss for the Mongols. And losing with a top pick like that must hurt for Sitaux. Winning with the last save must be great. Should he have gone Step Lancers? I think the issue was more Sitaux didn't commit to army as heavily in feudal as TaToH did, and he lost all of the skirms in the transition to the Castle Age. And I don't know if it's about what the unit he did in early Castle, so much as just the fact he was too far behind at that point. And all the initial momentum he had from that early Men-at-Arms rush didn't carry over into the feudal age skirm war. And it looks like Crownwood will be the next map. It'll be Magyars versus Slavs. Ooh. This is a matchup where I do like the Magyars. Magyars versus Slavs. Why unit icons are not elite? I guess I think the Castle Age ones look more identifiable for the most part. At the top. And if you're asking for the draft screen, just the unit icons haven't been updated for a long time. The Plumed Archer is still the old Plumed Archer. Khmer unit is elite on the screen? Yeah, it's because they haven't been updated. Because it uses the old Ballista Elephant graphics. Alright, so Magyars for Sitaux, Slavs for TaToH. Usually a matchup where if it goes late game and you start running out of gold, the Slavs run into the fact that no matter how many halbs they make, they just can't defend their siege from the Magyar Hussars. And you see Magyars, they do herbal medicine, they put their CA in castles, and they hold on forever. So here we go. To the north we'll have TaToH as the red Slavs, and to the south we will have Sitaux as the blue Magyars. So if there is a Civ matchup where Sitaux wants to get an advantage on a map, it would have to be here with Magyars on Crownwood. Crownwood again with the unwallable rock terrain surrounding the bottom of each hill, making you wall in your lumber camp and not wall fully to the TC. Keeps the map open in the open category. Sitaux pushing that deer into the TC. Land madness, but with hills. That's kind of what we turned it into. And Sitaux just pushing his deer. They're nice and far forward, but I guess the same can be said for TaToH. Let me just tab for a second. Right. And less free stuff? What do you mean less free stuff? You do have 2 boars on this map. Land Madness only has 1 now. Or maybe it always had 1. I don't know if the original Land Madness on Rudely had 1 boar. It's been a while since I've looked at that script. The hills have eyes. They can see you. They're alive with the sounds of villagers chopping wood. Is this one of the first time we see Slavs? Probably. Has more minerals and berries. Yeah, on Land Madness you can see tons and tons of castles everywhere because of the overabundance of stone. There's no per player stone usually on the map, but lots of tiles of 3 stones scattered about. Yeah, we're seeing Celts even more than Slavs these days. Slavs had a run a while ago, late in the era of the HD edition, World of the Kingdoms balance, where their farming bonus was very nice, and that you'd see them picked. And nowadays, you don't see them all that much. Next time we play arena team games, I'll have to do a Slav pocket. I think they're pretty strong there still. First time they've been picked throughout all Warlords, okay. Alright, for the insta-drush? I don't think you'd insta-drush with Slavs, you don't really get an eco bonus for it. I guess you save the house when you do the barracks, but that's about it. Slavs, I think, one of the good team game civs, if you're in an Arabia team game. Given with how fast the flanks need to go up for archers, I think given the +5 pop space, essentially saving 75 wood on the barracks in 2 ranges is actually really sick of an eco bonus. I struggle with Slavs in team games. Yeah, Warlords has the stats. Or Arbase has the Warlords stats link. So both players up at exactly the same time, or TaToH 1 second behind. 19 pop, 18 vills, and loom for both of them. Remember that Nilly clip of him? I don't remember that clip. They thought they had Slavs? Yeah, Slavs are great for a deathmatch team game because you don't need as many houses. I need to check out the DM Nations Cup at some point. There's been so much to cast, I haven't had time. And just scouts the Slavs? Well, you save 2 houses. Bit of a wood bonus. Okay, there's a stable for Sitaux. Stable for TaToH. And TaToH against Magyar scouts won't want to fight initially because of the extra forging, and won't want to be extended in the feudal age against them potentially because of the cheaper Magyar scouts. Although Slavs do have faster farms, I think the discount matters a bit more if you're going full scouts. TaToH does wall his lumber camp in fully, so won't need to worry about an early fight. Only 3 on berries, and he'll do a defensive spearman. As he'll also add in horse collar before the farms. Rather valuable upgrade for the Slavs, who do farm faster. What is their bonus at now? 15% faster farmers for the Slavs. Sitaux versus TaToH. Is it back to being really good, the farming bonus? The Slavs had been an OP civ on the map and closed for a while. I just worry that Slavs won't have a way of dealing with Magyar Cav Archers. Oh, let me make sure my score is updated. There. 2-0. On Eredo Ia. Which map is that, Rambir base? That's the one with all the mills and the farms you can grab, right? I see the horses, and I'm just thinking of Voyagers. We can grab the neutral horses. Slav late game, they lack bombard cannon. And outside of the Great Halb siege push, they lack some options, and I don't think they hold up to Magyars in the long run. It's like, while they have gold, and if they have fully upgraded siege onagers, then yeah, they can siege onager the Cav Archers, but once that stops, and if the Magyar player is careful to save their Cav Archers, then the Magyars win. It's a slow push. That's the thing, I think the slow push means that the map runs out of resources. With only 2 tiles of extra gold and player gold. And no bracer for the Slavs. They do have the final archer armor, but no bracer means the skirms are less effective at killing enemy Cav Archers and they have less range. And so Sitaux will try to pick off TaToH's spear. And does so. Now wants to hit Vils on the berries. TaToH will quickly react by walling them in. And he'll try to garrison Vils. Went to maybe a mining camp, but had to run back when he saw the scouts. Nice foraging picks for Sitaux. As TaToH's forward too, but not finding any damage on Sitaux. Sitaux only went to 1 lumber camp, didn't go for the second. And has spears in his base to defend himself. Defending pretty darn well so far. Spear going to poke some scouts down. Yeah, no bracer plus recurve bow for extra Cav Archer range. And Sitaux, I mean, he might just win this game in the Feudal Age with scouts. TaToH's doing no damage. Sitaux's doing lots of damage. Sitaux needs to keep his scout numbers up. But TaToH has the farming bonus. But res collected, you also have to factor in the scout discount savings for the Magyars. And Sitaux didn't clear that spear when he had the chance to, and he won't get the Vil because of it. If he picks that spear first, he can probably get a Vil. But doesn't want to lose too much. These scouts are all very low HP. And TaToH will be fighting a pair of spears in the back. His scouts are unupgraded. Those Magyar spears had forging. With enough scouts, he's able to pick them both off. Yeah, don't engage with only 1 spear at a time. Yeah, eternal advice for scouts. Or for spear versus scouts. As Sitaux demonstrates as well. Now Sitaux, who lost a scout, will bring his scouts back. And maybe at this point TaToH 8 scouts to 6 might have more scouts and could win a fight. Gonna see a feudal boy this game? All feudal? And I'll have a blacksmith for Sitaux. So blacksmith before bloodlines. He could click bloodlines now, has the gold for it. And scout spear or nothing. Well, neither of these civs are camel civs, so it will be double stable scouts from TaToH. Double stable scouts, as we do have an archer transition from Sitaux. And Sitaux's gonna have to hope that your analysis is incorrect, as TaToH is indeed continuing to add scouts. So armor for him, and he's doing a tower to protect a gold and some farming space. And with armor, he'll still need attack and bloodlines, but if he's going to go full all-in scouts, this is the map to do it on. And the Slavs have one of the best economies for it. One of the absolute best economies for it. With their farming bonus, but I don't think it still holds up to the Magyars. We have maybe even the better economy with the discount, but I guess it's not what Sitaux's going for. 3 spears at home to defend, and TaToH probably needs to realize the rest of the spears are forward now. And immediately he buys stone for a tower on the wood line. Might need to wall again behind that gate. Keep the scouts out. Throwing everyone to the tower right now. No fletching for him. But he's trying to break through. Sitaux will have to wall that gate. Sitaux just doing more and more spears at home. Trying to keep everything walled as TaToH with 13 scouts will pull back. And there is Bloodlines, doubles forward Vills. Let's go. TaToH may be getting trushed now as he's taking some stone. Bloodlines for him, and TaToH will now have fully upgraded scouts with double stable scout production. But he engaged right before Bloodlines and lost 3 scouts. Not the right timing for him. But he'll pick another Vill. So that's now, or pick a first Vill for him. He'll have to run back from the stone and get to the TC. And if he doesn't have enough stone, he won't be able to trush. He doesn't have enough stone. And Sitaux will see that unbuilt mining camp and potentially realize the situation TaToH's in. TaToH just with so many scouts, he could take the forward stone. Well, I need to buy some more. I don't know where he'd want a tower back here. So that tower from Sitaux already defends so much of that wood line. Archers will start picking Vills here. So yeah, TaToH, the forward Vills, you did not get your tower built. And are you just gonna fight here? That's a lot of spears. He's grouping up with more scouts. If he can take a hill advantage, maybe he could fight. Remember, the Magyar spears have free forging too. And does TaToH just lose everything here and get cleaned up? Look at those spears! That is a lot of spears. And there we have the spear archer transition working against the double stable scouts as TaToH will call GG. Put that right next to that pile of corpses. That's a great screenshot there. And that'll be 2-1. So 24 to 14 KD for Sitaux. Better eco too. And Magyars over Slavs on Crownwood. Don't think there is much surprise that the Magyars would win that. A late trush attempt like that. Okay, I'm getting pinged everywhere. Yeah, oh, thank you for the flower, sentient sloths. Yeah, stopping the stone mining was big there too. I mean, if TaToH is able to get that to work and get the tower up, then it's different, but that did not work. That was a loss for TaToH, and he can pick the map now. So we are losing with the Slavs, winning with the Magyars. Sitaux still does have Persians, but then TaToH also has Dravidians. So, alright, I'll be right back and run to the bathroom, then we'll get into game number 4. Alright, as we're getting ready for the next game, it will be Mirkwood. Remind me, did I play an ad before I run away? Twitch is going to let me play one, so let's just make sure I don't have the ad in the middle of the game. Alright, so it'll be Chinese for Sitaux and Bengalis for TaToH on Mirkwood. You can spam Teutonic Night dances in the chat. Ah, yes, lovely. Lovely. So Mirkwood is a nomad map. It's a nomad map. Be prepared for nomad. Hello, Larry Croft. And here we go. Alright, over already? It's not over already. We will have Sitaux here as the blue. Oh my gosh, the TCs are right next to each other. Alright, so this is a nomad map. Oh, that was a quick third match? Yeah, the third match was quick, but it was just kind of scouts until TaToH lost the scouts. So one tile away from a restart. Yeah, remember, if TCs range each other at the start, then it's an admin re. But this is not an admin re because they don't range each other. Loom for Sitaux as the Chinese. Remember, he gets 3 extra vills. And we have a dock on the eastern shore for TaToH where he's already fishing. So, Border Dispute version 2. Sitaux will see more with the Chinese bonus. Oh, that's true. The extra line of sight for Sitaux. He knows exactly where TaToH is. TaToH's like, oh my gosh, the TC's there. But Sitaux will see everything. He sees the vills. If TaToH lures a boar, he'll see it. If TaToH sends a vill for a boar, he'll see it. Even scouting with the water buffalo. Maybe he needs to know to bring the buffalo away. TaToH sees the buffalo near the house. Sitaux will try to hide it. Sitaux will also take that elephant. Fast FC Rathas. Can you FC when you're this close? I mean, is there a point in the game where you just delete the TC and douche? So, Vill for Sitaux in the south. He has 3 vills on Deep Fish too. Maybe a slightly better initial dock location for TaToH on the corner. And elephant taken by Sitaux. Can do FC with a bit of walls. Well, that's what TaToH's doing, a bit of walls, and wants to secure the stone. How do Chuko News do against Rathas? They'd probably die with how big the HP difference is between the units. Letting the elephant go feels sad. I want to see some quick gates and house tricks. Well, he has his own elephant back there. There's an elephant to the north of both of them. Do either of them see that? Neither of them sees that elephant there. Sitaux sending house fills out that way. Maybe he'll scout it. Now he's FC, but on what cost? On the cost of everything. Part of me just wants to see a douche right here. Hopefully someone goes for it. Loom now for TaToH. Also, let's just double check all the relics are here. Double click a relic, and we get 7. We do get 7. Saw Doubt destroy Harris Chukunu with Rathas back when Bengalis first came out. They've been rebalanced a bit since then, right? Though, but probably the same thing applies. And DC takes that elephant. Anti-archer archers. Well, I think that's more when they get elite Chukunu and they shoot 5 projectiles. Ooh, TaToH also failing at an elephant lure. I'll have to walk back and take that again. Good old diagonal elephants. Not following right away. Missed the days he had to shoot them twice. Elephant will attack the Vill. This ville is a house, and the elephant still chases it. Are there anti-archer archers? Maybe fire archers destroying the castles from which the Chukonus are produced? So second dock from Sitaux and fishing ships. Now players will make tons and tons of fishing ships on this map. It's nomad, but essentially the outside is muddy shallows instead of water. And TaToH going hard for the fish boom. We did also add a few oysters to the outside so you can get gold on the outside. Spaced around the edges of the map. That means if you're denied gold in the middle, you can still get it on the outside. They're called knights. Why are the TCs so close together? Because it's Nomad, and they built them close. This is what happens with Nomad. This is why we enjoy Nomad. Because you get situations like these, where TaToH not up yet. Sitaux, that Chinese eco, slightly ahead. TaToH, I guess, will in total get more vills by the time they reach castle. He'll get +2, but much more delayed. +2 per age up, so 2 and 2 is 4. Now the Sitaux towers, I think pretty low because each of them has a second wood line. I don't think a tower really does much for them. Sitaux going for barracks and houses. So the question is, will either player FC? And if they don't, will feudal aggression actually help? Will they play full water, maybe? Try to adjust and fight each other's fish boom. Kind of a risk to play water when you're this close. So, okay, Sitaux's up, TaToH a minute away. And will we see a tower somewhere? Will we see a second military building? Will we see anything? We see fire galleys. 2 fire galleys queued from Sitaux, wanting to start damaging the dock with them. Is it just a race to castle agent and castle? I think it is. And I think TaToH is actually in a position where he can fast castle. And Sitaux isn't. I mean, Sitaux can do some anti-castle buildings here. Okay, and there's a tower. But that tower, I think, doesn't accomplish much when TaToH can simply go here or here and has all the lumber camp space he could ever want. Also, there's a palisade. Hello, palisade. You FC lose water and take the land. Your neighbor's the map. Oh, Armenian composite bowman. Maybe that's it. Okay, TaToH will tower. Here the towers also give you more map control for preventing forward castles. So if Sitaux has a tower there, then maybe it becomes more difficult for TaToH to do a castle here when his vills would be either hit by the TC or by the tower. Maybe we could see a tower denying a castle for once. TaToH, he's doing fishing lines, and he's close to the food he needs for a fast castle. Oh, he killed Sitaux's dockville. That's huge. No more repairs for Sitaux, then. Sitaux forward first. Now we'll be needing to deal with hulks with his fires. Oh, and nicely attacked with the hulks there. Galley coming forward. But more hulks for TaToH. Or is he taking the stone? 4 vills on stone over here by his docks. He had 3 vills there earlier, probably sent a couple more. Now that Idleville can walk back. Forward castle is relative in this map creation. I mean, whoever gets a castle here first might just win. And looking at the ecos, that looks like it'll be TaToH. Rez collected is neck and neck, but Sitaux is spending all of his food in feudal to try to take the water, or is focusing his eco on taking the water rather than food. And TaToH on gold, so most of his fishing ships aren't actually fishing, they're oystering. But one more dock here I think would be sick for TaToH, then he'd grab the food and go up. Mill and towers. So TaToH going for towers. Sitaux getting a vill kill with his archers, hoovering around on land. And Market Blacksmith Castle ends the game. Maybe Sitaux could run and recover if he has, like, lots more fish than TaToH does, and TaToH loses everything. But TaToH holding on water with more fishing ships. In a position where all that he needs is actual fish to click up. Still taking just the oysters, and he's sending a vill. Looks like he's going to redock. And has some idea that there are fish there. So he'll probably redock in this area. Sees there are more fish. And yeah, there's a good redock. He'll basically get 4 deep fish from that dock. So, fletching now for Sitaux. TaToH not quite having the food to go up. Fletching will be good for the galleys. TaToH still has to be very careful of those oystering ships. Lots of idle fishing ships in the dock. I want to see a defensive forward backdoor castle. You might have all 3 of them all at once. That would be like doing a castle here. Yeah, the overlap there. We have a bit of a Venn diagram with some intersection. So archers are under the tower. This is where I think you ungarrison some vills and you fight. And you just overwhelm the archers. So Hulk plus fire for TaToH against basically pure galley. Only 1 fire mixed in for Sitaux. And underneath the dock, TaToH will try to take the fight, especially with the fire that can hit the galleys. The galleys take out that fire. And meanwhile, more towers going up for TaToH just to defend himself. As he's floating a bit of gold. And that means he can click up to the next stage if he uses the market to buy himself up. He has a blacksmith. Maybe think about fletching, but I think he really just needs to think about going up. The dragon ship looks like a downgrade compared to fast fire. I can see that. They were never really intended for being shoehorned into the fast fire role. Just a scenario eye candy ship more than anything. So TaToH will stonewall. He'll show off how much stone he has by stonewalling. And he is getting close to the next stage, but then so is Sitaux. And no question that both of them want a castle drop, as TaToH does more docks. Keeps moving his fishing ships around. The fight's constantly under his dock, so while he's garrisoned and doing damage, he's not actually fishing. And you really want to target the hulks with the dock. That's the ship to which they do the most damage. How then a downgrade? He means visually. Like the graphics, it doesn't look like a stronger ship. Like aesthetically, they look smaller. Yeah, I can definitely see that. So TC there for TaToH, as he's using the market like crazy, but then so is Sitaux. And Sitaux, I think, is going to have a better eco as he goes up. TaToH will be slightly behind, needs to force drop. And whereas early on it looked like TaToH was maybe going to be able to go up very quickly, here he's not. TaToH clicks, and what's that? 25 seconds, so 1 Vill's time difference. Sitaux will do some anti-castle houses. He's like a market or something large to fill the area. Sure, TaToH can't get a castle. And remember, the Bengali ships on water will heal. Start watching with something large to fill. You gotta fill the area to stop castles. Yep, ducks. This is the type of water ducks likes, the muddy shallows. Appropriate for his city skylines cities. And both players will have the stone for a castle. And the question is just who gets the spot and who builds it. I think TaToH actually would want something large to fill this space. Make sure Sitaux doesn't get the forward castle. 5 hours in. Ornlu, hello. It's been a long one today. I mean, they're best of 7s every day, so they probably will be long. Worst case, we get 14 games. I mean, the ACCM set was a 4-0 sweep, too. And these are 9-Ville start maps. And we're not even having big breaks between games, either. You know, the only thing we have is a big break between the sets. So deleting the house, there is the castle. Sitaux dropping the castle first. And TaToH's got to figure out what he does now. Does he retreat and do another castle? Oh, that's a nasty watchtower from Sitaux. TaToH's just going to be like, oh, I'll do another TC, but nope. Not with that tower. Where does he castle? He castles back here, where it's fairly safe. Amid 2 wood lines and some archers. Yeah, they're both eyeing exactly that spot, but Sitaux gets up first, gets the castle first. And now TaToH, who are gone for a very swift 2-0 lead, very convincingly too. Now maybe giving Sitaux some hope to get back into the set if he's not up in time to do that forward castle. You do kind of feel like that castle should give you a huge advantage. But still, it's Chukonus versus Rathas. Now, medium warships, both of them do medium warships. Fire ships, warhulks. I guess technically TaToH's navy should be countered by Sitaux's right now. I mean, TaToH just needs more hulks. So second TC for Sitaux, who is not going to lose his first TC. And here's some Rathas now for TaToH. You can kill that Vil. Remember, you can't quick wall against the Rathas since they can go ranged mode. If TaToH steps a Sitaux out of line, he might be dead. Only with the puns. Well, that Vil has so far not stepped Sitaux out of line, and still not even been hit by the Rathas, who leave a line of arrows around. Oh man, DE and collisions for projectiles. So TC for TaToH, who still actually has the eco unit lead, but a lot of that's from the fish. And melee mode Rathas, chase down and kill crossbows. Crossbow down. Alright, and TaToH now, he's 0 TC gaming for the moment, as he has to add in another TC, while Sitaux's on 2. That can't feel good, but he has more stone. And he also has Rathas. Now, Rathas versus Chukonus. It's a situation where I think you go melee mode, run them down, and the Chukonus should die. Neighbors of the map. Yeah, that's a lot of Chukonus from Sitaux, already up to 11. Only 5 Rathas from TaToH. And TaToH now relying on catching the Chukonus out of position, or at least he'll have to. And that's a 3rd TC now for Sitaux. There we'll have ballistics for TaToH. Crew Chukonus start to take down Vils. One goes down. Town watch. For Sitaux has HP difference though, 100 to 45. So over twice the HP for the Rathas as they go to melee mode. Problem with melee mode is then you have to pathfind though. And actually this is a pretty darn good fight for Sitaux. Chukonu's doing okay. Doing okay here. As at the front, the walls are still there. University for Sitaux. Rathas still around the side. And the Rathas will clean up everything that Sitaux has. So Vil count is still very, very close as TaToH does another TC. Chukonus spreading out onto the water, maybe to raid some fishing ships, as on the water in the south, this is where the players are mainly hulking. So Hulk plus War Galley against Hulk plus Fire Ship. TaToH hoping the Fire Ships win and have more DPS behind the Hulks. Will he be right about that? Will he be right about that? I think he will be. I think he just will be. Sitaux's navy's going down. And Bloodlines now for TaToH. Get those Rathas to 120 HP. Win water, lose match? Okay, remember, that's the theory so far. Sitaux 83 to 67 Vils, 72 to 52 actual Vils. So up by 20 villagers. Fishing ships, not quite as many, but that's still pretty close. And they'll start to get more inefficient. TaToH won't get that top dock. We'll be chasing Sitaux around the south. Ornlu, you banned for map dodging? What map did you dodge, Ornlu? Nomad 1v1. Fair enough. Isn't Nomad 1v1 just douche and then resign when your TC gets destroyed after the treaty? So Chukanu's going for the house. Man, just want to play Arabia? If only that were possible. If only we had the technology that we had back in 2012 when I started playing. So, Sitaux forced back to his dock, still fishing the bamboo, the fish under the bamboo. And Port Castle now in the middle from Sitaux. Is not up to Imp. And TaToH has the score lead. But 88 fills to 67. I still feel like the score for TaToH is water. And now that Sitaux has skirms and horse collar, he can maybe fight the Rothas better. Skirm Chukonu doesn't feel like the worst combination. As Rothas go to melee mode to take down the skirms. Chukanu's try to take down the Rothas though. Here comes a mangonel. What type of mangonel shot will TaToH get? Nice split from Sitaux. As the Chukanu's enough arrows that they can deal damage to the mangonel over time. And the Rothas will be forced back. Apparently her reverse swept made everyone pog and also created a platform for new fans for AoE 2. That's what I heard earlier. Apparently he lost in the winner's bracket, made a loser's bracket run, and then reverse swept the final. So, pikes for TaToH. As Rothas attack the outpost. And Rothas kill a Vil. Chukanu's force them back. We'll have pikes, forging, and wheelbarrow all for TaToH. Does Rotha have +2 versus skirms as a Bengali bonus? Only in melee mode? Really? Only in melee mode? What is it? Cav +2 attack versus skirms? Do elephant archers count as Cav for that bonus for +2 attack versus skirms? I guess not. So I guess it's only melee mode then. Makes sense. It's another castle for TaToH. So how's the eco situation looking? Sitaux up by about 3k res collected, but TaToH's KD so big that I think it might overwhelm that. And 27 Chuko news. Is that enough for Sitaux? TaToH needs to garrison that castle. And Rotha's trying to hunt down the Chuko news. 8 versus 9 and 4 skirms. I feel like this army, Sitau's not microing it properly. He's attacking the dock. That's the hard thing of the Chuko news. Their range is so short. It's hard to get them all shooting at the same time. For their sake, at least the Rothas don't outrange them. We try to do some CBA micro to dodge arrows there. Does the Skirm counter Rotha or not really? The Skirm is often the best unit you can make against the Rotha. I think that's the best I can say. So TaToH up to Imp, who might somehow win this game still, just thanks to the Rothas. Well, I guess the score isn't just water then. Sitau's still fishing. He's up to Imp 2, but he's a good ways behind. So even with that forward castle on the TC, TaToH's holding on. Good at casting today? Yes, Panda. Especially since after this set, we're gonna Co-cast Baron to cast Cryptic in the USA Cup. Lushuan time? Yeah, Lushuan time maybe. Do the Bengalis or the Chinese? What's the Chinese get the Lushuans, right? Bengalis don't? Yeah, they just get cannon galleons. All flesh and blood military units? What about the bombard cannon, Orlu? So gold mining, heavy plow. Couple of TCs here for TaToH. Get ready to see your old teammate crush everyone. It'll be hard without the carry though, Panda. Wait, okay, at bombard cannon? Just wait until the custom scenario where they do. Imperial Age there for TaToH. There we go, up to Imp. So, 11 to 112, and as the Bengalis with 4 TCs, 5 TCs then, plus 10 Vils. Once he gets Imp, 2 per TC. So that's a good Vil boost for TaToH. He's going to get a pair of Trebs popping out of those castles and can start besieging Sitaux's castle in the middle of the map. And what does Sitaux do against the Rathas now as the Chinese? How would Fire Lancers do? Would that be an answer? They move faster as the Chinese. They'll miss Gambesons though. Yeah, so they probably won't want to fight ranged mode. At least 100 extra TCs. And also, Nathaniel38, thank you for the follow. And also earlier, CZ, Dattle, and Let It Go. Don't know if I read your names, but thank you for the follows earlier. 1 TC was 1 second too late. Oh, okay, +8 then. So, Treb's going for the castle, and now Sitaux just holding on. Holding on. As TaToH Ratha's an elephant, because why not? Chukonus want to clear the Trebs. They'll clear 1. All those arrows they shoot, they're pretty good at clearing them. But now Ratha's in the castle to get extra castle arrows in the Chukonus. Sitaux trying to dodge. That's so many castle arrows, though. And he'll lose all the Chukonus in one spot as the castle slaughters them. And now this crumbling castle from Sitaux may lead to a crumbling economy, as TaToH will have an area in which he can raid, and also can go melee mode Rathas to chase the Trebs. At this point, just getting to mid-range, and the Rathas pop out. And they massacre you in melee mode, which they also will do to the Trebs here going to melee mode. I don't think those Paravils get there in time. There should be some destroyed trebuchets now. Oh, third trebuchet even packing. That feels rough. That feels very, very rough. Rathas will take that down. Skorm's fending off the Rathas. TaToH Elite Ratha and a Light Cav swap. Now, no Hussar for the Bengalis, but they do get fully upgraded Light Cav. Well, not fully upgraded. They miss Heresy, other than that. So, Sitaux trying to go Skirms, hoping that the best unit in the game will work out for him, but Sitaux maybe a step or two ahead, going for the Light Cav upgrades. The final was the only set where all games were played. Most of the sets were sweeps. Alright. Alright, castle being trebbed. Skirms go for the market. Treb's attacking the watchtower. And tower crumbles. And I'm finding it harder and harder to find a way back from Sitaux. TaToH amassing enough Light Cav at home, we should probably clear this soon. And then it's just pushing into Skirms. As long as TaToH can deal with Skirms, he's okay. As long as he can deal with Skirms. And the Light Cav will have +2 against Skirms. You're correct about that. They are Cav. And Trebs are packing Scale Barding Armor, Cavalier, and 2-man Saw all in for Sitaux. Nothing except skirm numbers, so Vil goes down to that tower. Iron casting and plate barding armor for TaToH. Can't charge their death to so many units and compositions. And alright, Trebs going down. Incoming Treb shots from TaToH. 22 HP left. You look at the golden elite Rathas shooting the Vils. Oh, that is a good elite upgrade, I gotta say. Some of the elite upgrades, like the Woad Raider, not a fan of. Ratha is a good one. You can tell it's elite immediately. You can still tell it's a Ratha. TaToH desperate for more TCs. And TaToH just needs to find the way to push and finish him off. Even some ships on the water. So, that's actually Sitaux, surprisingly, 2.5 res collected, or 2.5k res collected ahead, but holding on, still not finding a way to stop TaToH fully. TaToH would love a forward castle, but his Treb's preventing it. He'll take the TC in the tower first. Elite white feather guards turning into red feathers? Yep. Golden Centurions are good. Alright. The Cataphract and the Longbow, I think, are pretty good. Okay, Cavalier, but quick wall from TaToH to keep them away. As the market TaToH could destroy too. Still floating quite a bit of wood. Cavaliers don't yet have their final armor. Sitaux might try to raid with them. But masonry now for TaToH, as he keeps extending his score lead and continues pushing. Sitaux trying to go Cavalier Skirm. And trying to push this castle. TaToH can move forward with his own Trebs. Maybe group up Rathas and get ready to fight the Trebs here. If the Light Cav can pick off a Treb, that lets TaToH repair much more easily. And that they do, one Treb down, so that'll keep the castle up with better repairs. TaToH now grouping everything. He'll have 5 Trebs to shoot this back. And as the Trebs deploy, he'll be ready to shoot. There is Mahayana in another castle, so TaToH has more pop space now. Vils won't take up as much pop space, so you can make more population. And there's gold shaft mining, conscription, and iron casting for Sitaux, adding in resources for one last charge of Cavaliers. A charge that'll be under a castle, and from the back, a bunch of Rathas from TaToH will come down, and that'll let him take out the Trebs. And the gate, gate not in time. Gate not in time. And Counteron, thank you for using your Prime sub, as the Trebs will go down.
Pack quite a punch. Better to fire and retreat than face them toe-to-toe.
Yeah, imagine saying that about Rathas, but then they're the ones firing and retreating, even though they also pack quite a punch. And now the Rathas, look at how much HP they have, 135. That's almost as much as the Cavalier. Crap rotation for TaToH, so he's ready for a long game. And now Sitaux, his blue base is now filled with red dots as his population is dropping. His resource stockpile is dwindling as he spends it on skirms. And TaToH can move forward with his Trebs. Crop rotation will be finished soon, and raid just about everywhere. So I think Sitaux is falling apart at the moment. Huge mistakes to trade the Chuko news for those Trebs earlier. Well, I guess as good as the eco of the Chinese is, feels like the Rathas are simply too good for the Bengalis. Chinese, they just couldn't really deal with them. And TaToH will take a 3-1 win after Mirkwood, so that's 306 to 155 KD. Eco better for Sitaux by 1k, but still not enough, even with the Chinese eco. Felt like TaToH also was winning on water too, the healing for the Bengalis, as whatever that does probably still helps. Should have played that more aggressively than a YOLO forward castle? Maybe. Our base, you might need to check terrace, because apparently there are no berries on whatever version you're using. Alright, so one more game that will be picked from Sitaux as a home map. So this will be the last map pick from Sitaux, and if he wins, then it'll just be TaToH picking the maps for the rest. And they're in a lobby. Let me just take a very quick break in between these games too. The next map has been selected, and it will be Lowland. It'll be Sitaux with the Vietnamese against TaToH with the Romans. TaToH 1 game away from advancing, has a 3-1 lead over Sitaux in this best of 7. Sitaux would need to play quite the comeback. Feels like the one win he's had was just a really good civ advantage. Did someone message me? Is our terrace is broken? Yes, Bergwin did. Alright. So here we are on Lowland. Celt's a big civ win. I mean, no. The map Sitaux won. Magyars versus Slavs. I think that's a civ win. So Lowland, Warlord in from Sitaux. He'll be to the north as the blue Vietnamese. TaToH to the south as the red Romans. TaToH can wall himself and almost play Black Forest here, but the TC will be forward. Getting a nice lumber camp there. Sitaux, I guess, maybe the same thing, but harder to wall himself. I still can do a TC wall. Players will figure out how to wall at this level. Way versus way, that was a civ win. That was 100% a civ win. We learned the way to win. I predict double FC double workshop from the Romans. I mean, might be a way to play against the Vietnamese. Also, a reminder, we're going to have USA Cup coming after this. I think we have a couple of sets to cast today of Cryptic. We casted him yesterday. I guess he's just getting all of his sets done in 2 days. So, Scout pushing a deer here from Sitaux. He's got 2 back-to-back sets after playing one yesterday. That's how to schedule. As USA Cup standard RM. Yep, it's standard. So, mill here from TaToH. As he'll push in the deer. 7 white dots. Yep, there are 7 relics here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And now Loom for TaToH as he's bringing a goose back. And a scout will push in a deer. Loom there, and we'll have feudal on the way. And a barracks now for Sitaux. What is that emote, Ducks? What is that emote? It's a 6-7 emote. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we gotta make sure we have... We can't have 6 relics. We need to have 7 relics. Oh, Emu versus JadeArrowGamer? We're already committed to casting another set, though. We'll have to go back and cast Rex of Emu, then. There's a couple of geese over here picked up by TaToH. And I'll bring them back to his TC. Need to expand towards a younger audience by adjusting the relic count. Yeah, so you're telling me that for standard maps where main golds have 7 tiles and stones have 5 tiles, we need to add 1 more tile of stone? Is that how we bring Age of Empires to a younger audience? The scouts that have maybe bloodlines should add 22 HP instead of 20. So that we get scouts to have not 65 HP in feudal, but 6-7 HP. Is that what we need to do? Is that how we appeal to the youth these days? Yes, believe me, I am a fellow teenager, basically. Okay, so TaToH, if you can lure the militias into the bear, that'd be a nice bear attack, but not gonna work there. Double bit axe for Sitaux, and a stable up for TaToH too. So he will be going for scouts, Sitaux will be opening archers. The Vietnamese will have the smooth, faster researching, and wood-free eco upgrades. Don't cost any wood. RNG 6 or 7 tiles, so we have to discuss it at the start of the game. You have no idea how close we were actually to doing that. When we talked about maps, we talked about making it a random number of relics at the start, so we didn't have to admin re if there were missing relics. And we're very close to making a random chance of 5, 6, or 7 relics. As the militia will be cleaned up. They did get a kill, or 2 kills, but not much happening there. So the scout goes down. Spear forward for Sitaux as he tries to wall. And since this is a semi-open map, there will be lots of walls. And, well, players like to boom. Lots of booming on this map. So everything is random chance and there's no bugged maps. That is not even true for hyper-random. Wasn't there a multiplayer arena tournament that had dozens of relics? Rage Arena had up to 16, I think. But did not even get to 2 dozen. First caller for TaToH. Forest Nothing still sounds like the least buggy map ever. Actually, yes. The only bug is if the player locations have one player too close to the edge, so they don't have enough room around the TC. Well, that could be fixed. So, Sitaux just full walling. TaToH won't commit much more than a few scouts since he sees the walls. Might have to worry about skirms to defend his own walls. if Sitaux commits to more archers. But with the scouts opening, TaToH will be committing early on to farms, even with horse collar, so he will try to get up to the castle age rather fast. Bear chasing a spear on the side. Spear running away. The spear is faster than the bear. Don't try this IRL. The bear will be faster than you. And another house there for TaToH. You don't have to outrun the bear, you just have to outrun the guy next to you. Well, there's no guy next to him. No, that spear's by himself. Lons, hello, Baskets. Why these saves for the map? It's semi-open, and Vietnamese can boom. They have a good late game. They have a good boom. Romans for TaToH, I think they're maybe more appropriate for open maps, generally. They have a really good eco, though. I think they might be weak to bombard cannon from the Vietnamese, though, late game. Not like he wants to go Scorpions and push. And TaToH will wall behind this, trying to keep himself safe from the archers. Wall far enough behind, send enough vills so that when the archers break in, the walls will be up. He's got a spear.
Salve.
Is he still flashing white because the bear's chasing him, even though the bear's not attacking him? That's interesting. Nope, he stopped. Oh, don't stop. Don't stop. Fight the bear with the spear. Okay, the bear got the kill. Man, that bear chased the spear for a while. It was over here, down here, over here. Spear just finally got tired. Romans do stand a chance in the late game despite everything. Happened Doubt versus Valessa TTL. Alright. I mean, they should have a really good eco with 5% faster everything, right? We see TaToH's ahead right now. Cheap wheelbarrow for Sitaux. And TaToH's actually going to be the first up to the castle age. He is stone walling, and it looks like TaToH just wants to take this late game and hope that Roman eco is better. Maybe do some quick booming in his own base. One of his gold tiles is forward, has to be wary of that. And then expand to the middle. Our base loves open maps. Well, we already played Crownwood. This is the semi-open map. Semi-open connoisseur. Ooh. So farm goes down to the archers. In England or Scotland? I would guess England. I think Scotland would be, like, north of the wall. Every tile on the map has a 50% chance of generating as non-buildable terrain. Ornley would love that. It would be very hard to make any buildings other than towers. It'd be Huns going tower rushes every game. Alright, and TaToH, does he want to engage that? Not with 2 spears when he'd be downhill. Bloodlines in Castle Age for TaToH. Here he goes, catching up to the spear. Ooh, nice little forest nook for Sitaux to hide in. Lovely little nook there. And we'll have 1, 2, 3 TCs for TaToH. So TaToH really far ahead in the Castle Age timing. Stonewalled. And it can do cheap scorpions should he need to defend from archers. So his boom, really nice so far. And he can run towards another bear. He's just going to double check that he's walled here. There's no hole. And he's going to lure the archers into this clearing. But there's another even really great spot for Sitaux to stand. I think Sitaux needed to lure them to the bear a bit more. Or TaToH needed to lure Sitaux to the bear more. But there is light cav and husbandry. So TaToH still has Arena as a home map, and he might be playing Arena here with light cav to fight for relics while 3TC booming. So then town center for Sitaux, but oh, TaToH, he sees this. He sees the vills. Sitaux, not like this. Oh, he's walling, but not gonna get the walls up in time. Deletes the foundation, and this might be TaToH advancing to the quarterfinals, as Sitaux will lose those villagers to TaToH's light cav. Oh, TaToH finishing them off. And he'll do his next TC here. There's a market, there's a university. And what else can Sitaux do now? Well, that's a good 6 villager kills. TaToH up by 1k res. He's doing a workshop for scorpions. And maybe now Sitaux doing a market university. Second TC might be going for some type of all-in cav archer play. And TaToH is victorious. I was waiting for a long game and a long boom, but would have been fortunate if he didn't somehow die there. What a game. What a game. Sitaux was hoping that TaToH would be distracted by his army to use the scouts to clear the archers, but not the case. TaToH relied on his walls and his cheap scorpions. And, well, did he just rage quit that? I mean, he lost 6 vills doing a TC. And everything he wanted to do kind of died there. Yeah, he GG'd after resigning, if that's what you're asking. The GG shows in game, but not in a capture age. Alright, oh, I didn't type Markwood. Well, congrats to TaToH, he will advance. So we have about 15 minutes to fill before USA Cup. It's a win with the Romans and a loss with the Vietnamese. But yeah, you probably should have walled in the vills. So again, we'll just give a shout out to Mem for hosting this. Again, go give him a follow if you haven't already. And we're gonna swap over soon to USA Cup, but let's just take a look, perhaps, at some of these brackets, as now they will be updated. And thank you, the Ape Descendant, for the follow. So we have this situation here where Sitaux loses to TaToH. TaToH then will face Sebastian. Viper will face ACCM. And in terms of Onimaru players, we could have an Onimaru player in each quarterfinal then. The only thing that would have to happen would be Lewis beating Hera. Thanks for the cast. It's late here now. 22:47. See you tomorrow. Just in time for Emu versus JadeArrow. We're already committed to another set, though, Paradox. We're committed to casting Cryptic again. We want Emu. We're already committed, though. Pull. There's no pull. This is America. I make my decisions. Oh, and Smiley, thank you very much for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Appreciate the raid. And let's... Twitch, why can I knock on myself? Don't let me collab with myself. Hello there, Smiley. Thank you very much. So let's update some titles here. USA Cup. Cryptic versus... This is silver. I forget which. He has 2 sets. I forget which is first. Civilly confirmed times. Where is Cryptic's post? Oh, wait. Tuesday, 5 p.m. Eastern. Versus Biscuits, yes. Cryptic versus Biscuits. Oh, and then here we go. Exclamation mark USA Cup. Hosted by at Paradox 303 and at Ace John 6 25 exclamation mark donate there. Big title we need to do. And swap over to USA Cup. So hope y'all enjoyed Warlords. We're gonna go cast something just as epic. So we have 2 play all 3s we're gonna cast. A Cryptic against Biscuits. And it'll be the Silver League, it'll be a play all 3. And we also changed my overlay for all the other stuff. The right logo's up. Alright. Feel that's a really early GG for Sitaux. I think it's honestly a fair one. I think that's honestly pretty fair. So we'll do USA Cup. And get the thumbnail changed on YouTube. Where are we at? Group stage, there we go. You're relentless, have a good rest of your stream. Well, thank you, Pepsia. And remember, go give Mem a follow too. He's probably interviewing TaToH right now. And we're gonna keep going with USA Cup. I'm gonna take a quick break, and then I'll be right back. I'm gonna co-cast this with Baron. We got 2 sets of Cryptic you'll be playing back to back. So I'll be back in just a moment. Get your USA. Do you have a USA emote? I should make a USA emote for this. And then we'll get into some USA Cup action. I think he's solidified for the raid. And let me see if I can call Baron. King in the North, Lord Snow. Hello, hello. I wave back to you. And let me open up Baron's stream. I can knock on him. Yes, 14. Alright, start the voice call. We're going to co-cast with Baron. And once I get him here, I'll knock on him. Lou, Baron, Lou. And let me make sure my Discord can hear you. Okay, now they can hear you.
Right, and I believe you should be coming through.
Yep, and I will knock.
Yep. Alright. Okay. Now let's see if I can remember how this works.
I just gotta click a button and the chats are combined. All the intellectuals are together.
That's a terrible idea.
Hello, is this the real T West?
It is. Is that the Baron wife in the background?
Yes, it's the Baron wife in the background.
Hi.
Okay. Just checking that it wasn't the puppy.
No, it'd be more likely to be the cat at this point.
Alright, so we're gonna cast Cryptic. Cryptic has 2 sets in a row tonight for USA Cup. So they're play all 3, so they're not the longest. But we'll try to grab his drafts if we can. And his first set is against Biscuits.
My brain kept auto-correcting it to Baskets, so I had to double-check that I had the right name in mind.
Alright, so here we have some drafts, and we should be good to go with them. And he should be starting momentarily. Let's see if I can find where his lobby is. And alright, looks like we will have Arena for game number 1, and they are just starting. Rather than do blue versus cyan, I will put Biscuits in red.
All right. I can actually cast with Capture Age since I got a better PC.
Oh, nice. Always good to upgrade the PC. Did my scene just wait? Did my scene just not have a transition? That was weird. Thank you, OBS. And then Cryptic is in cyan.
Oh no.
Right, but I got the sieves backwards.
Okay.
Alright, so let me also fix some text in Capture Age. Just so I see it properly.
Request to spectate lobby timed out.
I've never seen that before.
Oh.
Do you have the game open?
Yes. It forced me to it wanted me to download the files, but it didn't download it when I clicked Capture Age for the maps.
Alright, anyway, we will have Biscuits / Mighty Space Fruit. He uses 2 names. In fact, I'm just going to change his name to Biscuits and Capture Age. That way we all have one name. He'll be in the red as the Wu to the north. Cryptic will be in the east as the Cyan Koreans. Elos right now, Biscuits 1932, Cryptic 1865.
So relatively close match.
Yeah, relatively close. I think Cryptic's usually a bit higher than that. Well, oh, this arena has snakes in the middle. Has some snakes in the middle. And hello, Christella, a name oddly similar to Cryptic. At least the first few letters. So these snakes in the middle, the DE's arena has snakes on it now, and they slither around randomly. They don't stand in one spot like the wolves do.
They're also a lot harder to notice, I think.
Yeah, because they blend in with the terrain more. They blend
Sammy
in.
behave in T West's chat. Relics
the mods to
definitely favor
behave.
Cryptic on a map like this.
Yeah, they really do. There are kind of 3 relics that are in the middle but closer to Cryptic, and then 2 at the south that just spawn right next to him.
That being said, in a matchup like this, will it actually go to a relic war? Considering Wu have the potential for Zhuan Swordsman and Siege, and Koreans, of course, could go for a Castle Drop and War Wagons at any point.
I think, though, if you pick Wu, you're probably wanting to play Fire Archers on Arena. At least that's what I've seen them do on Coast Arena, where it has been pretty much unstoppable, but obviously no fish boom here.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's the added benefit on a map like that of the dock generating food for you.
And in terms of countering Fire Archers, Koreans should be a good civ for it, with the good skirms, wood discount, war wagons, free armor.
Even something like Fire Lance are not the worst against it. Not necessarily what you want to go, but it's not as bad as, say, going spears against Fire Archers.
And
maybe a bit closer to going Hustar.
Thank you for the raid. Welcome here. We're casting some USA Cup with Sir Baron, a fellow American.
And my question is, why is it the res collected? Oh! We're not going for war wagons.
Going for a tower rush.
Yep. I was wondering why the res collected was so different.
Yeah, that's because Cryptic going for the trush is focusing more on collecting from the boars rather than putting vills on wood. So collecting a bit more food, that's why he's up in res collected. Second boar just in right now for Biscuits, and if Biscuits wants to fast castle on a higher pop, could be in a bad spot with forward berries and a second gold that's forward.
Back gold and back stone, though, so not the worst map to get trushed on, though you really don't want to lose the berries if you're going for a delayed fast castle.
Yeah, and this is just the standard DE arena, so the walls have 1080 hit points. Very trushable, and Cryptic will fight the snake. 5 vills, kill the snake. Also find some foxes.
Foxes are always nice when you're going for a trush. You get the bit of extra gold, and your vills aren't sitting there idle while you're waiting to get up. Although that may alert Biscuits if he notices the dead fox.
Yeah, he'll see the tower first, though. And Cryptic, maybe one thing you want to do with the Koreans, especially, your vills have all that extra line of sight. Once you get feudal, you can kind of scout along the wall and see if there are any other resources for where to put the tower.
Who has more line of sight, a feudal age scout or a Korean vill?
I think the Korean vills.
Which is insane.
Let's see, does it? I don't think Capture Age gives us that stat.
Yeah.
I think it's the vill.
It's close. It's certainly the vill in Dark Age.
Yeah, certainly in Dark
Walling
Age
up
is the vill.
behind. So, decent response. You're going to force a second tower at least.
Yep,
And you have the potential to get a counter tower up before the vills get in.
Yep, and 3 vills on stone at home for Cryptic, so he's going to continue with the trush. And that'll be a walled house for Biscuits, trying to keep the vills out.
Has loom, otherwise this would be a very, very dangerous move.
Yep, but in the Dark Age, there's not much he can do other than a house. And loses a vill.
Vill goes down. It's a decent start for Cryptic. Though the house will certainly delay him. And it'll get a bit of extra armor, I believe, when it gets up. It goes from -2 to -1, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep. Dark Age houses go down
it's
very
gonna
quickly.
melt. It's gonna melt.
That's what you learn
feudal age
playing.
content.
That's what you learn playing Rage Force these days. The houses are more vulnerable than the
yeah.
walls.
Unless there's a gate.
Yeah, gates are just kind of very vulnerable, because everything can attack the gate all at once. Calpit, Biscuits is your next opponent. You'll be watching carefully. Yeah, Calpit and Cryptic had a great set yesterday, if you saw.
I think I saw you casting a bit of that.
They had a Land Madness game that lived up to the name Madness. And here Cryptic's in. The snake's gonna chase him in. The snake's chasing the Vills in.
Is it chasing the weak Vill? The scout notices, it's fine.
Yeah, there isn't really a weak Vill there. They're healing in the tower.
Ivy is currently attempting to get the kitten to cast Age of Empires. It's not working out too well.
Okay. I once was taking care of my mother's cats, and the cat decided to stand on top of the PC case, hold down the power button, and turn the PC off.
Oh, nice! I've had a cat do that before. I don't know about the second tower from Cryptic. It threatens more of the base, but you'd almost want to get up, take out the wood line if possible.
Yeah, if you're doing two towers inside that cover each other, you might want to get them a bit more forward if you're not worried about that outside tower. And
you also might force a counter tower out if you threaten the wood line. Whereas this, you can probably just wait until Siege comes in to defend for Biscuits.
It feels like this is a pretty simple workshop and mangonel play for Biscuits. There weren't any archers added in with the Trush, so it wasn't that Vinch-styled Trush. Just a pure boom behind situation. There were lots of water buffalo still lingering in the base for Cryptic, so he's actually had a pretty good feudal eco thus far. Even managed to snag Horse Collar before he's had to add in any farms. There's a market for him.
Although Horse Collar has become slightly less important to add it to get before farms, it is still good to get it as soon as possible.
Yeah, and his house is going down. As soon as Biscuits
Those
gets up, though...
2 weak Vills.
Oh, they are. As soon as Biscuits gets up, though, it has to be a workshop, and then, yeah, defensive mangonels against the towers.
Cryptic getting fletching, but now he's only got 5 on food. So it's going to be a minute before he gets up. So he's not going to have guard tower for at least the forward tower, and probably not 1 or 2 of the ones behind it.
Yeah, Biscuits deleting farms so they're not under the tower. And fletching it at least means Cryptic can force out maybe 2 or 3 mangonels to attack the towers rather than just 1. Or not if he runs the Vills.
He's going to give up the forward tower.
And he's just
now,
coming back.
If you're Biscuits, do you consider adding in a ram?
I think rams...
Repairing, really, with the Vills leaving.
Yeah. The thing about rams is you never know because you don't have scouting. Well, maybe you do if your scout's still alive, but what the follow-up is? So if Cryptic were going scouts, then they could still run in and hit the rams.
Right.
Now, as long as your wall's open. I mean, it is definitely a choice with the Vills leaving. Up, and Biscuits will get the first hit in the scout fight as Cryptic is up to the Castle Age.
Does Cryptic notice? I think he does. Or he wanted to try and lure it under the tower. Either way, Biscuits with a slight lead.
Yeah, 2 mangonels for him. Slightly more res collected, too. Yeah, so
TC going up as well. And Bosa just coming in, so... Although there's no Horse Collar.
Yeah, no Horse Collar for him. He does have Bosa now that he's up. And downside of running the Vills is now there won't be any way for the towers to stop the mangonels. And if there were 5 Vills in the tower, at least you could kind of repair, force a longer fight, and then maybe get guard towers, and then guard towers with Vills would stop the mangonels from clearing them.
Might still get guard tower on one of them, though I don't think the one inside the base is going to still be up at that point. Unless we simply don't delete the wall. Maybe?
Yeah, that's always the tricky thing. If you're deciding whether or not to delete the wall and make another hole.
I always go for deleting the wall, just clear up the towers. Now, you do have to worry about the scout, but with the scout only being 5 HP, I'd be a lot less worried about it, trying to snipe mangonels.
Yeah, exactly. Alright, Cryptic now with 300 stone, and Koreans do mine stone faster. So if he had the forward vills still, and he had the guard tower upgrade, he could think about doing forward castle now, but not with the mangonels clearing the towers.
And
tower
mangonels
left.
do struggle with guard towers, but if there's no repair vills or extra vills involved, the mangonels should be fine.
Yeah, but through all that, Cryptic did have more vills on his way up,
Have to be
so...
careful about running the scout under the tower.
Yeah, but I mean, both players under the mangonel fire or the tower fire. Cryptic should be able to add TCs and have a pretty good eco now. You could even get the third TC up.
Biscuits! 19 farms! No horse collar.
Yeah, that is rough on the eco to have that many farms. Oh, and
It was
Orly,
rough-
this is your division.
Cryptic, meanwhile, only 10 farms, but does have horse collar and does have quite a lot of food in the bank.
Yeah, that's the benefit of the trust. You have your feudal age eco set up nicely. You're not worried about the early workshop and mangonels like the castle age player is. And it feels like things just go a bit more smoothly. You're not you think like, oh, the TC comes up so early, they're ahead in resources, but no, not the case against the trust for the most part.
Cryptic getting monastery up first, but both players are going for it. No extra military as of yet.
Yeah, and Cryptic has scouted 4 of the 5 relics, so he knows he has a pretty good relic advantage with that monastery. Oh, look at the stone. Look at the stone.
There was 6 vills on stone all the way through feudal age, basically. I know he sold quite a bit of stone to get up to castle age, but I'm wondering, I expect a castle, I'm just wondering, is it going to be forward, defensive?
Yeah.
Looks like it's going to be defensive.
Well, that's
Now-
if he had kept those vills forward, and he has even just 1 guard tower left with vills in it, he would have a spot to do the castle. But because he didn't,
do
it has
it
to be home.
Inside the base, but you could do it right at the front area and get a lot of map control with it.
Yeah, and now, well, he's
Now-
just gonna grab relics and maybe do a 3rd TC behind it if he gets a bit more stone. Or he might just
You
go
have-
imp.
You have to be careful going war wagons when your opponent's making monks. Because in lower numbers, monks certainly can counter war wagons.
And both
I don't
players
know
will
if he
see
can
that
see
the scouts are healed. Here comes the mangonel.
Does it kill both scouts? Oh,
Doesn't kill anything.
where's the attack round, man?
Oh, there it is! The
I was getting-
Biscuits
Oh my goodness.
kills his own scout.
That's not something I'd ever do.
Oh,
Imagine he gets
Biscuits.
the monk.
Oh, he's gonna stop the conversion.
Oh,
Oh, Cryptic gets the
what
monk.
unlucky. Where's the
Oh.
attack round again? You're never gonna hit a scout just clicking on it. Juan Swordsman out, though.
And that can probably keep the mangonel standing. Let's see,
Oh.
Cryptic attack round.
How nerdy
No.
is Cryptic gonna get? That's my... Because that Juan Swordsman is way too slow to actually catch the scout.
Yep.
Cryptic
Yeah,
going war
Biscuits-
wagons. I don't hate that
Biscuits,
forward guard tower. It's going to turn into a keep, and it keeps that stone
Yep.
mostly safe.
Especially since he had mined the other stone. So Biscuits will grab the relic that Cryptic hadn't scouted and go up to 4 TCs now. So pretty good Vil lead since Cryptic went for the castle rather than doing a 3rd TC.
But imp timing can completely change the game. And it's also a 4th TC for Biscuits. So he's
So-
going to be in Castle Age for a while.
Yup. And against Koreans, that means you're going to be against Imp Trebs for a while, potentially Bombard Cannon. And you're not going to have a great answer to War Wagons other than potentially Monks.
Mangonels aren't the worst until Bracer and Chemistry comes in. But I also don't know about Xuan Swordsman versus... Okay, so I think Cryptic actually killed the Vil, but that was almost an attack ground on his own Vil again for Biscuits. Mangonel Micro, maybe not Biscuits' strong suit.
Maybe not. It's the classic attack ground where you don't move the mangonel afterwards, so it shoots twice when you're not expecting it.
Yeah. Cryptic is going to get 3 relics at a minimum. Should probably get the 4th one here. Ballistics is in, so that monk... Super fast conversion, actually.
Yeah, both. Convert 1 war wagon, then delete it to prevent converting back. Wheelbarrow for Biscuits. And, well, now we have the Korean Keep. That'll try to keep the stone safe.
Oh my god. And forward castle for Cryptic. The Mangonel's down, and there's currently only monks. And with 9 Vils going to build it, it's going to be a little difficult for monks to deny it. But Biscuits is up to Imp with a significant eco lead. And doesn't need a castle for Trebs, so...
Well, doesn't need a castle for attraction Trebs. As the Woo, he would need Redcliffe's tactics. You might want a castle for fire archers, and get elite fire archer, but I don't think those are that great when war wagons come out.
They lack the range against siege. If they had 13 range and you could use them against, say, bombard cannons, I think it'd be quite a different conversation here.
Yep. And remember, the Korean towers, Cryptic already has Bracer. If he researches Upseong, then he gets them up to 13 range too.
Yeah. Which still doesn't quite outrange attraction Trebs, but makes it so you have to micro very carefully. And chemistry's coming in, so there will be some bombard cannons as well.
Still no horse collar. No horse collar for Biscuits.
37 farms!
Along with many reseeds.
He's got the res collected by almost 2k, but one has to wonder, has he spent that 2k on replenishing farms?
He very well might have. Cryptic does at least have horse collar and hasn't been farming as much. He certainly spent more on Vils and more on farms regardless because of the boom.
Cryptic adding a ram for some reason? I wonder if that was just because chemistry wasn't in yet.
He just wants to ram.
Honestly, I'd set the castle targeting the blacksmith. Just be annoying and force the second blacksmith from your opponent.
Yeah, that's always one of those things that's easier to do when you're casting because we can see the upgrades in the blacksmith, right? But it looks like you might treb it.
I think that's accidental. I think it's the closest thing to the treb.
Yeah, it's working. It might deny chainmail armor.
And will certainly deny any other armors after that.
Oh, he's packing the treb.
Oh! The ram's
Almost
coming
denied.
in. Is the ram going for the blacksmith? The ram's going for the blacksmith. Let's go!
It is, but chainmail armor finishes. I don't know what that's going to do against war wagons, though.
So it's 7 pierce armor against 11 attack. You can go up to 9 with plate mail. So it'd only be 2 damage a shot to the Zhuan swordsman. And Elite War Wagon, if I remember, is quite an expensive upgrade.
That it is. I don't think he needs elite, though. I think it's just all about trebs and being able to push the castle. And once that goes down, the war wagons can just run under TC fire with all their pierce armor now.
And traction trebs. They're great against individual targets. They're not great if you're trying to hit a bunch of units at once.
Yep, but now Cryptic can treb the TCs and Biscuits is falling apart.
And
GG from Biscuits. Yep. Cryptic survives with the Korean Trush into war wagons.
Most made unit, 16 monks versus 21 war wagons. Now, I've heard some people who will tell you that the 16 monks should win every time.
I don't know, it depends. Depends. If it's like one fight, monks versus war wagons, maybe. And you're converting properly, but look at that KD. 33 kills for Cryptic, 35 losses for Biscuits.
Ooh.
And only 4
One does have to consider conversions in it, but it's only 4. And even economy-wise, Cryptic very close on wood collected, behind a bit on food, and a bit on gold, but ahead on stone, and just getting the positioning with the fast imp was extremely good.
Yeah, the fast imp seemed to be the right call there.
Don't
Well,
get into
always
a out game with the Woo traction trebs.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it wasn't always the smoothest for Cryptic, but once he got a good advantage with the Civ, I think... I don't think the Woo are really that good on normal arena outside of maybe a Fire Archer push. I just feel like they're outclassed by Koreans.
I think you lose your eco bonus, more or less, on a map like Arena, where you're not making any military buildings or anything like that until later in the game. Maybe if you go for scouts for relic control, that wouldn't be the worst eco bonus for that, but the houses is nice, but it's negligible compared to a lot of Civ's eco bonuses.
Yeah, because they get the extra food when you make military buildings. And if you're... I guess monasteries probably don't count for that.
Nope,
if I'm remembering
they don't.
correctly.
And they do siege workshops. It's the dock, it's the stable, barracks, and archery range, and that's it.
Right. It looks like the next game will be on Cross. Dashboard's only telling me one of the Civs. Cross will be our next map. Japanese for Biscuits. And what do we have for... Ooh, the 2P for Cryptic. Alright, let me know if you have the next game ready.
Loading in with Capture Age.
Alright, so we'll have Biscuits as the red Japanese to the southwest, and Cryptic as the cyan 2P to the northeast. Now, the 2P is Civ. Why is he picking them for Cross? I don't know. And Javasty, thank you very much for the raid. We're here co-casting with Baron. We got some USA Cup tonight. So Cryptic... I don't know why they're a cross Civ. Why are they a hybrid map Civ?
Well, they are decent for Dark Age.
Sure, plus
They get the
25 of
extra
each
res.
resource. I mean, the stone and gold don't really matter, though. That's just like half of one of the Persian bonuses.
I mean, all I can think is some sort of FC play into Castle. But
Maybe,
I don't know that this map is really set up for that.
Yeah. I mean, where Cryptic's doing the settlement will be between a woodline and stone. Maybe he wants
Not
to FC
great
for Blackwood
for
archers.
Either of them. It's always the question with the settlement. Which do you put it closer to? If they're not well set up.
Yeah, I think this is about the best he could do, right? He can get 4 vills chopping wood nicely.
Yeah. And is that a mistake? Or is there... Is he supposed to have a vill on stone?
He wants to FC for Blackwood archers. I was thinking, you know what? Maybe 50% food discount for the Man-at-Arms upgrade if he goes... Men-at-Arms could do a cheap fletching for galleys, but he's not going to go galleys in these ponds. He's going to go FC Blackwood archers and ignore the water.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if 2P can really do much besides that against Japanese. Like, I think you're going to have a really hard time winning water in any way against Japanese. But with that being said, why pick the Civ if that's the situation?
I casted away Mirror earlier, and you just said in any way. I laughed on the inside.
Oh, no. It's a terrible... That Civ has led to so many terrible puns.
I know, it's great. It's the best thing about the Three Kingdoms.
Cryptic is a little late finding his geese, but he does track them down. And he can get a decent settlement on his berries and another wood line, so...
Yep, so he's doing a
But-
settlement on the berries, and I guess that means he's gonna skip a dock.
That one vill on stone is confusing me. It's deliberate at this point.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
But why? It feels
FC.
way too early.
He's gonna reveal the FC to Biscuits. He's gonna scout this.
And
He sees it.
Biscuits, there is... It's an unloomed vill.
He hits the scout,
Biscuits.
and he's gonna scout for no dock.
Also, the vill goes back to wood. Okay.
Maybe it was just a debate the entire time, and he's not gonna FC Blackwood Archers, and he just wanted to make sure Biscuits scouted that, so now he goes back to wood.
Biscuits... Okay. Biscuits missed 2 of his geese and his deer, which is part of why his scout came forward, I would imagine.
Well, he
Well,
does
he
see
can
one of the...
just make out the deer. So
Yeah,
he'll
you can
probably find
see-
the geese eventually, but
Right.
for once, greed not paying off.
He'll go back to push the deer, maybe. Unless he runs into the TC.
Oh,
Unless he runs into the
Oh!
TC, Baron.
and now, okay, is this some sort of 21 pop FC build from Cryptic?
If it could be.
He's
It could
gonna
be.
sell stone.
Yeah,
This is
he'll
gonna
sell
be a
stone.
selling stone build, which is why the Vill was on it so early, if I had to guess. But now, Cryptic's gonna be up first, though.
Yeah, yes, this is going to be the FC build. This is the Phosphoro 2P Blackwood Archer build, Baron. If you haven't seen it before, I
I've
saw a
seen the
TaToH
Phosphoro
player
build.
game
I
with
haven't-
I saw a TaToH player game with no TC and 16 vills and win with this build. It's
God.
crazy.
I've seen the Phosphor build. I have not seen it with 2P, I don't think.
It might be the strongest civ for it at the moment.
I dealt with it with Burmese Arambai a couple of times.
That's a good one.
When I queued into the guy 3 times in a row, the second 2 times he lost. Because Cryptic getting 2 geese. And oh, this is maximum greed. This is maximum greed from Cryptic.
Oh, he knows the scouts killed, so he's just like, I'll push your Ibex back. He's got nothing better to do. It's not like he's gonna scout or contest water. He's just gonna lane the Ibex.
And Biscuits is only on one pond. Now, I don't know how long that'll stay the case, but he should take more pawns at some point. Because he should know Cryptic's not contesting water, at least not to start. I swear if Cryptic gets back with this Ibex, I'm going to be annoyed.
He's doing it. The one thing I worry about is this is, I think, one of the tournament versions of Cross, where you only have 8 fish per pond, instead of the
Yeah.
latter version, where it gets more to 12 plus fish per pond. So 7 fishing ships might be a bit much for Biscuits, especially as the Japanese putting them all on one pond. That's going to run out
There
pretty
is
quickly.
3 shorefish, but you really don't want to be using those
Oh, no.
long
walk back.
term.
I walked back.
Oh my... You know what's funny? Cryptic makes fun of me for doing that.
Oh, he
for sending a
blocked
Vill
it.
out.
He blocked it, he reset
Uh.
it. He's fine, he'll get it. Second time's the charm. Just needed to make sure he clicked up. Had to prioritize that. And now it's going to be a castle, and probably between the woodline and the gold. And then Blackwood Archers.
Protect the berries, protect the woodline, protect the gold. And you've got a decent base for just walling towards that. I know he's walled the backside, but he could even expand those walls over to the other 2 woodlines without much difficulty, especially if you've got a castle covering the gold.
Yeah, he could. This is
Maybe
non-fishing
it-
approach.
Maybe the best strat for... I don't know if it'll be pay off to abandon the ponds, but maybe a better strat for a map with the gold so far forward. A long-term feudal age could potentially cause some issues for a map like this. Archery range right away. Do we see cav archers or do we see skirms?
Probably going to be skirms. Probably going to be skirms. And with a couple of vills taking stone earlier, 20 stone. I don't know what Biscuits is going to do with 20 stone. But oh,
Outpost?
Vil found by the Champy.
He's going for an outpost. The Champy will see the outpost. Oh, Cryptic! If Cryptic had been paying attention and had attacked the outpost, it had 4 HP when the quick wall happened.
Yeah, something you always got to pay attention to.
Oh, goodness.
He's going forward. He's going forward for the castle. Let's go. Let's go.
All
Where's he
this
going to put it?
conservative talk of protecting your own gold. Just take your opponent's gold. Siege Workshop coming in. But we'll see the Vils now. Didn't know about the Vils coming forward before that. So is forced to abandon the Siege Workshop. Maybe forced to abandon that gold once Fletching and Bodkin comes in.
Yeah, I mean,
Although
that's
that
a
is
big...
a long ways off.
That's a big if for Fletching and Bodkin when there are 0 Vils on gold, 2 Vils on farms.
Just mark it.
It's just going to be the
Make
market.
Phosphor proud. I do kind of wish that castle was more on a gold or stone, so you could use the market a bit more. All you can take with those forward Vils right now is wood. Now, maybe that doesn't become an issue, or maybe we just... Well... They're not that exposed. The Vils can run back to the castle if Cav archers come to harass them.
Yeah, the 2 can garrison in settlements. How many Vils can fit in a settlement?
I believe it's limited to 5.
Alright, because if he did a settlement on the stone, he always has the ability to garrison, so he might not lose the forward ones. But here come the Blackwood archers, and you were right, it is Cav archers.
Japanese CA, they're gonna melt them if they hit.
Yeah, +2 against archer units. The Blackwood archers do count.
That's 10 attack against a unit that has 20 HP and no pierce armor to start. This could get ugly very quick. I think. And we've got another dock. So there's going to be fish booming behind. Even if you do harass Biscuits Eco, you need some real damage in order to make up for this fish boom.
Yeah, and also the fact that he can't afford fletching. So even that tower he's doing isn't going to range the gold miners.
Technically, he can afford fletching now. The 2 on food is really something. And he's still got berries as well. I think the Mangonel takes out the settlement.
Yes, it does.
Cryptic's really liking his tower rushes this set for some reason.
He is.
It worked in the first game. I am questioning it in the second.
Well, he's going to get to the gold, but if he doesn't have enough Blackwood archers, he can't control the other gold mines.
There's also, yeah... Biscuit is out on another gold, and there's one all the way over by the pond that he does know about, I believe. Yeah, Biscuits know about it.
Okay, yeah, he sees... There are 2 more gold options he could take, so he should be fine. And now, Cryptic, no more Blackwood archers. He can't afford them.
Which really says something, considering the unit it is.
Up and Cav archers are forward. Cryptic remembers he can garrison.
But it doesn't attack the Cav archers, so they can just sit there and idle Vils the entire time.
Yeah, and he would need his own archers to clear that, which 2 Blackwood archers against 2 Cav archers is not a win for the Blackwood archers. The Blackwood archers
not even
need...
against standard Cav archers.
Yeah, the Blackwood archers need numbers. And that's... I mean, this forward could have been okay for Cryptic had he actually done the castle on the gold initially, and the settlement he has now were the first settlement, so he could take the gold and the wood while doing the archers. Otherwise, this hasn't paid off.
I think Biscuits also just has the perfect response. Going for the Siege Workshop right away, probably knew the Blackwood archers were coming at some point, and Siege is just devastating to Blackwood archers. A Scorpion 2-shots them, and you can get an entire group of them with like 2 or 3 Scorpions.
Also, Cryptic, nothing in his TC, so the Cav archers could probably run in.
There's more Cav archers that I think are about to come forward. The Mangonel is going to run under the castle, but can Cryptic actually hit it?
No ballistics.
The Mangonel doesn't even move that fast!
No ballistics, it doesn't matter. It survives. That's
It's
all
fine. I
needs.
can't hit anything with ballistics, much less without it.
I think Cryptic is pretty dead at this point. I think he's very dead.
Yeah.
And Cryptic agrees. There's a GG, and we're tied 1-1.
It was 13 fish. Meanwhile, Cryptic's over here with what? 2 on food?
Well, I appreciate the attempt at the strat, but it's something to do it when your opponent's fish booming and you're not, and then just not having the eco set up behind it to make the Blackwood archers as cheap as they are.
I think it's something more designed for a hybrid map than... more designed for a standard map than a hybrid.
Yeah, but that's the level of games you can expect from USA Cup, indeed. USA
7 to
Cup,
1
the best
KD. Economy-wise, well, it's 10,000 resources collected to 6,500. I think that tells about all.
Yep, and that does lead us potentially to graveyards. I feel like Cryptic would probably want to pick the standardish map.
Yeah, I think Cryptic would like graveyards. I just realized my scoreboard is messed up, so I'm going to fix that real quick before we hop into the next game.
Now, as long as it doesn't say Cryptic won with that build. Alright, so actually, no, Cryptic surprising me. He's going Inundation. And what is this Civ matchup? Poles against Turks on Inundation.
I mean, I like Pulls a lot in that matchup.
Yeah, let me know when you're in.
All right, I'm in.
Alright, so we're gonna have Biscuits, he'll be the Turks in the red to the southwest. Cryptic, the cyan poles to the northeast. Both of them doing a TC on a wood and a stone. All the gold is in the middle, all the stone is on the outside.
Looking over the map, first thing I think, Turks are gonna want to control that middle.
Yes.
I think that is their only win condition outside of the fact that Poles maybe will struggle a little bit with farming eco on a map like this.
Yeah, that's a good point, because you can't build on all these shallows in the middle. You can't dock here, but you can't build either. And that does mean you're stuck doing farms around Folvarki on the outside of the map, which is kinda awkward.
If you can protect the corner, I think you'd be alright. Cryptic, his TC is a little more towards the edge, so maybe thinking about that. Meanwhile, Biscuits more or less just right in the middle of the edge area.
Yeah. Can also be a bit awkward with the hills to find good TC spots on this too.
And in the middle, it's just all deer and gold, so...
Yeah, not really stragglers enough to do a TC there.
Turks, I don't know if they'll go for an FC here, because you don't necessarily have the safest access to gold. Even with how that TC's placed, don't really have completely safe stone. You're not really exposed, but it's going to be difficult, for example, if Cryptic was to go for an archers or a tower rush to completely protect that stone.
I mean, Cryptic on stone. Is this FC for a castle and Schlachter privileges with the poles?
Or is it a tower rush?
I mean, I don't think you can trust when you're this far away. Has he scouted where Biscuits is yet? No, he hasn't.
It's a decent civ for trushing. I think it's just not a good map for it.
Yeah, not the situation for it. I mean, that could just also be the TC spot, and he'll have the stone for later. He doesn't necessarily have to take it. He's going to grab a lot of those geese honking around by the TC.
Just found the first wood line and happened to have a stone on it. Wouldn't be the first time that happened on a Nomad map. I might almost prefer that lumber camp over on the other wood line. I know it's poles, so you don't really worry about farming space around the TC, but just feels a little bit crowded.
And as chat asks again, no docks on this map. You can't build on this boggy, watery terrain. You can walk across it.
Anything?
Nope, nothing.
Not even walls.
Nope, no walls. It's not beach. It's just it's unbuildable.
It's just a swamp. There's a lot of boar, though.
Yes, lots of them on the outside. Another reason to TC the outside, so you can lure in the boars. But also some mobility if you did TC the middle to bring the boars to the middle.
Cryptic going for a full work. So, not the best spot. You've got an entire side that's a little bit rough for farming.
Yeah, the house kind of blocks it.
Yeah. Luring a boar almost gets away from him, but he manages to get it back just barely.
He's gonna house trick.
And you got to be careful here going around the outside. As TOS just said, you can't build on it.
Yeah, he can block with the geese now if he wants to. Should be okay.
It should be fine, but if he'd gone around the outside of those houses, maybe it would have been a little bit questionable.
Yeah, would have had to do a palisade instead of a house then. Also, he has that house foundation he needs to delete at some point. Gotta be careful not accidentally to delete something else.
Yeah, deleting a house would be rough. Biscuits bringing back 2 boars at once.
Oh, the micro.
But not getting great placement on them. Gets them both back, but maybe would have preferred them a little closer to underneath the TC. And I think it's just going to be FC from both of them. Biscuits, heavy on berries. Cryptic, also on berries and walling up. It does appear to have forgotten about the house foundation.
The downside of the walling, though, is, as you said, not much room for the Folvark farms, and also no gold, since the gold is in the middle. Oh,
as poles, a bit less of a concern, you can go on stone.
Oh, that's true. That is true. The poles can mine gold, or collect gold while mining stone.
It's not quite as good, but it is probably a good option on a map like this, where you'll struggle for gold access until Castle Age.
Also, nice bonus for the poles. Scout Cav +1 attack versus ranged soldiers. And if he does get to late game where we go winged hussars, they will have an attack bonus against gunpowder, which can be nice against the Turks.
Oh, I didn't know that. How much bonus attack is it?
I think it's +4 winged hussars against gunpowder.
And another +1 because gunpowders count as ranged units.
Yes, they do. Oh, Biscuits. Oh. Again, the horse to the TC.
Oh, Cryptic! You might have been
Almost.
No, never mind. No. TCs can't hit anything except they always manage to hit my horse. Horses seem to have some sort of magnet that attracts TC fire.
I think it's just
going to gold in the middle.
Yeah, I think it's just the line of sight on the horse being smaller than the scout, so you run into the TC earlier than you're used to.
I swear it's got a bigger hitbox. I don't. Maybe it's just my mind playing tricks on me, but I was sworn it had a bigger hitbox. And Biscuit's not actually going for an FC. Actually, I guess he is going for an FC, question mark? I wonder if this will prove to be a little bit too quick. Didn't have the wood for a blacksmith right away. Actually wants stable. So We'll end up with the gold because Turks mine it faster. But I wonder if we'll have enough food to click up to Castle Age when the stable's finished.
Could sell stone and click up. Yeah, looks like that's what he's doing.
Cryptic, meanwhile, is just going to sell 100 stone and he'll be able to click up easily. Think going up a Ville later, possibly.
Okay. Now, where does he castle then?
Gotta drop it in the middle, right?
I think so.
Although you risk not
TC?
being able to get it up. Oh, TC hits it.
Oh, that's
Now, see,
awful. He didn't scout the gold. He didn't scout where Biscuits is mining the gold.
And it is a stable, so potentially see some light cav. So a forward castle in the middle, maybe it'd be good to get it up, but maybe not able to do that against Turks.
And
Turks is adding an archery range.
So this might just
Range
be
and stable?
might be cav archers then, with a couple of scouts for light cav and stable upgrades.
And maybe the scouts are to potentially deny castle, because you got to know your opponent's going to try and get into the middle at some point, and light cav, really good option at getting vills that try and go for the middle.
Especially since the horse still is alive, so Biscuits can scout forward castle attempts.
Also should know Cryptic's on stone at this point. Cryptic adding in the spear, so did he actually spot the stable, or is this just intuition? Because I thought the horse was too far away to spot the stable.
He didn't see the stable. Maybe he saw one of the scouts scouting him, though.
It's a very good move to add in the spear, though.
Yep. That'll save him here.
The vills will regenerate, the spear will get the horse, and even with light cav, 2 light cav against 1 spear, they should win, but it should be a very poor fight for them. Although, nope.
Not poor enough.
Thought that they would get 1 more hit on that light cav.
And I think Cryptic's in trouble now. Oh, that
There.
castle at home. That
Oh.
is sad.
Needed 1 more spear. That being said, Cav Archer's now coming out, so you're gonna need something.
Need more than just spears. And cav armor for him. But if he's doing
But
a stable...
That eco is not gonna allow for privileges for a minute.
No, it's gonna have to be light cav. That'll have to be light cav. Yeah, I think he just needed to YOLO it with the vills. I mean, it is rough against light cav, right? But you're at the situation where you're gonna try to quick wall the vills and do the castle foundation so the scouts can't stop it. And then maybe follow up with another spear later. Yeah, double
And then it
stable.
probably goes up even with the Cav Archers coming forward, just because Polish vills regenerate, and it would take a while, and the Cav Archers would have only had fletching, if they'd even have that at that point.
Yeah, that's right. The regenerating vills help you get it up too.
Not
One
quite
night.
as big a deal against melee units, but it is a nice little perk against ranged.
Yeah, so 1 night for Cryptic. He's doing farms and does not have horse collar, and he's out of gold now. His only source of gold is the stone and the mining bonus.
And that Vil is... Oh! Apparently it knows how to dance! That being said, it would be just about how this game's going for that Vil to walk back into range of the Cav Archers.
Yeah, and now the Poles don't really like fighting cav archers. They just don't. Imperial Age, they won't have final armor if it gets there, so they don't really scale into the cav archers. They would have
The
to.
only time is late Castle Age once you've got the privileges and a whole bunch of knights producing.
Yeah, that's not where Cryptic is situated right now. I mean, he wants another castle. Look at that stone he has.
He's up in Vil count too.
If he had just
What?
placed that castle forward and forced it to go up, he might have actually been in an okay spot since he'd have gold access, but no matter what, it's going to be a
shooting the
struggle for
house
food.
and not the Vils building it for some reason.
That's a lot to micro.
Only two on farms right now, which is not the position you want to be in as Pulse. And if you're Biscuits, how long is it before you decide to add a TC in the middle?
I think the only problem is if you do the TC, you're not committing to army, and you might want just a full army play, seeing what Cryptic is doing with the castle and the stables.
There is a siege workshop, and there's going to be scorpions.
Oh wait, there's a knight killing a mill.
Cav archers run into the castle, distracted by the knight, I think, and he loses 2 of them. The knight should get 2 vills here. Oh, is it
get 3?
1?
Oh, he runs.
There's an extremely weak vill on there. That's unfortunate.
Okay, here come the vills. Here come the vills. They're going forward. Biscuits.
The cav archers are in the back.
Yeah, maybe scouting it. They were worried about that knight. Okay, we could get a forward castle.
Oh, attacking
vills.
the light cav. Is that aggressive enough?
It's not covering a gold.
And the cav archers are coming back. Cryptic sending everything, including the scorpion. The scorpion might help, but the light cav are there. And this is gonna be painful.
That's 14 cav archers. How many vills go
Polish
down? Does the
vills
castle
are
go
good,
up?
but they're not that good. That's 1. And
He gets
only
it.
2?
He gets the castle.
The cav archers should have committed.
Now the castle just needed to be like 5 tiles more forward, and then Cryptic would have had gold access. But he doesn't.
The cav archers could have gotten half a dozen vills at least on that castle. Maybe you would have lost 1 or 2, but I think it would have been worth it in such a low eco game.
Yeah, still no gold, but it'll get more stone.
That's gonna be exposed though.
Will Biscuits see
Oh,
it? Will he see
he
it?
knows the stone's there, but is maybe expecting them to head back to the base.
He just
If
wants
he
to attack the
misses
base.
that for the next
Oh no.
10 minutes, if that TC goes up, that's amazing for Cryptic.
Yeah, it is, and I mean that Cryptic can just house wall behind that palisade if he's paying attention. There he goes, there he goes.
No ballistics on the cav archers. With ballistics at this point, they could have gotten half a dozen vills probably. But the cav archers will spot the TC. Too late.
Too late.
Just passing.
Just passing? Up. Gets a couple hits. Well, that
Aw.
stone is a source of gold.
If the cav archers keep running under buildings.
Yeah, do you
I know
think-
you're microwaving 15 groups of cav archers, but that is a lot of running under buildings.
Yeah, it is. Do you
The
think
cav
maybe a
archers get
tower?
lame.
Tower on that stone might be appropriate for Cryptic? Keep the
And he
cav
can
archers
afford it.
farther away? Yeah, you can't
He's
afford
got a
it.
lot of wood now. He needs a safe area and he can farm.
Well, that's what the outside doesn't really
that's-
give you, a safe area, right?
Honestly, I know the castle in the middle is what we were calling for, although of course we wanted on stone. But a castle in place of that TC and then walling on either side, and you'd have quite a bit of space.
Honestly, he could just wall himself into the corner, mill those berries, and start farming in the north, and that might be okay.
You could do a similar thing in the south, although there's more army presence there.
You can't really get there. Maybe in the east, if he had just, like, full-walled the corner, he'd have safe farms.
Oh yeah, that's what I meant. I was thinking of the east, but there's... Yes, I was not calling for Cryptic to move all the way across the map.
I was like, yeah, that's a bit far. Alright.
The
Oh, Scorpion.
Scorpions here, no bloodlines, so Scorpions are actually really effective against cav archers here.
Feels like one of
They're
the worst
already a
maps.
decent
for
option,
polls.
but
It's because of the
Cryptic's
gold
still
bonus.
up in Vil. Cryptic's getting privileges. And he's still
Somehow.
up in Vils. It's the boar. The boar allowed him to afford it. And that scorpion goes down. I think that was an attack on the farm.
I just needs to garrison
The
those
Vil
bills
gets
now.
away on 2 HP. And it dies.
He dies. What? I mean, he's so close to a third castle.
And he's adding in stables. He's now got a decent amount of farms around his starting TC.
Okay, 22 Vils. This should go up, right? Or not?
Nope, he just calls it.
Just calls it. Oh, at the same time, he was getting massacred on the right. He went for a sneaky
Oh,
TC.
he had a
Biscuits
doubt
was there.
TC. He probably wasn't even looking at the castle when he resigned. He was probably noticed the TC.
Okay, yeah, so the combination of both, he felt like he was going to lose 10 Vils. That was a weird game, and somehow, if Cryptic hadn't just done that TC and lost the Vils, I think he would have been fine. But... Alright, Biscuits will win that 2-1. And...
I do love the 25-2 most produced units. It really tells you something
25
about
to
the
2.
strategies.
It does. About the military compositions. So 13-9 KD. How is that a 13-9 KD? If Cryptic made
Because the
literally
cav
2
archers kept
military
running
units.
under buildings.
They kept
The
running
cav
into the
archers just
castles.
kept running onto buildings.
Oh, man. Now that is a loss for Cryptic on Inundation. I'm really surprised he didn't pick Graveyards, though.
I am
Feels
too.
like that would have been his map. Those are the top picks
Yeah,
for 2.
Cryptic! I noticed. Oh.
Yeah, so Cryptic, are you playing your next set now, or are you going to wait a bit before it? Let me know what your plans are. Never Noah is ready. Alright, so the next set will be Cryptic versus Noah. Don't know exactly when that'll be. It was originally scheduled for an hour from now.
7.
Yeah, 7.
Alright. Well, I had a lovely time casting.
I did too. Did you want to stay on for that? Or are you going to head off?
I'm probably gonna head off there.
Alright then. I'll thank you for the co-cast. I'm going to try to bring some Americans on to co-cast these games.
Well, I do enjoy it, and I'd be down for casting more, though maybe more than one set would be a good idea.
Yeah. Well, alright. Thank you very much. And I'll talk to you later then.
Catch you
I'll
later.
unconvine the chats and give you a shout out and talk to you later. What's his number? 65? Or was it 55? It was 55. So I'll just go give a shout out to Baron. If you lost game 1, you would have played meta with Huns, but since you won Arena, you decided to go full clown mode. Gotta love full clown mode. Alright, so I think... Okay, if we don't know exactly when that's gonna start, I do see that Emu is playing JadeArrowGamer, so I might cast those Recs right now. I'll just... They're live and they're playing, but I can go cast the Recs. So I can do Emu Warrior against JadeArrowGamer. And I can reset this. This is going to be the normal group stage. And this... And let me just grab their drafts and their recs and update all my titles. And don't know if we'll be around to do the next set from Cryptic then. But the thought behind polls on the map was get a lot of food, then get the castle and the gold. Just messed up my build and had only one spear, so with the light cav in the middle, I got cornered. Yeah, and thank you, Baron, for the raid. Yeah, that was an awkward situation. Is like, if you place the castle and quick wall the vills, then you're fine. Alright, we gotta delete a message then. Why does Twitch not have a simple delete one message button? There we go, remove any potential spoilers. Alright, so let's download some recs. Paste some recs into my save game folder. I don't know what order those are in, so I gotta do that again. Okay, paste these into the save folder. Go. And grab drafts. Oh, Jade Arrow is actually on the left. What is this? Emu drafting second. Alright, so we'll have Cryptic, not Cryptic, we just casted Cryptic. We'll have JadeArrowGamer versus Emu Warrior. Game 1 on Cross. We're casting these as Rex, so we'll go through all of them. And it's Emu time. We casted Emu yesterday. And Cross, here we go. Dravidians versus Malians. What colors are we going to use? I guess Emu, let's do blue versus red, so we're not green versus purple. Yeah, I got a photo of the cat, Baron. I got a photo of the cat. Alright, I need to change the colors. Jade Arrow in blue, Emu in red. Alright, so this is a version of Cross where both players are over here on the right. We'll have JadeArrowGamer. I'd need to make his name fit the scoreboard. Doesn't fit either place. Hold on. We gotta... I think you gotta fix one thing here. Where is JadeArrowGamer? I'm just gonna call you Jade Arrow. Like you did in the draft. There you go. Jade Arrow will be playing in the blue to the north as the Malians, Emu in the red to the south as the Dravidians, because we can speed the Dark Age up a bit since these are Rex. What the heck is that wood line in the front? This wood line over here, that's a big wood line. It's just several wood lines together. Little wood lines scattered about between the players, and they'll have bigger wood lines to their backs. Both players will be by the pond to the right. The front of Aerospace? Yeah, this one? It's just, it's an arrow. It's a little wood line. Not all wood lines are big. Some of them are little. It's tiny. Well, I hope he doesn't lumber camp that one. He, I think, wisely goes to the one in the back. And oh, he's trying to go for a double deer push, but we'll run into Emu's scout. And Emu will just take one of the deer. Emu will just take one of the deer. There's a forward house from JadeArrow. It's not the size of the woodline, it's how you gather it. It's having your vills efficiently set up on the lumber camp. And the scout will push in this deer, try to get it over to the TC as another vill lures in that boar. Takes the boar right under the TC, gets the deer in, nicely done. So Emu, did Emu see his other boar? Yeah, he did. Alright, he's docking. Both players docking the same pond. Let's go. We might see some hulks. Might see some hulks. So JadeArrow has not actually scouted where Emu is. Emu might not have actually scouted JadeArrow. Although, if he counts the golds, he sees those two. And he knows, okay, JadeArrow has to be close because that's not my gold. So loom for JadeArrowGamer, who might scout the dock. And will indeed see it. Will see it. So he knows what's up. He'll wall over here. And actually a pretty nice wall off. An extra gold in the back. We'll have loom for Emu. And feudal for Emu too as he goes for a lumber camp. There's feudal for JadeArrow. And a forward barracks for Emu. So not going to open with men-at-arms at least. Scout will need to be careful by the TC. Emu doesn't want to chase too much though. And here comes some militia. Likely now into men-at-arms. There we are, men-at-arms from JadeArrow. We'll have a forward range from JadeArrow and double docks to open with hulks or fires whenever you can afford it. Is this Daniel's tournament to lose? Most likely. Archery range forward for Emu. And the militia will... They see the Vil heading to a back pond. They will, at least in their line of sight, and they'll chase her. They're saying, okay, we'll forgo pressuring the lumber camp to try to stop Emu from doing another dock, but then only one being split off for that. Emu wants to defend with militia, getting a third militia. Maybe he could do the man-at-arms upgrade himself now, just in defense. And, oh, Alcatraz quick wall for Emu, so he's not going to get the dock. He will have to go men-at-arms to defend. And, ooh, getting a nice fight on the scout. JadeArrow not paying attention, but at least he saves the scout. I'm going to scout now. We're going to start now? Okay, I think I'm just going to cast these Rex then. I think people probably want to see Emu too. So we'll have a skirm from Emu then. We'll add a second range. And JadeArrow will commit to the wall. The enemy was able to convert your walls in your dream. That sounds like a nightmare. That is a game of arena where monks really are OP. The Malian Hulk with the correct sail the entire time. More Hulks from Emu. Yeah, sure was frustrating to have monks convert your walls. Sounds like it would be. And there is fletching for JadeArrow. Skirms and an archer come forward. We'll have fletching for Emu. BG Civ bonus. And Men-at-Arms going down to the skirms, so Emu looks like he's about to clean this up. Men-at-Arms down, the archers for JadeArrow will keep circling around. And it'll be a Hulk now for Emu getting in on JadeArrow's fish, who doesn't notice. And if you don't garrison, you can't shoot the Hulk, and your fish just die. And up there is the garrison, but a bit late. Remember, you can't garrison the Vil. So Emu will pull back with the Hulk. Maybe need some repairs, but he's okay, and he's getting his walls up. He should be able to convert Gaia, convert the wolves, convert the trees, the stone, and the gold. Convert it all. And attack with an army of Emu. Convert the wall. Convert the neutral wall. So JadeArrow back with the archers at home. And adding more men-at-arms as the Malians. So maybe wanting to use that extra pierce armor to his advantage. Maybe go long swords. They get to the Castle Age. Has his own Hulk out, so Emu will need another Hulk. Gaia should be able to convert your walls. Now that would be a nightmare. Although, to be fair, it would still just be a wall, right? Not like it'd really matter. It'd be like the campaign where you use the AI walls against them. Might even be a good thing since it's free to repair AI walls. Or Gaia walls. Alright, men-at-arms here from JadeArrow, trying to fight against Emu. And the archers and men-at-arms, all from JadeArrow, will die atop that hill. As Emu now, with enough skirms to fight archers, and even comfortably to fight men-at-arms, will come forward and sandwich the gold vills from both sides. And try as he might to quick wall, JadeArrow will have to abandon his one and only gold mine. It's weird he had a back wall, but the way he walled was kind of awkward to keep that safe. Both players now have a second dock on another pond. Emu now hiding in his dock. Yeah, the skirm's always striking. Oh no, there's an overchop for JadeArrow. Emu. Okay, he notices. There is a fishing lines for Emu. I was worried skirms would walk in there. At least he's walling. I have a market for Emu. Another Hulk attacking ships on the pond. There's the Vills going down to the army. Oh yeah, he just lost so much military. 17-5. Trying to remake, trying to go up, trying to do many things at once, but Emu will be up first, up to the Castle Age. And I think we'll probably have, let me just speed it up as we're up to the Castle Age, I think. There's an army hoovering until it gets castle. Emu maybe gonna raid the gold while also fighting on the water. Oh, look at those dance moves to save the Vil. Oh, that Vil's safe. This Vil walking back. And that's Castle Age and Horse Collar both for Emu. As all those Vils will go forward and grab some more wood on the lumber camp. I have a few more archers and men-at-arms ready for JadeArrow, but ready just to encounter a Castle Age army, I fear. As we're just about up to castle. And there we have it for Emu. Who does... Oh, Emu! He's gonna palisade the straggler to chop in. Let's go, Emu. Palisade hopping with the straggler as Crossbow and Bodkin come in. He'll stop the rewalls, and JadeArrow just saw the Emu Warrior hop through the wall with the palisade trick. And there's the GG. Emu. With the palisade chop. Rookie mistake, never use the straggler as part of your wall. Never use the straggler as part of the wall. So that's a 28-7 KD for Emu. 11,500 res collected. And he is ahead in resources, ahead in uptiming, ahead everywhere. GG. Oh, beautifully done from Emu. I've done that to Ornlu before. Alright, so 2 more Rex then. I'll have cross 1 for Emu. That was a loss for the Malians and a win for the Dravidians. The next map then will be on Mesa Verde. And this will be Jade Arrow with the Romans and Emu with the Malay. Double documented arms archers armor fletching. It is a lot, yes. Alright. Let's get into game number 2. Once again, we can maybe speed the Dark Age up a bit. We'll have JadeArrowGamer as the Romans in the blue to the south, against Emu as the Malay in the red to the north. Is that Texas on the thumbnail? This is the USA Cup. Of course, it's Texas. Gotta love Texas as the best map in Age of Empires 2, obviously. Okay, the Lores and the Javelina, so nothing too aggressive so far. There's the barracks from Emu. Lumber camp and barracks are all he needs to go up. The Malay will get the free armor upgrades, so they have a good men-at-arms rush. And Jade Arrow will try just to push in some deer. Remember, your golds are forward, your stones are forward, everything's forward, so you have to go to the middle. Even though you are somewhat far apart and do start walled. Still a pretty aggressive map. Oh, we had to Jade lose a... Aw, Jade, you can't be losing vills to boars. I just want to fast forward through the Dark Age. Alright, looks like you lost a vill to a Javelina then. What happened over here? I heard her hit. Up. Oh, can you get the deer in? Yep, that gate's open. Alright, and it will be men-at-arms from both of them. Emu will have a better eco, being up a tiny bit later, more vills. 4 vills advantage, actually. And he's going to go 6 militia, and click that man-at-arms upgrade as soon as he has enough gold for it. And up, oh, Emu with a forward vill. Looks like Jade Arrow will find it and kill it. So, vill dead from Emu. And Jade Arrow coming forward with men-at-arms. Only 3, though, not the 6 that Emu is going to have. The 6 with the free armor upgrade. And a bit of laming from Jade Arrow, actually. Emu not finding all of his turkeys. So those turkeys... Jade Arrow will pardon them so that Emu doesn't slaughter them. Unless he gives them back. Oh, the turkeys got caught. They got found. So 1 hit was done to Jade Arrow's scout, so Emu should be ahead there and gets an extra hit as the scout runs. And Emu gonna try to find the men-at-arms. Men-at-arms have the hill for Jade Arrow. Can't quite run away without taking some hits. That'll be a bit rough for him as he adds in now a blacksmith. The spear comes forward to poke the scout, kill the scout. And a few archers will be collected for Jade Arrow. We'll have another blacksmith on the way, or first blacksmith for Jade Arrow. And a blacksmith forward for Emu. Nice little passageway down the side, that's cute. There is wood all around the sides, but sometimes the forests clump up against it. Oh, an ivy! Oh, look at that cool emote. Oh yeah, you're a mod. We can't let Baron be mod without having you to keep him in check. Alright, so scout forward. Emu still hovering around with those men-at-arms. Now has a spear added in with them. And another man-at-arms added as archers are created from Jade. Double check. Right. It's almost 6:30, so I think, go eat after this set. We've been streaming for a good 7 hours today. Nice long stream today. And now fletching for Jade Arrow. Fletching also for Emu. I'll do Warlords again tomorrow, but I might try to go live a bit early. A bit of a before Warlords stream too. Some more walls going up for Jade Arrow. And okay, Emu pushing. Time to engage skirms and men-at-arms against archers and men-at-arms. The archers here from Jade Arrow focusing Emu's men-at-arms, but the skirms focusing the archers. And all in all, with the armor, the men-at-arms from the melee looked like they were able to tank quite a bit of that archer fire. And now Emu, with most of his skirms still remaining, but lost the bulk of the men-at-arms, will probably lose the final one here. And now it's just skirms, but skirms that have stopped the wall. And now, with the 3-vil lead already from the melee uptiming, both of them having some idle TC time, Jade trying to do farms, neither with Horse Collar. And the skirms will be very, very pesky now that everything from Jade Arrow was cleared. And more men-at-arms from Emu, more archers, everything just pouring forward. As another archer is picked off. And Emu will focus more on the men-at-arms now, bring his scout over. All the better to see Jade Arrow with. And he's got more men-at-arms on the way. Men-at-arms, we see, you have armor now for the Romans. So the Romans do have double armor. And since that does give them 3 armor, the archer will do only 2 damage with fletching. Skirms will do only 1, regardless of whatever, if they're on a hill or anything. And Emu will force up the tower from Jade Arrow. Can he actually stop the tower? He still has a man-at-arms in there. Double armor isn't as important as double the skirms. I think we're onto something there. We all know how good the skirms are. A couple of weak vills now, but Emu, he will respect the tower. He will get out, and he will do his own tower. Oh, Emu just trying to attack the range. The men-at-arms, he's masterpiece in here. We had an outdoor bird cam open, and it sounded like the game noises started going wild. You can record some new bird sounds for us. Oh, Major Blazer, good evening. Bill's coming forward for another tower from Emu. Skirmisher hitting the vills inside. Those vills are pretty darn low on HP. Not hitting the low one, though. Jade Arrow is struggling against all this pressure from the men-at-arms. Foraging now for Emu. Does he have arson? No arson yet. Arson could come in next. And that's now 19 military to 5 with a 5-vil lead. Everything feels like it's going right for Emu. And break his way through the buildings, then charge down under the tower. Was thinking of charging the archers, but doesn't want to be under the tower. He's happy that the vills are idled. What are the ratings? JadeArrowGamer. I saw him above 2K recently, and Emu is probably around 2K4. This is definitely a matchup that favors Emu, but it's in the actual, not the Silver League, it's in the main event. We can. This is what I like about this Elo. Kind of like the 1800 to low to mid 2Ks. They're really good players, but they're not peak yet. Right? They're not going to be that pure meta play we see from Harris, so we can see some originality and crazy stuff still. Emu number 1 seed. Well, Emu was one of the top 5 players, and then they were randomized, and when they were randomized, he did get the number 1 spot, so technically, number 1 seed correct. That means if he loses against Daniel, he will have been upset, technically. And okay, all the men-at-arms from JadeArrow go down, and he'll call the GG as Emu's up to the next stage. So that is 2-0 lead for Emu. Not much to say there. Felt like he was ahead for most of the game with the melee and the men-at-arms. And military, he was ahead in numbers pretty much the entire time. And when you're ahead like that, and ahead in eco on this map, it can end quickly. You're #1 seed in our hearts. That's how to describe Emu. Alright, let me leave that game and get the next one rolling. So, one more game for us today, as we'll give Emu the win on Mesa Verde with the melee over the Romans. Oh, JadeArrow, can we get a dance emote though? Because JadeArrow at least drafted Teutons. It looks like Inundation will be our final map. And it'll be, ooh, Koreans for Emu. And Huns for JadeArrow. Development's here. Hello, development. And the colors. And here we are. So JadeArrow will be the Huns to the northwest. Emu, the Koreans, he's going to... No, he's not going to the middle. Oh, he is going to the middle. All right, he's going to the middle. So middle TC. Emu will have 1 bamboo. And mescaline, hello. I will speed up the Dark Age, but I will wait for the ad to end first, I think. Hopefully that's the last ad we need to play tonight. Tired of twitching all the silly ads. It's a lot of sheep, too, for JadeArrow over here. And ad break ended. Welcome, everyone, to game number 3. We'll have Inundation, we just saw that in CrypticPsi. He will have Emu Warrior playing as the Koreans. He'll be TCing the middle to the south, and JadeArrow is the Huns TCing to the outside. Doesn't have a stone, but does have 2 wood lines and quite a few sheep. But yeah, there are also sheep on the outside. Lots of sheep along with the boars, so you can grab the sheep with your horse and send them to your TC in the middle if you want food. Otherwise, you're taking the deer. Or in maybe long distance luring the boars. So Koreans, not going for the stone, so not going for any tower rush or war wagons. Can be some pretty big gaps in the stone around the outside. Get an entire side without stone there. Well, you guys scout, it is Nomad. Randomness is always kind of a part of Nomad. And we'll have a lumber camp and some houses going up for Emu around here. So wild boar hunted for JadeArrow. So this map, there are tons and tons of sheep you can take. And that's why the middle actually is viable. Because you actually can just bring the sheep to your TC. And look at Emu, he's the lord of the sheep. He's got 14 sheep. And he'll just long distance take the stone. What do we have over here for JadeArrow? We got 14 sheep as well. Oh, that's what inundation refers to. About the water? No, they're inundated with sheep. Got so many. And feudal age for JadeArrow as the Huns. He might just be going scouts if he's up this fast. 19 vills. Also, the Hunnic horse on a nomad start in addition to his horse. So he has 2 horses. This is a big elo difference. Like I said earlier, I think it's around 2k4 to 2k. And JadeArrow up to feudal. Emu got a fast castle. And yes, stable. And a quick range follow-up for JadeArrow for archers to push through these walls if need be. What's the scouting look like? He sees exactly where Emu is. And there's Emu up to feudal. Let's just go normal speed now. Must be really hard not to get the 2 horses confused. Is there a cap? Yep, 10. The mills have a garrison space of 10 if you're the Gajurs. So if you have 10 cows, that actually does give you more food because it's 150 food per cow. But you can also just build more mills and then keep putting them in the other mills. What's this set? Yes, JadeArrow, it is this set. We're just casting the Rex of it. Now JadeArrow will be knocking at the gate as Emu quickly responds with a watchtower. And the Vils will go to repair the gate. And forging on the way for JadeArrow. TC killing the horse. Well, now there's only one horse. No more Hunnic horse, just a horse. As stone walls come up from Emu. And one Vil will... Oh my gosh. Is Emu gonna wall this Vil in? Is a sacrificial lamb? He's gonna wall both of them in? Okay, no, he pulls them out. So some more stone walls up for Emu. And there'll be a mining camp for JadeArrow on that gold. Emu selling some wood. And that'll now be at Castle Age for Emu. And double bit axe. JadeArrow trying to get under the tower, but does the TC stop that? Not quite. Maybe? It does? One skirm? Okay, the TC stops one of the skirms. Now, Emu will fight that with Vils, though, and they'll have to get away. And it looks like he's just up to the castle age, and now JadeArrow will pull everything back. Not able to do too much more damage, but he does have that gold in the middle. Won't be too far away from being up himself. And as Emu scouted, he does see exactly where those gold miners are. Oh! Ooh, that could have been like a quick wall. Kill the horse, but the horse just runs around. Guessing hundreds is no better than doing like 12. Well, it is better. Well, the logarithm is a strictly increasing function. It is unbounded. Here's Emu up to the castle age. And he's just going to do a castle, and then war wagons. So the Huns could go maybe Tarkins here to fight the war wagons. But it looks like it'll be a range. If it is just skirms against war wagons, that could be another option too. Alright, so forward workshop for Emu. There's the second range. And what are we going to see from it? Elite skirm. I don't think you can really go cav archer against the Koreans. There is a workshop for Emu. Last two games, whoever made more skirms won. Ooh, that's true. I wonder if Emu's aware of that. I wonder if Emu's aware of the need to make those Korean skirms. And scouts against war wagons. Do the war wagons even win this? Not with the skirms. Not with the skirms. Oh, rocket cart from Emu. That'll deal with the skirms. And a TC for JadeArrow. That is a bold TC with Koreans here. Oh, look at that dodge. Emu anticipated he'd keep walking. He didn't keep walking. He stopped. Hello, blue. And oh, Emu. Attack grounding the ground. Taking the ground part of attack ground literally, and he's going to go for a guard tower. Korean guard tower right underneath the skirms. JadeArrow taking a score lead in a good fight against the war wagons so far. Has to be careful about the rocket carts. There is his own workshop. So many things he wants to fight here. Vills, war wagons, dodging the rocket cart. Ooh, okay, there's a hit. Oh, there's another hit. Oh, Jade Arrow, not like this. Oh no, the poor skirms. Took some face rockets there. Yeah, we don't have any more skirms. No, we don't. Rocket cart min range is really deceptive. 2.5. Ooh, it's a fraction. It's a decimal number. That does make it deceptive then. What's the mangonel? 3. Oh, it's half a tile less than the mangonel. Why is that? That's weird. Yeah, very deceptive, yes. I guess every rocket cart gets half the old Koreans bonus then? Alright, so Koreans still have less minimum range. It's a totally balanced DLC unit. Totally balanced with 0 exploits. So I guess in the game of dodgeball against the mangonel, if you get really close, then you just win. But the war wagons have found some vills. Oof. Well, Jade Arrow, enjoy the vill lead. Enjoy being tied in vills. And look away. Now. There's a GG. Alright, so unable to deal with war wagons. There's the GG. Alright, Emu. Emu's a strong player. We all know about Emu. Emu's a warrior. 29 to 3 KD. That is a pretty darn good KD. Oof. Devs forgot to balance the rocket carts. But they did. Alright, so that'll be it for us for tonight. Thank you all very much for watching and sticking with us throughout the day. Had a ton of viewers for Warlords earlier. We're going to keep... definitely going to keep streaming that. And some more USA Cup in the evenings if we can. We have the stamina for it. See y'all later. Let me go update the timestamps on YouTube. And we'll see you back tomorrow. See you later. I'll raid someone on Twitch too.